The taxation system penalized farmers who failed to improve the output of their lands and benefited those who increased their productivity. Though the details of its operation are obscure, it is easy to see that a taxation system that took a fixed amount of produce from each farm year after year would have this effect. We do not know exactly how the Japanese villagers allocated the tax, levied on the village as a whole in proportion to the lord's assessment of the yield on individual fields. But there is rather strong evidence that the tax system encouraged improved output. 76 There is, moreover, no indication of periodic redistribution of property and its burdens, such as we find in the Russian village. Without any deliberate intent then, it seems that Tokugawa taxation and agrarian policy, as worked out both by the ruling class and the peasants themselves, was a wager on the strong. Furthermore, the structure of Japanese society was such as to impose certain barriers to the growth of a revolutionary potential among the peasants. Some of these, too, may be found in the operation of the Tokugawa system of tax collection. The separation of the warrior from the land by the early Tokugawa rulers meant that the peasants' financial obligations to the government took on the appearance of public taxes to the government rather than personal dues to the lord. There were no banalities, and the earlier personal corvée was gradually being incorporated into the corvée for the public. 77 Very likely this appearance of public obligations helped to ease the peasants' transfer of loyalty from the feudal overlord to the modern state, when the time came to do so in the Meiji reform. Alongside these bureaucratic traits that set it off as an impersonal government over and above the peasants, the Tokugawa government retained even more important feudal and paternalistic features that enabled the ruling warriors to send down their tentacles into peasant society. To put teeth into their system of tax collection and paternalistic supervision of village life, the Tokugawa rulers revived the ancient Chinese system of village administration known as the Pao. In China, this device of dividing up village households into small groups who assumed responsibility for the conduct of their members seems never to have been very successful. In Japan it had been known ever since the great 7th century borrowing from China, but was no more than a lingering survival when the early Tokugawa seized it and forced it on the entire rural and urban population of their realm. Asakawa asserts that every inhabitant of the village, no matter what his tenure or status, was ordered to belong to one of these 5-man groups, and that this order was well carried out. Ordinarily the 5-man group consisted of 5 land-holding house fathers living near one another, together with their family members, dependents, and tenants. 78 From about the middle of the 17th century, the custom spread of having the 5-man group pledge under oath to fulfill the orders of the lord, repeating the orders as nearly as was practicable in the form they were given. 79 The 5-man group was supplemented by the device of public proclamations or the posting of notice boards in the villages exhorting the peasants to good behavior. Occasionally in modern writings one comes across statements to the effect that the Japanese peasant was so submissive to authority that these public notices were almost sufficient by themselves to keep peace and order. As I am trying to demonstrate, there were other and stronger reasons for this orderliness, an orderliness that in any case knew periods of serious turbulence. Nevertheless, it is worthwhile to glance at the text of one of these messages, as it may modify this impression of natural orderliness. Though there is a reference to Buddha in this one from the middle of the 17th century, the tone is quite Confucian. Be filial to thy parents. The first principle of filial piety is to keep thyself healthy. It is especially pleasing to parents if thou refrain from drinking and quarreling, and love thy younger brother and obey thy elder brother. If thou hold to the above principle, blessings of goods and Buddha will be upon thee, and thou mayst walk in the right path, and thy land shall bring forth good harvests. On the other hand, if thou become indulgent and lazy, thou wilt become poor and broken, and finally resort to stealing. Then the law shall overtake thee and bind thee with rope and put thee in a cage, and perhaps hang thee. If such a thing happens, how heartbroken thy parents must be. Moreover, thy wife and children and brothers must all suffer punishment because of thy crime. The advice continues with some remarks on the material rewards for good behavior and draws to a close with this revealing admonition. Indeed, the farmer has the securest kind of life if only he pays his tax regularly. Keep, therefore, the above precept always in thy mind. Point 80. Through the 5-man group and other devices, the entire village was made to take an active interest in the behavior of every household. Marriage, adoption, succession, and inheritance were subject to effective control. Peasants were expected to watch over and correct one another's conduct, settling disputes as far as possible by mutual conciliation. The peasants were strictly forbidden to own firearms, carry swords, study the Confucian classics, or take up novel religious practices. Point 81. Another channel of official control was through the village headman. In most villages the office of headman descended from father to son along with the family headship or rotated among the leading families. Point 82. The appointment of the headman by the lord or his officer was also widespread. Point 83. Only in villages affected by commercial influences, where the traditional structure had begun to disintegrate, does it appear that the headman was elected. Point 84. The lord did all in his power to exalt and support the dignity and power of the headman, the chief of the little oligarchy that was the Japanese village in Tokugawa times. Essentially the headman's power rested on a careful manipulation of leading opinion in the village. Rather than isolate himself from this opinion, in a crisis the headman sided with the village against the lord even though the consequence was almost certain death. But such circumstances were exceptional. Generally the headman was the individual who reconciled the lord's interests with those of the leading villagers into some consensus or notion of the common welfare. Point 85. The Japanese village displayed a fierce demand for unanimity that recalls the Russian spornost. Personal affairs were given a public character lest they lead to deviant opinion or behavior. Since anything secret was automatically suspicious, a man with private business to conduct with someone in another village might be obliged to conduct it through his headman. Gossip, ostracism, and more serious sanctions, such as assembling at a man's gate and beating pots and pans in unison, or even banishment, all helped to create a conformity that was probably far more severe than any lamented by modern Western intellectuals. Only after he had learned the sense of the community by careful consultation with other leading figures, did the headman express his own opinion on any important issue. Villagers would go to great lengths to avoid any open conflict of opinion. Smith mentions one village where, as recently as the period after World War II, the village assembly met privately on the day before its public meeting in order that decisions might be unanimous. Similarly, a headman in Tokugawa times would bring together the parties to a boundary dispute to reach a compromise. Only after the compromise had been reached and the matter settled, would he issue an Order 86. The system of taxation, along with the political and social controls that supported it, was the main external source of solidarity in the Japanese village. There were equally important internal sources, primarily the system of economic cooperation and, closely intertwined with this, the structure of kinship obligations and inheritance rules. Though there are no indications of any system of collective cultivation, the land belonged to the village, which reserved to its own members the exclusive right of bringing it under the plow. 87 Common lands provided peasant families with fuel, fodder, compost, and building materials. Unlike common lands in Europe, they were not a potential reserve mainly for the poorer peasants but were subject to the effective control of the wealthier households. 88 Likewise, the allocation of water for rice growing was a crucial matter for the whole village. Important though they were, the problems of irrigation probably would have been insufficient by themselves to create the kind of solidarity for which the Japanese village was noted. We have seen that village irrigation in China did not create any remarkable solidarity. Even in Tokugawa times, Japanese rice culture required a large and well-organized labor force for the spring planting. Rice was not sown directly in the fields but started from special beds from which the seedlings were transplanted later. This task had to be carried out within a very short period of time in order to avoid damaging the seedlings. Enormous amounts of water were necessary to work the soil to the consistency of thick paste suitable to receive the seedlings. As few fields could be given the necessary amount of water simultaneously, it was necessary to flood and plant fields one after another, reducing the time available for transplanting in any one field to a few hours. To accomplish the transplanting in the available time required a labor force far larger than the individual family could muster. 89. The Japanese peasants met the problem of an adequate labor force, which was most acute in rice growing but by no means confined to this crop, through their system of kinship and inheritance, stretching it with semi-kinship or even pseudo-kinship devices where necessary. In most 17th century villages one or two or more holdings were very much larger than the rest. Part of the labor to work these holdings was supplied by expanding the family beyond the limits usual on small holdings, through keeping in the family the younger generation after marriage and also through retaining members of collateral lines of descent. Where the family was insufficient, as frequently happened, the possessors of the larger holding usually resorted to two devices. To some people, known as nago and by a variety of local names, they gave small holdings with separate dwellings in return for labor services. The other device was to use hereditary servants, persons who together with their children passed down in a family from generation to generation. 90. Both the small holders and the hereditary servants were assimilated in large measure to the pattern of the large holding worked by branches of the original family stem. Their economic relations were similar in kind, if not in degree. Smith, our main authority for this information, warns us against regarding the small holders as a distinct class. They were distinct only in a formal, legal sense. Economically and socially their position was close to that of branch family members. 91. Thus the Japanese village of pre-modern times was not a cluster of autonomous farming units. Instead, it was a cluster of mutually dependent ones, some large, some small. The large holding provided a pool of capital in the form of tools, animals, seed, fodder, and fertilizer, etc., on which the smaller ones could draw from time to time. In return the small ones provided labor. 92. The separation of capital from labor as far as ownership was concerned, and their recombination in the production process, show some similarities to the world of capitalist industry. A study of about 100 17th-century village registers from all parts of Japan reveals that in most villages from 40 to 80% of the holders of arable land were without homesteads. 93. On the other hand, the paternalistic and quasi-kinship relationships between the possessors of the large holdings and the suppliers of labor helped to prevent the emergence of class conflict in the village. It would be difficult to claim that the possessors of large holdings held anything like a monopoly of power, though the system doubtless had its exploitative aspects significantly. The small holders usually could not grow rice on the poor soil allotted to them. 94. In hard times the large owners had to help their less fortunate dependents. Furthermore, the power to refuse help at the crisis of rice harvesting must have been an important sanction in the hands of those who provided the labor, even though such a refusal would have required the strongest justifications to be acceptable to village opinion. 95. A few remarks on property and inheritance will help to complete the sketch of the village in pre-modern times. As we have seen, the small holders, very many of whom lacked homesteads, farmed mere slips of land incapable of supporting a family without the exchange of labor for other resources. 96. Turning to the larger holders, we learn that while property could be divided among heirs, the office of head of the family could not. The inheritance system was unequal, with the sanction of public opinion against undue generosity to the branch families. The rationale of unequal division was to relieve the main family of the obligation to support excess members. By keeping most of the land and settling the excess members on small plots, the main family could assure itself a satisfactorily large holding and an adequate labor supply. 97. The political implications of late Tokugawa peasant society seem fairly obvious. Clearly one cannot explain the absence of full-scale peasant revolution in these fairly turbulent times as a consequence of rough equality in holdings. Rather, it was the series of bonds that connected those without property to those who possessed it that helped to maintain stability. The pre-modern Japanese village community gives every sign of having been a very powerful mechanism for incorporating and controlling individuals with real and potential grievances. Furthermore, the formal and informal channels of control between the overlord and the peasantry seem to have been quite effective. The lord could make his will known and the peasants indicate just how far they were willing to obey through clearly recognized procedures. One gets the strong impression that Tokugawa society, when it was working well, consisted of a series of descending and spreading chains of influential leaders and their coteries of close followers, linked all the way from the top to the bottom by patriarchal and personal ties, enabling those in superior position to know just how far they could push those beneath them. Perhaps there was something specifically feudal in this arrangement, though it is also characteristic of any stable hierarchy. The key to the social structure of the pre-modern Japanese village was the exchange of labor for capital and vice versa, without the impersonal mechanism of the market, and through the more personal one of kinship. The coming of the market changed these arrangements, though they have left their imprint on later Japanese peasant society down to the present day. Our next task therefore is to trace the effects of the market or, more generally, the rise of commercial agriculture and especially the political consequences of this transformation, which began to be felt even in Tokugawa times. The latter half of the Tokugawa period was one of very substantial improvements in agricultural techniques. After 1700, genuinely scientific treatises on agriculture began to appear, a curious parallel to simultaneous developments in England. After a few ritual bows to the Confucian doctrine of harmony with nature, these treatises at once settled down to the eminently practical business of improving on the ways of nature. There is clear evidence that the knowledge set forth in these treatises filtered down to the peasants. The main motives to which they appealed were self-interest, but of the family, not the individual. Nor was there any appeal to notions of the welfare of society or the state. 98. To recount the technical improvements in any detail would take us too far from our main theme of political change. It is sufficient to mention improvements in irrigation that increased the use of paddy and added to the rice crop, the use of commercial fertilizers to replace the use of grass taken from the mountainside and trampled into the fields, and the invention of a new threshing device, said to thresh rice some 10 times faster than the older method. 99. What is most important for our purposes is that these changes, in sharp contrast to the more striking mechanical revolution that swept over American agriculture in the last 100 years, increased rather than decreased the aggregate amount of labor required for Japanese agriculture. Although technical improvements, such as commercial fertilizer and the improved threshing device, lightened the workload at peak times of sowing and harvesting, the overall workload did not decline because the Japanese turned to various forms of double cropping. Peak workloads for the new crops were as far as possible timed to coincide with slack periods for the old. Thus the general result was to spread more work out more evenly during the year. 100. Partly as a result of increased agricultural production, the exchange of goods through the market spread more and more into rural areas. So did the use of money, though money as such had been known for a long time. A Korean ambassador of the 15th century reported that beggars and prostitutes would accept nothing else. By the time of the late Tokugawa, established markets held at 10-day intervals were to be found even in remote and backward areas. 101 Though there is evidence of a high degree of peasant self-sufficiency that lasted well into the Meiji period. 102 It is clear that Japan, unlike China, was beginning as early as the 18th century to make very substantial steps quite on her own toward becoming a modern nation. A large part of the difference may be attributed to the Pax Tokugawa that contrasted with the disorder in China under the Manchu dynasty, already in decline at this time. Meanwhile, the advance of the economy had widespread effects in changing the traditional system of large holdings with their satellites and replacing them with family farms and landlord-tenant groupings. The fundamental cause was an increasing shortage of rural labor. The growth of rural trade and industry meant that the possessors of large holdings had to give more land to their dependent smallholders in order to hold them against the pull of the towns. 2. The smallholders were finding more and more opportunities to make money in handicrafts. Wage labor began to replace the older forms. As a legal category, and more slowly as an economic and social reality, the dependent smallholder disappeared from the countryside. By the late 19th century only vestiges of this class remained. The general trend was to elevate the dependent smallholders to the status of separate families, a few as proprietors but most as tenant farmers. 103. A parallel process led to similar results in the case of the hereditary servants, the other main source of labor for the large holder, outside of the family. Here too the impact of the market released the rural laborer from traditional and familistic relationships, though his gain in independence was slight if any. The wage contract was often complicated by debt that could still keep the former servant in subjection for an extended period of time. Yet the fundamental advantage of scarcity was on the side of the laborer. By the time of the late Tokugawa, wage labor had become quite common. Scarcity drove up its price and freed it from traditional restraints. Thus slow improvements in the economic status of the former smallholder and of the hereditary servant helped to hasten the rise of tenant farming. 104. By the middle of the 18th century the shift to tenant farming had become a powerful trend. 105. Large landholders a half-century earlier had already recognized that the high cost of labor in its changing forms had made it impossible to operate large holdings successfully. Not only did labor costs continue to rise during the next century but, by the mid-19th century, many wage workers who found that they could nearly support a family by their earnings alone did not work well for landowners, often disappearing without warning when needed most. These conditions favored the family size unit, farmed by tenants who had in former days been dependent smallholders. 106. With big units reduced to manageable small ones worked by tenant farmers, the large landholders could retain and in some cases increase their profits from the land. Now the tenants had to bear the increasingly expensive burden of fertilizers and other costs of cultivation, which they could do in two ways, by keeping down their standard of living and by increasing their earnings in artisan occupations as trade and industry began to grow. 107. The end result was, therefore, not the disappearance of large holdings but a change in their method of exploitation, from a system based on the family and its extensions to a system based on tenancy. The unit of cultivation became smaller, the unit of property if anything became larger. Far from liquidating their larger holdings, Smith points out, their possessors greatly expanded them after discovering the solution to their problem in tenant cultivation. 108. Paternalistic relations were being replaced by the explosive ones of landlord and tenant. As a landlord class emerged out of the peasantry, it would seem rather more than out of the aristocracy as a result of the advent of commercial farming. The new problems that this relationship created were, as we already know, to plague Japan for a long time. As might be anticipated on the basis of the experience of other countries, the new commercial relationships produced some tendency toward the concentration of land in fewer hands and the breakup of older familistic relationships within the peasant community. 109. The significant point about Japan, however, is that these tendencies did not go very far. After the rise of tenant farming as a solution to the problems of commercial agriculture, property relationships underwent very little change for nearly a century. Despite a few incipient signs of an expropriation of the peasantry, no such expropriation took place. Nor did the peasants rise to expropriate the dominant classes in Japanese society. By the mid-19th century, the intrusion of commercial relationships in agriculture nevertheless had created a dangerous situation for the old order and left a legacy of serious problems for the Meiji. Japan's first steps toward an industrial society in the early years of Meiji were the familiar ones of extracting more resources from the underlying population. As in Soviet Russia, it was mainly the Japanese peasant who paid for what Marxists call primary capitalist accumulation, the gathering of sufficient capital to make the leap from an agrarian to an industrial society. But, largely due to the different auspices under which the Meiji carried out industrialization, the Japanese experience was almost exactly the opposite of the Soviet one. The new government needed a regular and dependable source of revenues. The land tax, adopted in 1873, was the device chosen, perhaps the only economically and politically feasible one under the circumstances. The peasants provided most of the revenue for the government. 110 Since the government undertook most of the first steps in industrialization to turn them over to private owners within a few years, the peasant did pay for the beginning stages of industrial growth. On the other hand, in the judgment of modern authorities, the Meiji land tax constituted no increase over the Tokugawa levy. The new government merely redirected it into new channels, thereby achieving modernization without reducing rural living standards. 111 It was possible to do this because agricultural productivity continued to rise, as it had done under the Tokugawa. 112 This increase was to continue through most of the period of Japanese history discussed in this book. Crop yields are estimated to have doubled between 1880 and 1940. 1131 should beware of leaping to optimistic conclusions about the possibility of a non-revolutionary path to industrialism on the basis of these facts. Japan paid a price for the failure to modernize her agrarian structure, and other countries did too, as Japanese armies marched through China and Japanese bombs fell on American ships. On the peasants, the immediate economic effect was to intensify certain trends already apparent under the Tokugawa. The peasant had to raise cash to pay the land tax and thereby became more dependent on the vicissitudes of the market and on the village usurer, who was often the leading landholder of the village. A good many peasants fell into debt and lost their farms. How many is a matter of dispute among specialists. Although the new regime had granted property rights to the peasants, in the actual settlement the little man often lost out because he had nothing but memory and oral tradition to rely upon, while the law in the person of the village headman as well as officials generally sided with the large holder. 114 All these factors helped to strengthen the position of the landlord at the expense of the tenant or small holder. They also constituted a continuation of the traditional pattern of reliance on the strong and sober, which may be one reason why peasant resistance to these measures failed. 115 Meiji legislation and the operation of economic factors did not lead to a wholesale expropriation of the peasantry, despite some tendencies in that direction. The main results were, if anything, the opposite, the strengthening and legitimation of the landlord, and the legitimation of the peasant's possession of his plot, whether as tenant or proprietor. There was no huge exodus to the cities, no very significant consolidation or extension of the unit of land cultivated. 116 The policy of the Meiji government was conservative in the sense that it had no thought of abdicating power to any other class. At the same time, modern authorities often observe, it was revolutionary in the sense that it broke down feudal distinctions and sought to incorporate the peasants into a conservative body politic. One very important step in this direction was the adoption of military conscription. 117 Another was the establishment of a system of universal and compulsory education, announced in the Imperial Rescript of 1890. By 1894, 61.7% of all eligible children were attending primary school. Soon after the turn of the century all of them were. In addition to elementary skills in reading and writing, Japanese children received heavy doses of patriotic indoctrination. 118 Thus the revolutionary features were part of the government's policy of taking over from the West those features of its civilization that seemed necessary to intelligent Japanese for the purpose of creating a powerful national state. The contradiction between the revolutionary and the conservative features is more apparent than real. Naturally, there were many sharp discussions among the Japanese leaders about exactly what was necessary for this purpose. A small minority may even have found themselves attracted to Western ways for their own sake. Nevertheless, it is misleading to make too much of these discussions and divisions. If Japan were to become an independent modern nation, she would need a population that could read and write at least well enough to handle modern machinery, and an army to fight enemies abroad and keep order at home. Such a policy is scarcely revolutionary. In sum then, Meiji policy amounted to using the peasant as a source of capitalist accumulation. In turn, this required opening the peasant economy even wider to commercial influences and offsetting some of the strains incurred thereby through efforts to incorporate the peasants into a cohesive body politic. Dismounting feudalism from above was not so much an aim or a policy in its own right as a means to other ends. Reviewing the process as a whole, we may discern more clearly and concretely some of the reasons why it took place without a revolutionary upheaval. The continuing rise in agricultural productivity was vital in making the whole transition bearable. In itself, of course, the rise requires an effort at explanation, best deferred to the next section. One consequence, however, was that there was no great hunger in the towns to produce plebeian allies for peasant radicalism as there was at the height of the French Revolution. Nor was there in the town any substantial bourgeois anti-feudal impulse with which more moderate peasant demands could join in overthrowing the old order. The advent of the market actually gave landed property to the poorer ranks of the peasants, if usually only as tenants. Still, physical possession of a larger plot of land than before may have acted as a stabilizing factor. The stake of the new landlords in emerging capitalism, to be discussed shortly, is fairly obvious. In large measure this group grew out of the class of wealthy peasants that had become increasingly prominent toward the close of the Tokugawa and, in the view of some historians, made an important contribution to the Restoration movement. By becoming landlords, a section of the peasant elite may have been drawn off and rendered politically safe. In addition, a substantial number of them acquired commercial interests and therefore were not averse to important changes in the old order. But in general the wealthy peasant proprietors had no desire to upset the oligarchical system of the Japanese village whose chief beneficiaries they were. As soon as the poorer peasants and tenants began to put forth radical demands under the Meiji, the wealthy peasants turned against them. 119 Thus Japanese rural society at this historical juncture contained important safeguards against any severe outbreak of anti-capitalism and opposition to new social trends. If there were checks against anti-capitalist excesses at this stage, there also remained certain important safeguards against anti-feudal ones. The penetration of the Japanese village by feudal influences through the five-man system of mutual surveillance and through the village headman were very significant here. These breaks on anti-feudal influences could have led to a dangerous accumulation of resentment, and evidently did in some areas where feudal influences combined with incipient commercial ones to give the peasants the worst of both worlds, a repressive combination lacking in the main base of the imperial movement. The conflict between a feudal system that still had considerable vitality and the commercial influences steadily undermining it gave the Meiji government room to maneuver. When samurai on occasion put themselves at the head of a peasant insurrection, they were of course a danger. But on balance, the Meiji, by using their peasant conscript army, were able to direct anti-feudal sentiments to their own advantage, as shown by the suppression of the Satsuma Rebellion, the greatest threat to the new government. Though at times the situation was precarious, the government, by threading its way through divisions among both its enemies and its allies, managed to survive and establish itself. While it is doubtful that the foreign threat entered seriously into the consciousness of many peasants, it did play a significant part in the course of events and contributed to the conservative outcome. The revolutionary forces in Japanese society were not nearly strong enough to sweep away the obstacles to modernization by themselves. But they could and did provide a limited basis of support for such measures when the leaders sought them in order to preserve their own power through the creation of a strong state. 3. The Meiji settlement, the new landlords and capitalism. Among the ruling classes, too, the Meiji era was one where feudal and capitalist features were put to work alongside one another in the effort to create a powerful modern state. We shall concentrate on the political meaning of the fact that the commercial landlord replaced the feudal overlord, a process that had already begun under the Tokugawa. It is necessary to perceive the change against a more general background of the ruler's adaptation to the modern world and the extent to which new and different social formations replaced the older dominant groups. On this score it is necessary to distinguish sharply between the nature of the higher aristocracy or daimyo and the ordinary samurai. All authorities agree that the Meiji government's settlement of accounts with the daimyo in 1876 was generous to a fault. The measure, as we have seen, both assured the new government the allegiance of the daimyo and deprived the latter of their original economic base. At the same time, it enabled some of the greatest lords to become members of the dominant financial oligarchy. Funds obtained in this way played an important part in promoting capitalist industry. 120 By 1880 slightly more than 44% of the stock in the national banks belonged to the new peers, mostly former daimyo and members of the imperial court. 121 Those who made the transition to commerce, industry, and banking were few in number but very important. Now they were able to push the former merchant class aside, whereas in Tokugawa times they had been forced to work with and through them. 122. A few others turned to agriculture. With their capitalized pensions, they were able to buy large tracts of government land in Hokkaido at very cheap prices and become landlords on a huge scale. 123. But these were only a handful. The upshot of trends under the Tokugawa and the Meiji settling of accounts was to bring Japan into the modern world without a numerous group of powerful landed aristocrats. Strictly speaking, Japan, after about 1880, had no class of big junkers, no equivalent of Burke's great oaks to shade her rice paddies. Almost by a stroke of the pen their counterpart, in any case few in number, were jerked forward a century to become the brethren of England's coal and beer barons. The coterie around the throne in the late 19th century was to consist of former lords metamorphosed into capitalists by the commutation of feudal privileges, and a few old merchant families together with princely new ones risen from the ranks. Meanwhile a new and numerous landed upper class was arising in the countryside, about which it will be necessary to speak in a moment. Significantly, they referred to themselves as the middle class of the new Japanese society. 124. Of the old upper classes the daimyo by 1872 were only a very small group, 268 all told. The number of samurai, however, was quite large, somewhat short of 2 million persons, or between 5 and 6% of the population in 1870. 125. Their fate was less fortunate, and, for a substantial proportion, no doubt disastrous. The Meiji regime swept away samurai social, economic, and political privileges. Since we find the samurai in 1880 holding just under a third of the stock in the national banks. 126. The assertion that their claims against the government were liquidated with little more than token compensation may be too sweeping. 127. Their aggregate income from the bonds they received in 1876 has been estimated at about one-third the value of their rice stipends at the end of the Tokugawa period. 128. Much as individuals in the highest circles might toy with the ideas of Herbert Spencer, the government could not afford to sit with folded hands and let the samurai shift for themselves or starve to death. At least they could not make this their publicly announced policy. Nor could they afford to put them on a permanent dole. A good part of the impetus behind the industrialization program, Smith suggests, came from the necessity of doing something for the samurai. 129. The government also took a number of more specific measures, such as encouraging agricultural reclamation by samurai and offering loans to set them up in business. According to a scholar who has examined these policies in some detail, they failed to provide a real solution. 130. Though the evidence is not as firm as one could wish, it appears that the mass of the samurai did not find a satisfactory haven in the business world. To be sure, a small number became wealthy and powerful in business and politics. Many made their way as best they could into almost any crevice they could find in the social structure, becoming, among other things, police constables, army officers, teachers, lawyers, publicists, even jinrickshaw pullers and common thieves. 131. One clue to their fate comes from the writings of a contemporary political theorist. He opposed property qualifications for voting and eligibility to office because such requirements would disqualify most of the samurai, in his opinion the class best suited for political life. 132. On the land, the samurai fared scarcely any better than in business. Most of those who took their bonds and tried to make their way as farmers found that they were no match for peasants. 133. Though there were a number of experiments in large-scale farming during the 19th century conducted by enthusiastic former samurai newly returned from the West, most of these were failures. 134. Further indications of their fate come from some figures on the land tax in 1887, which also present the total number of ex-samurai and commoners nearly 2 decades after the Restoration. Evidently the number of persons claiming the status of ex-samurai had not dropped appreciably, as there were somewhat short of 2 millions at the earlier date. The failure of the bulk of the samurai in agriculture and industry is not quite the whole story. Under the Tokugawa the daimyo were not the only holders of land. The higher reaches of the samurai also held fiefs. 135 How many of these there were and how much land they held at the end of the Tokugawa period are facts I have not been able to determine. Probably neither their number nor the amount of land they held was very large. We do not hear of their expropriation at the time of the Restoration settlement. Presumably, therefore, this small group lived on into the Meiji era to constitute one sector of the new agrarian elite. The imperial domains constituted another link with the past. With these qualifications, we may conclude that Japan entered the modern age without a system of large estates handed down from feudal times. The substantial inequalities that are visible at a later date arose from other causes. Japan's modern landlord class seems to have emerged in large measure out of the peasantry as a result of changes that had begun to take place in the peasant economy during the Tokugawa era. The Tokugawa regime had already taken a crucial step toward the modern world by separating a large section of the ruling class from direct ties with the land, a separation that has taken place sooner or later in every industrialized country. In these important respects, Japanese society embarked on the modern era with fewer remnants of the agrarian age than did England or Germany. The early Meiji reforms removed the last of the feudal barriers to the development of commercial relations in agriculture. The productivity of agriculture, which had been improving during the latter part of the Tokugawa period, continued to rise. Between 1880 and 1914 the countryside managed to supply all but a small part of the increased demand for rice that arose from the increase in population. Food and drink imports as a whole formed a smaller proportion of total imports just before 1914 than in the early 1880s. This success was only partly due to an increase in the area cultivated. Most of it was due to an improvement in methods and to more intensive cultivation. 136 However, the atomized character of Japanese agriculture, like that of China, a form of small peasant holdings, long prevented any widespread use of machinery, a possibility that appeared on the horizon only after World War II. At the same time, commercial influences increased, as Japanese agriculture more and more entered the world market. In the early 80s, Japan's main exports were raw silk, tea, and rice, of which raw silk was by far the most important. 137 The reform of the tax system in 1873 further encouraged the spread of commercial influences. To meet the new tax, the landholder had to convert his rice into money. 138 Now that the barriers to the sale of land were removed, there were numerous transfers and some indications of a tendency toward concentration of landed property in fewer hands. Still, Japan, unlike England, did not undergo on any widespread scale the process of expropriating its peasants, driving them to the cities, and creating large capitalist estates. Instead, in the conditions of Japanese society, opening the floodgates of commercialization intensified prior trends toward the creation of a system of landlords, tenants, and independent proprietors. Between the Meiji Restoration and the end of the First World War, Japanese agriculture made what we can legitimately regard as a successful adaptation to the requirements of a modern industrial society, successful at any rate in strictly economic terms. After the war, certain inherent shortcomings became more obvious. For the moment we may leave these aside, though it is essential to remember they formed part of the price of earlier success. The feat was a rather remarkable one because it took place without any revolution, peaceful or violent, in agrarian social relationships. Since India has been attempting to execute the same feat for more than a decade and a half, so far with very indifferent results, it behooves us to look carefully for a few moments at what may be the reasons for the Japanese achievement. A few figures will help to give a rough notion of its magnitude. Around 1955, India's productivity, measured in bushels of rice per hectare, was about the same as that of Japan's in 1868 to 1878, more than 60 but less than 70, probably much closer to the lower figure. By 1902 Japan's productivity rose to a little more than 74 bushels per hectare, by 1917 to nearly 90 bushels, or by as much as a half in generally steady increases over a half-century. 139. One more piece of statistical information reveals a great deal about how the Japanese managed this early version of an economic miracle. The landlord took in the form of rent in kind and sold a large part of what the peasant grew, between 58 and 68% of the yield during the years 1878 to 1917 if we may trust the statistics. 140 The landlord wanted or needed cash. The way he was getting it is obvious. He used various forms of legal and social devices to take rice away from the peasants and sell it in the market. Just what part the landlord played in getting the peasants to work harder and more efficiently is not clear in some of its details. According to R.P. Dory, Japan's new landlords, many of whom had come from peasant stock, persuaded their tenants to adopt technical improvements that greatly increased output. 141 Despite my respect for Professor Dory, I doubt very much that the landlord often played this active a role. As Professor Dory points out elsewhere, the peasants were doing a great deal of improving for their own good and sufficient reasons. 2. The landlord may have returned some of his profits to the tenants in order to encourage them to adopt improved techniques. The size of the share returned in this fashion may well be beyond accurate measurement. Here the accounts become vague and general in a manner to suggest that it was quite small. Nevertheless, it may have been just large enough to make the crucial difference. Without it, we read, tenants were unresponsive to instructions about how to add to their output. 142. Even though the improvement would not have come about without the economic incentives, they are insufficient by themselves to explain it. Notions about how to improve output could conceivably penetrate down to the peasants in the rice paddies because of the specific structure of the peasant community. As we have seen, it was a tightly knit society and at the same time highly permeable to influences from the immediate overlord in a way very different from both Indian and Chinese peasant communities. There were well-worn institutional grooves through which demands for innovation from above could reach the peasants and arouse a response as long as these demands were not very far-reaching. The last point deserves stress. As Dory observes, it is certain that a great part of the increase is attributable to increased use of commercial fertilizer, not, that is to say, to innovation, but to farmers doing more of what most of them were doing already. 143. Once the system of land tenure had shaken down, certain of its major features remained remarkably stable up until the Second World War. Thus, in 1903, 44.5% of the arable land was worked by tenant cultivators, while in 1938 the corresponding figure was 46.5%, with no significant fluctuations in the meantime. 144 Nor do the size of holdings and the distribution of landed property reveal any marked changes. It appears that in 1910 about 73% of owners with holdings of 1 cho or less owned only about 23% of the land, while less than 1% owned nearly a fifth of the land. By 1938 the concentration had increased somewhat. About 74% of the owners of 1 cho or less owned 1/4 of the land, and about 1% owned a trifle more than 1/4 of the land. 145. Certainly the advent of capitalism neither revolutionized nor disintegrated Japanese agriculture. Rather, the evidence shows an initial shock of some severity followed by prolonged equilibrium. The landlord was the key to the new system. What sort of a person was he in the broader social and political sense? Actually, the term landlord covers too wide a ground to be satisfactory, though the character of the evidence compels its use. 146 It can include anyone from a man scarcely distinguishable from a peasant to one of the 4 giants with more than 1,000 cho of land. A trustworthy authority tells us that a holding of about 5 cho would be necessary for the social position suggested by the word landlord in English. There were about 28,000 who rented out more than 5 cho, just prior to the American land reform. Of these there were some 3,000 really large landowners who owned more than 50 cho. 147. When the non-specialist attempts to grasp the political meaning of the landlord as the key figure in the rural landscape under the new regime, he is likely to be very confused at first. The evidence on which I have been drawing up to now suggests a figure analogous to the enterprising landlord of late 18th century England, vigorous and out for the main chance economically. There is also a somewhat older tradition in the literature that stresses the parasitic aspect of the adaptation to capitalism. 148 Though it is possible to reconcile the two interpretations in a way I shall suggest shortly, it will be well to review the argument for a parasitic adaptation first. The essence of the argument is simple and draws attention to important aspects of the landlord's situation. Under the political and economic circumstances created by the Meiji Restoration, many Japanese landlords did not have to become rural capitalists experimenting with new techniques. In the course of time, the pressure of population on the land drove up rents. In Japan, as in China, there are clear indications that the rise in population antedates the Western impact. Indirect evidence suggests an increase that may be near to 40% during the 17th century, that is, after the establishment of peace and order by the Tokugawa shogunate. 149 The benefits of peace and order do not spread themselves equally among all sections of society. Both in pre-industrial and in modern times, Japan's surplus population was surplus to a specific historical situation from which the dominant classes drew enormous benefits. In the course of time, industrialists too profited from the way in which the huge reserve of manpower in the countryside pressed down on urban wages. In other words, political factors played a part in creating the new landlord and the surplus population that sustained him. Since the process was a gradual one, it is scarcely surprising that historians of varying persuasions should debate the dates at which the parasitism becomes visible. By 1915, in any case, the parasitic landlord dominated the rural landscape as the observant English traveller Scott saw it. 150 Here I shall only mention what appear to be some early forms of the more important political landmarks. The land tax revision of 1873 established the property rights of the landlord, often in opposition to the peasant. 151 By itself the security of property was a necessary condition for the emergence of the parasitic rentier, certainly not a sufficient one. The change in the land law of 1884, according to some interpretations, was crucial, since it pegged the land tax in a period of secular inflation. One of the landlord's main costs was to remain constant, while his revenues were to rise with the increasing demand for food and the general advance of the economy. A further symptom of the change may be seen in the activities of the landlord in the Liberal Party in the first Diet session of 1890. At this time the landlords wanted to slash the land tax and, in order to achieve this end, were willing to sacrifice agricultural subsidies, which would have done more for agriculture but less for landlords. 152. Whether the new rentier managed to squeeze a greater surplus out of the peasantry than his feudal forebears did is open to doubt. The surplus he did extract is impressive testimony to the effective way in which the new regime served the landlord's interest. When a modern scholar sets out to correct early erroneous impressions about the hardships that early capitalism imposed on the Japanese cultivators, the significance shows up when he estimates that the landlord took from 3/5 to 2/3 of the physical product of the land between 1873 and 1885.153. Scattered information about the situation in later times indicates that the institutional changes which did occur were not fundamental. By about 1937, Japanese landlords were selling 85% of their crops, which they acquired mainly through payment in kind from their tenants. Measured in terms of money, the rents for rice fields rose by more than 50% in the years following the First World War. 154 Under the system prevailing between the world wars, the tenant turned over half his crop to the landlord. All that the tenant got in return was the use of the land, since he furnished all the capital. 155 From 1929 onward, there were attempts to enact a tenancy law. Some very minor improvements were made. But the landlords were able to block any real reforms. 156 Though we shall have to discuss the political implications of the agrarian situation more fully at another point, we may notice briefly here the kind of reasoning the Japanese landlords developed to protect their interests. Essentially, as might be expected, it was an appeal to nationalist traditions in order to deny the realities of conflicting economic interests, one of the main ingredients in fascism. The following statement issued by the Japanese Landowners Association in 1926 reveals how imperial and samurai tinsel served specific economic interests, as well as how easily it might turn into fascist demagoguery. Remembering the splendid tradition of our nation, with sovereign and subjects forming one whole, and reflecting on the glorious history of our national development in the past, let us emphasize the harmonious relations between capital and labor, and especially cultivate peace between landowners and tenant farmers, and thus contribute to the development of our agricultural villages. What sort of devils are they who furiously strike fire bells when there are no fires and incite to a class struggle, provoking animosity against landowners by exciting tenant farmers? If these malicious designs go unrestricted, what will become of our national existence? We are determined, therefore, to cooperate with those who hold the same ideas, to arouse public opinion, and to establish a more suitable national policy. 157. The evidence just reviewed establishes quite clearly that there was a repressive component in the adaptation of the rural upper classes to the rise of commerce and industry. That, I would urge, is the key, rather than parasitism tout court. From this standpoint, the problem of the evidence concerning energy, ambition, economic drive, disappears. 158. Talk about a psychological drive for achievement tells us nothing unless we know how the drive manifests itself. Japanese society in the late 19th century may well have generated its own version of the enterprising landlord who so impressed foreign visitors to 18th century England. In Japan, on the other hand, his relationship to the state was almost the reverse of that in England. The British squire used the state to drive off peasant proprietors and keep a few tenants. The Japanese squire did not drive them off the land, instead he used the state, along with more informal levers inherited from earlier times, to squeeze rents out of the peasants and sell the produce on the open market. Hence he was, sociologically speaking, much closer to the commercializing nobleman of 18th century Toulouse than to the corresponding English gentleman. Still, the comparison with French developments seems too generous. In the 18th century these changes were still part of a forward movement, intellectually and socially. In Japan the advent of the modern world brought with it an increase in agricultural production, but mainly through the creation of a class of small property owners who extracted rice from the peasantry through a mixture of capitalist and feudal mechanisms. The peasants subsisted in large numbers very close to the margin of physical survival, though they were not pushed over the edge from time to time in widespread famines as happened in China and India. In return, what did this new landlord class contribute to Japanese society? As far as I am able to judge the record, it offered neither the artistic culture nor the security of earlier rulers in the countryside, indeed scarcely more than pious proto-fascist sentiments. A class that talks a great deal about its contributions to society is often well along the road to becoming a menace to civilization. A landed upper class which is not itself part of the vanguard of economic advance and which therefore relies on a substantial dose of repression to maintain its social position is liable in modern times to face the unpleasant task of coming to terms with the agents of capitalist progress in the towns. Where the bourgeois impulse is a weak one, as in Japan, capitalist leaders may welcome the contribution of the conservative countryside to order and stability. In practice, what this really means is that capitalist elements are not strong enough to introduce new forms of repression on their own. When the Meiji Restoration opened the way to a new world, the commercial classes of the towns were by and large too much caught up in the older corporate system and too narrow in their outlook to be able to take advantage of new opportunities. A few, however, did see important opportunities in the struggles of the time, and through this foresight later became the most important and powerful commercial combines in Japan, the well-known Zaibatsu. During the early Meiji, the main impulse to economic growth came formally at least from the government, now in the hands of a new wing of the agrarian nobility, and from a scattering of able and energetic samurai who had suffered disadvantages under the Tokugawa. Business continued to be in a dependent position. Economically it leaned on the government, which encouraged business partly to give Japan a sufficient modern base to resist foreign pressure and also to provide an occupation for a turbulent peasantry. 159 Thus from the beginning of the modern period we find agrarian and commercial interests combined in order to keep the populace in its place at home and enable Japan to seek martial glory abroad. Even during the later decades of Meiji, the business class was still socially and politically inferior to the elite that ruled Japan, whose cultural roots were in an agrarian past even if its economic roots reached into the world of modern industry. The social stigma on business continued. Toward public officials, businessmen continued to express themselves deferentially and apologetically. Avoiding public politics, businessmen engaged in effective private politics. Corruption was often the mechanism that reconciled the needs of business and politics. Still fighting the battle against aristocratic anti-commercial attitudes, businessmen found it wise to avoid making enemies and to cultivate the authorities. 160. Not until the First World War forced the pace of industrial growth, did Japanese capitalism begin to come into its own. Between 1913 and 1920, the output of finished steel jumped from 255 to 533,000 tons. Electric power capacity also more than doubled during the same period, rising from 504 to 1,214,000 kilowatts. 161 Even after this spurt, however, capitalist industry had not advanced to the point reached in Germany, England, or the United States. For the years between the two world wars it is possible to characterize the Japanese economy as mainly a small factory system, indeed widely still a peasant and artisan system, dominated by a few large firms whose influence spread directly and indirectly into nearly every Japanese household. 162 The Zaibatsu reached the zenith of their power in 1929, just before the Depression. By advancing funds, through technical advice, and by their power over the market, they extended this influence even into minor agricultural products and small-scale enterprise generally. 163. The main concrete issue dividing the industrialists and the agrarians during a large part of the modern era was the price of rice. The industrialists wanted cheap rice for their workers and put effective pressure on the government to prevent high supports for rice, which would have benefited mainly the landlords. 164 Though yields of rice per unit of cultivated area and total production continued to rise, after the turn of the century Japan was unable to produce enough to feed her own population and had to resort to imports. After 1925 imports amounted to between 1/6 and 1/5 of domestic production. Despite the imports, consumption per head dropped steadily. 165 The short-run successes of the Meiji era were by this time already beginning to display their dubious side. Another divisive issue was taxation. Thus in 1923 the industrialists went so far as to propose the abolition of taxation on industry, a move that the agrarian interests resisted. 166 Again in 1932 there was a battle in the Diet between the interests of rent and profit, over the extent of the farm relief program, a question rendered more acute by the Depression then ravaging Japanese industry and agriculture. Business 1. The effect was to intensify, at least temporarily, strains on the loose landlord-industrial coalition that controlled Japanese politics. 167. These clashes helped to bring out important structural differences between German and Japanese society during the more recent phases of modernization. Because Japan lacked any group comparable to the top junker elite of late 19th century Germany, there was no open deal comparable to the famous marriage of iron and rye, no agreement coupling naval expansion to suit the industrialists with tariffs on grain to suit the agrarians, which in 1901 represented the consummation of the marriage in Germany. Instead, as we have just seen, rice imports increased, though it is worth noticing that much of this rice came from areas under direct Japanese political control. A further consequence of the differences in social structure was that anti-capitalist radicalism or pseudo-radicalism of the right, with strong roots among the smaller landlords in the villages, was a major component in the Japanese version of fascism, while in Germany it was no more than a secondary current. It remains necessary to see these conflicts between Japanese industrial and agrarian interests in their proper perspective. The forces that divided business from the landlord were less important than those that united them. As we shall see in the next section, when the chips were down, anti-capitalist radicalism had to be sacrificed. Fundamentally, both the Meiji land settlement and the program of industrialization brought agrarian and commercial interests together. Domestically, they were united by the common threat that any successful popular movement posed to their respective economic and political interests. Externally, they were held together by the threat of foreign partition, or a repetition of the fate of India and China, and by the lure of markets and glory. As business became more powerful, providing Japan with the means for an active foreign policy, the consequences of this combination became more visible and more dangerous. It is legitimate to ask why business and the agrarians could agree only on a program of domestic repression and foreign expansion. Perhaps there was something else they could have done. There was, I believe, though it ran the risk of political suicide. To raise the standard of living of the peasants and workers and to create an internal market would have been a dangerous undertaking from the standpoint of the upper classes. It would have threatened the exploitative paternalism upon which their authority rested in the factory and which was one of the main mechanisms for profit-making. For the landlords, the consequences would have been more serious still. A prosperous peasantry in a genuine political democracy would have deprived them of their rents. That in turn would have meant the liquidation of their entire position. To this explanation of the main features of the Japanese variant of totalitarianism, some might be inclined to add the factor of continuity in the Japanese system of values, particularly the warrior tradition of the samurai. Continuity of a sort there certainly was. But one has to explain why the tradition continued. Human sentiments do not persist simply of their own momentum. They have to be drilled into each generation anew and kept alive through social structures that make them seem more or less sensible and appropriate. There was nothing in the warrior spirit as such that during the 20th century propelled Japan forward on the path of conquest abroad and repression at home. The Tokugawa victory in 1600 doomed the feudal warrior. For nearly 300 years the shogun managed with relatively little difficulty to hold in check the much-touted warrior spirit, blunting its edge through peace and luxury. When Japan began to play the imperialist game, at first tentatively and at least partly out of self-defense and finally in earnest, the samurai tradition and the imperial cult provided rationalizations and legitimations for the constellation of interests outlined above. Repression at home and aggression abroad were then, in very general terms, the main consequences of the breakup of the agrarian system and the rise of industry in Japan. Without attempting a detailed political history, we may now look at the political outcome in somewhat more concrete detail. 4 political consequences, the nature of Japanese fascism. For our purposes, the political history of modern Japan since the Restoration may be divided into 3 main phases. The first one, characterized by the failure of agrarian liberalism, comes to a close with the adoption of a formal constitution and some of the outward trappings of parliamentary democracy in 1889. The second ends with the failure of democratic forces to break through the barriers imposed by the system, a result that is clearly apparent by the onset of the Great Depression in the early 1930s. The failure of the 1930s inaugurates the third phase of a war economy and the Japanese version of a right totalitarian regime. Obviously, this division has its arbitrary features. If it helps to focus attention on important developments, it will serve the purpose. The liberal movement arose, as the reader may recall, out of the feudal and chauvinist reaction of samurai disappointed with the outcome of the Meiji Restoration. Despite these auspices, the movement has some claim to be called liberal, since it demanded wider public participation in politics, from the standpoint of both discussion and voting, than the Meiji government was prepared to grant. Economically, the group that rallied to the cry liberty and people's rights and that gave rise to the Liberal Party, appears to have grown out of the protest of the smaller landlords against the domination of the Meiji aristocratic and financial oligarchy. Norman attributes some of their liberal inclinations to the fact that many landlords of the 1870s were small-scale commercial capitalists on the side, brewers of sake, makers of bean paste, and the like. 168 I am rather skeptical of this alleged connection between brewing and democracy and believe that this is one of the rare points at which Norman applies European parallels and Marxist categories rather uncritically. The defeat of the Japanese democratic movement in the 1870s and 1880s was not one where a weak commercial class throws itself into the arms of the feudal aristocracy for protection against the workers, trading, as Marx says, the right to rule for the right to make money. Japan was not Germany, at least not yet. The Japanese problem, if we look at it from the viewpoint of the Meiji rulers, was one of reconciling the upper classes in the rural areas to the new order. 169 The Meiji government wanted to create shipping, military supplies, and heavy industry, all of which meant heavier taxes on the land. Thus the inaugural meeting of the Gyuto in 1881 protested taxes listed under the name of increased naval expenditures. 170 As a group that felt that others, particularly government insiders, were reaping the main benefits of the restoration, it tried to widen the basis of its support, reaching down even into the peasantry. But as soon as the landlords encountered radical peasant demands counter to the landed interest, the Gyuto split and collapsed. Somewhat leftish for its day, the Gyuto dissolved in 1884 rather than permit itself to become a really radical group at that time, quite impossible. So ended Japan's first adventure with organized political liberalism. The movement sprang up among landlords who dropped it the moment they realized it was stirring up the peasantry. In no sense then was this an attempt, even an abortive one, by urban commercial classes to achieve bourgeois democracy, as some writers have claimed. 171. Nevertheless, during the brief span of liberal agitation, the Meiji government did not hesitate to turn to repressive measures. As early as 1880, at the first signs of emerging political parties, it decreed that no political association may advertise its lectures or debates, persuade people to enter its ranks by dispatching commissioners or issuing circulars, or combine and communicate with other similar societies. 172 However, the activities of the Gyuto shortly afterward show that the law was not strictly enforced. From the government's point of view, the peasant revolts of 1884 to 1885 were undoubtedly more important. Though some of these, as we saw, took on the character of a minor civil war, they were not coordinated with one another and soon failed. Relying on its new police force and conscript army, the government was able to suppress them moderately easily. 173. In 1885, the year following the dissolution of the Gyuto, economic conditions began to improve. Time seemed to be on the side of the government. Yet when signs of a revival of political activity appeared, the government attempted once more to stamp out the fire with its notorious Peace Preservation Law of December 25, 1887, drafted by the chief of the Metropolitan Police Bureau and others under the direction of General Yamagata, the most powerful figure of the later Meiji era. The main provisions allowed the police to remove anyone who lived within a radius of about 7 miles from the imperial palace if they judged him to be scheming something detrimental to public tranquility. This allowed General Yamagata to remove by force some 500 persons, including nearly all opposition leaders. Previously the police had received secret instructions to kill anyone who resisted. Nevertheless, at least one major opposition figure, Goto Shojiro, continued to make speeches up and down the countryside, only to be effectively silenced by the offer of the Ministry of Communications a few days after the promulgation of the Constitution. 174. The main features of the government's strategy appear clearly from this sketch. It was a combination of straightforward police repression, economic policies designed to ameliorate some of the sources of discontent without endangering the position of the dominant group, and finally decapitation of the opposition by offering its leaders attractive posts in the Meiji bureaucracy. Except perhaps for certain stylistic features in the details of its execution or in the rhetoric of public statements, there is nothing in this policy that one can trace specifically to Japanese culture. Certainly the content of the policy is what one would expect from any intelligent and conservative set of rulers under roughly similar circumstances. For the time being, the policy was successful. while it is unlikely that it could have succeeded against an energetic and united opposition determined to achieve modernization through democratic means, let us say roughly along the English pattern, such opposition could hardly emerge under the specific conditions of Japanese society at that time. The industrial working class was very rudimentary, the peasants, though a source of opposition, relatively weak and divided, the commercial classes, scarcely out from under the controls of the feudal aristocracy. The Constitution, granted from above in 1889, reflected this balance of social forces and, by giving it the cachet of imperial legitimacy, helped to stabilize and perpetuate it. There is no need to continue the account of national politics in any detail down through the First World War. As is well known, the Diet's control of the purse strings was severely limited under the new constitution. While the army had unusual powers, its access to the throne was more a reflection of its power in Japanese society than the source of this power. Governments did not resign because they lost elections, whose outcome could generally be manipulated, but because they lost the confidence of an important section of the elite, aristocrats, bureaucrats, or militarists. 175 The resignation of Ito in 1901 marked the collapse of the civilian wing in the oligarchy. After his assassination in 1909, the soldier Yamagata dominated Japanese politics until he died in 1922. 176. More significant for our purposes are certain intellectual currents that attracted the attention of the landlords after their limited enthusiasm for parliamentary government had waned. The movement known as Nihonshuji, that flourished up until about 1914, was a curious mixture of Shinto nationalism, a belief in the unique mission of the Japanese, and what Westerners would recognize as physiocratic ideas. Prominent in this mixture was a mystic faith in the spiritual values of rural life and didactic emphasis on the beauties of the Japanese family system and paternalism, and on those virtues of frugality, piety, hard work, resignation, and devotion to duty which made up the traditional teachings of the landlord paternalistic didactic. 177. Patriotic exaltation of peasant virtues, especially those virtues that profit the agrarian upper classes, is a characteristic of agrarian societies suffering from the inroads of commerce. In Japan, the continuation of agrarian problems into the era of industrialism made this reactionary patriotism more important than elsewhere. Nihonshuji was but one phase of a larger movement. Its antecedents can be found among leading thinkers of the Tokugawa. Its historical successors may be seen in the zealots of the young officers, the assassinations and attempted coups d'état that helped to prepare the totalitarian regime of the 1930s. 178. During the first decades of the Meiji era, Nihonshuji, despite its emphasis on the uniqueness of Japan, played some part in the movement to introduce large-scale capitalist farming to Japan. The attempt, as we have seen, came to nothing largely because it was more profitable for Japanese landlords to rent their land out in small plots than to farm it themselves. 179. The movement's attitude toward the peasantry was more important, though it also failed to produce concrete results, because it coincided with the general body of bureaucratic and even industrial opinion before World War I. Any reduction in the number of small farmers, even those with a miserable half-cho of land, was something to be deplored. The dean of Nihonshuji scholars in 1914 spoke with emotion about the demoralization filtering through the countryside as peasants took to buying lemonade, umbrellas, clogs, and youths took to wearing Sherlock Holmes hats. Today we may smile at this Japanese version of Colonel Blimp. But the government and the industrialists had good reasons to support it. Stable peasant families, they reasoned, provided docile soldiers and a bulwark against subversion. Through their abundant numbers they also kept wages down, enabling Japan to export and build an industrial base. 180. Here once more one may see the material interests that tied together the agrarians and the industrialists. For these interests Nihonshuji, in its moderate versions perhaps scarcely distinct from normal Japanese patriotism and emperor worship, provided a useful legitimation and rationalization. In the light of current inclinations to take these ideas seriously, it is necessary to emphasize again that they were rationalizations and nothing more. 181 Their effect on policy was nil. When the time came to do something concrete for the peasants and tenants who were the subject of this sentimental moralizing, landlord interests in the Diet quickly put a stop to such efforts. While the Civil Code of 1898 gave some protection to tenants on issues important to them, its application was limited to 1% of the land under tenancy. As Dorey concludes, the vast majority of ordinary tenants were given no protection. 182. Following the First World War, the balance of forces in Japanese society shifted to the disadvantage of the rural elite. The war served as a forcing period for Japanese industry, and the 20s marked the zenith both of Japanese democracy and of the influence of business on Japanese politics. General Yamagata died in 1922. For some years afterwards, power was visibly passing from the hands of the militarists to those of the commercial classes and the Diet. 183 Symptomatic of the change in the political climate is the fact that, after the Washington Agreement on Naval Disarmament of 1922, some Japanese newspapers controlled by industrial interests went so far as to raise the cry, "Keep the army out of politics." 184 Some students place the high point of parliamentary influence in the ratification of the London Naval Treaty of 1930. 185 The Depression soon put an end to these hopes. While the connection between the advance of business and parliamentary democracy, as well as that between the Depression and the failure of efforts to attain constitutional democracy, are surely important ones, they do not reveal the heart of the situation. The Depression merely gave the coup de grace to a structure that suffered from grave weaknesses. Only a few of the favored got the benefits of Japanese capitalism, while its evil effects were visible to nearly everyone. 186 It did not, and under the circumstances almost certainly could not, distribute its material benefits in such a way as to build up a massive popular interest in the maintenance of capitalist democracy. Although the forms of its reliance on the state varied from one historical period to another, it never shook off this dependence on the state as a purchaser of its products and protector of its markets. Under capitalism, the absence of vigorous internal market sets up self-perpetuating forces as business finds that it can make profits in other ways. Finally, growing up in quite different circumstances, Japanese capitalism never became the carrier of democratic ideas to the extent that commercial and manufacturing interests did in 19th-century Europe. During this relatively democratic phase, the landlord interest, though showing some signs of decline, remained politically powerful and a factor with which commercial and industrial influences had to reckon. Up until the adoption of universal manhood suffrage in 1928, rural landowners controlled the majority of votes in both major parties in the Diet. 187 Agrarian interests in the 20s were also active behind a variety of proto-fascist and anti-capitalist movements. To some extent government officials encouraged and took part in these movements, scarcely a favorable omen for the future. For the time being, however, agrarian patriotic extremism, as well as its urban counterpart, remained unable to attract significant mass support. 188. Nevertheless, patriotic extremism was even during this period an important political force. The early years following World War I were a period of rural as well as urban radicalism that at times took violent forms. Patriotic organizations helped to break tenant and worker strikes, while hired bullies smashed labor unions and liberal newspapers. 189 The government too reacted with a campaign by the Ministry of Education against dangerous thoughts, directed mainly against students. In April of 1925 the government passed a peace preservation law, punishing with imprisonment those who joined societies aimed at altering the system of government or repudiating private property. This law inaugurated in Japan the policy of mass incarcerations. 190. An episode that took place in 1923 sheds a lurid light on the way patriotic extremism poisoned the political atmosphere of the day. The Tokyo earthquake in September of that year provided an excuse for the arrest of thousands of its inhabitants, mostly socialists. A captain of the gendarmerie strangled with his own hands a prominent labor leader, together with his wife and 7-year-old nephew. Though he was court-martialed and sentenced to 10 years imprisonment, Several extremist newspapers called him a national hero. 191 A whole apparatus of terror, partly controlled by the government, partly unorganized and spontaneous, was evidently necessary to keep in line large segments of a population that some writers describe as almost uniformly suffused with feudal loyalty to its superiors. By the early 30s, Japanese parliamentary democracy, such as it was succumbing under the final blow of the Great Depression. It did not do so, however, in so dramatic a fashion as the Weimar Republic. In the political history of Japan, it is much more difficult to draw a sharp distinction between a democratic and a totalitarian phase than it is in German history. 192 The occupation of Manchuria in 1931 is one boundary line often used by historians. It marks in foreign affairs a reversal of the Japanese government's position at the London Naval Conference of 1930. In domestic affairs, the assassination of Premier Inyakai and the attempt at a coup by the radical right on May 15, 1932, are events that authorities on Japan note as marking the end of the hegemony of the politicians. 193 The assassination of Inyakai again reveals much about the character of contemporary Japanese politics and is worth outlining briefly. In 1932, a small group of young peasants led by a Buddhist priest pledged themselves to assassinate the ruling clique responsible for Japan's agrarian misery. After drawing up a list from the world of business and politics, each member of the group chose his victim by lot. Former Finance Minister Inu and Baron Dan, Chief Director of Mitsui, were among the victims they killed before the plot was uncovered. Bands of young naval and army cadets were ready to continue the task, and on May 15, 1932, struck at the Zaibatsu, political parties and men around the throne, to save Japan from collapse, as they claimed. One unit shot Inyakai, others attacked court officials, the Metropolitan Police, and the Bank of Japan. 194. This episode inaugurated a period of semi-military dictatorship rather than of outright fascism. 4 years later, in 1936, Japan had a moderately free election. The openly radical right obtained only 400,000 votes and 6 seats in the Diet, while a Labour Party doubled its previous vote and won 18 seats in the Diet. The party that unexpectedly obtained the largest number of votes had used as one of its slogans, "What shall it be, parliamentary government or fascism?" To be sure, the results of the election were no popular endorsement of democracy. Absenteeism was much higher than usual, especially in the cities, which suggests widespread disgust with politics and politicians. At the same time, the election showed a lack of electoral support for patriotic radicalism. To this check, a section of the army responded with another attempted coup, known in Japanese history as the February 26 incident. Several high officials were killed. The rebels barricaded themselves in one section of the city for 3 days and issued pamphlets to explain their purposes: the destruction of the old ruling cliques and the salvation of Japan under a new order. High army authorities were unwilling to restore order through the use of force. Finally, the revolutionists surrendered upon the emperor's personal command, the appointment of a negotiator they trusted, and the marshalling of formidable forces against them. Thus did Japan recover, if one may use such an expression, from its most important domestic crisis since the Satsuma Rebellion. 195. The February 26 episode was the prelude to further political maneuvers that need not detain us, and to the imposition of a totalitarian facade, all of which took place between 1938 and 1940. According to one penetrating Japanese analysis, this attempted coup marked a defeat for fascism from below, essentially the anti-capitalist and popular right, which was sacrificed to fascism from above, or, we might say, to respectable fascism, the taking over by high government officials of those features they could use and the discarding of popular elements. Respectable fascism now made rapid strides. 196 National mobilization was decreed, radicals were arrested, political parties were dissolved and replaced by the Imperial Rule Assistance Association, a rather unsuccessful copy of a Western totalitarian party. Shortly afterward, Japan joined the anti-Comintern Triple Alliance and dissolved all trade unions, replacing them with an association for service to the nation through Industry 197. Thus by the end of 1940 Japan displayed the principal external traits of European fascism. As in Germany, the totalitarian facade concealed a tremendous amount of tugging and hauling among competing interest groups. In both countries the right-wing radicals never held real power, though in Japan no blood purge was necessary to keep them out. In Japan centralized control over the economy appears to have been rather more of a farce than in Germany. 198. Japanese big business successfully resisted attempts to subordinate profits to patriotism. The whole period of military hegemony and fascism was very favorable to business. Industrial output rose from 6 billion yen in 1930 to 30 billion yen in 1941. The relative positions of light and heavy industry were reversed. In 1930 heavy industry accounted for only 38% of the total industrial output, by 1942 its share was 73%. 199 By nominally yielding to government control, the Zaibatsu were able to obtain fairly complete domination of all industry. 200 The four great Zaibatsu firms, Mitsui, Mitsubishi, Sumitomo, and Yasuda, came out of the Second World War with total assets of more than 3 billion yen, compared with only 875 millions in 1930. 201. For the Zaibatsu, anti-capitalism actually amounted to little more than a minor nuisance, and one they were largely able to control after about 1936, a tiny price to pay for the policy of domestic repression and foreign expansion that filled their coffers. Big business needed fascism, patriotism, emperor worship, and the military, just as the army and the patriots needed big industry to carry out their political program. This the agrarian radicals could not see, or at any rate refused to recognize. Particularly those tinged with the theories of Nihon Shuji found themselves in a hopeless impasse. In these circles there was a marked anarchist streak and, among some, a romantic belief in acts of individual terrorism. 202 Their main theme was bitter hostility to the plutocracy and the traditional military elite whom they regarded as the plutocrats' servants. But they had nothing to put in their place except an idealized version of the Japanese peasant community. Since radical agrarian notions were in sharp conflict with the requirements of an expansionist policy executed by a modern industrial society, the more orthodox elites had little difficulty in elbowing them aside while appropriating some ideas to ensure popular support. Very much the same thing happened in Germany, though more suddenly and violently, with the destruction of the radical Nazis in the Blood Purge of 1934. In Japan, the inherent limitations of agrarian rightist radicalism and frenetic emperor worship appear even more clearly if we examine the story briefly from the side of the army. Between 1920 and 1927, some 30% of those entering the cadet corps were sons of small landowners, rich farmers, and the urban petty bourgeoisie. At this time there were several cases of reservists taking the side of the peasants in their disputes with landowners. 203 Thus a new group with a new social basis and political outlook had by this time begun to replace the older, more aristocratic leadership of the army. By the 1930s General Araki was their chief spokesman, a major advocate of independence from the financial magnates and court cliques. 204 Consistent with this radical outlook, many of them became opposed to modernizing the army, to the new emphasis on economic planning, and to the adoption of a more advanced technology. 205 For a short time after 1932, Araki's talk about aid to agriculture caused a flurry among the industrialists. Even at this early date, however, faced with the difficulties of his position, he soon changed his tune and began to talk about the laziness of the Japanese peasant under the degrading influence of modern temptations. 206 During the war boom of the 30s, the profits made by the industrialists again disturbed the dissident army group with agrarian ties, leading to the resignation of the war minister in 1940. 207 The army even went so far as to attempt to establish a self-sufficient base of operations in Manchuria, where it could be free, it hoped, from the influence of Japanese industrial combines. Manchuria remained predominantly agricultural until the Kwantung Army was forced to admit that it could not industrialize the area by itself and would have to utilize industrial aid even if reluctantly. The occupation of North China did not occur until the army had learned its lesson and until the need for industrial assistance in Manchuria had led to closer cooperation between military and business interests. 208. The spectacle of the army, running away to escape the modern world, vividly demonstrates the futility of Japanese rightist agrarian doctrine and its ultimate dependence on big business. The abandonment of anti-capitalism, in practice if not in slogans, was the price big business was able to exact from the agrarian and petty bourgeois patriots in the modus vivendi of Japanese imperialism. In the Japanese version of fascism, the army represented somewhat different social forces and played a different political role from the German army under Hitler. In Germany, the army was a refuge for sections of the traditional elite unsympathetic to the Nazis. With the exception of the abortive conspiracy against Hitler in 1944, when the war was already lost, the army was mainly a passive technical instrument at Hitler's command. The generals may have feared and grumbled about the consequences, but they did what Hitler ordered them to do. In Japan, the army was much more sensitive to pressures emanating from the countryside and small businessmen in the towns who resented the Zaibatsu. The difference can be traced in large measure to the difference between Japanese and German society. Japan was backward relative to Germany, and its agrarian sector was far more important. Hence the Japanese military leadership could not so easily dismiss these demands. For the same reason we find sections of the Japanese army intervening in the political arena and attempting coups d'état in a way that presents a distinct contrast to the behavior of the German army. Japanese fascism differed from the German form and even Mussolini's Italy in several other respects. There was no sudden seizure of power, no outright break with previous constitutional democracy, no equivalent of a march on Rome, partly because there was no democratic era comparable to the Weimar Republic. Fascism emerged much more naturally in Japan, that is, it found congenial elements in Japanese institutions even more than it did in Germany. Japan had no plebeian Führer or duce. Instead, the emperor served as a national symbol in much the same way. Nor did Japan have a really effective single mass party. The Imperial Rule Assistance Association was a rather second-rate imitation. Finally, the Japanese government did not engage in a massive policy of terror and extermination against a specific segment of the underlying population as did Hitler against the Jews. These differences, too, may be due to the relative backwardness of Japan. The problem of loyalty and obedience in Japan could be solved by an appeal to traditional symbols with a judicious application of terror, much of which could be left to spontaneous popular feeling. The secular and rationalist currents that in the early stages of industrialism eroded traditional European beliefs were a foreign import in the case of Japan and never took deep root. Much of their original force had been spent in their homeland by the time Japanese industrial growth gained momentum. Hence the Japanese were forced to rely more on traditional elements in their culture and social structure in facing both the economic problems of industrial growth and the political problems that accompanied this growth. When all these differences have been recognized, the underlying similarities between German and Japanese fascism still remain as the fundamental features. Both Germany and Japan entered the industrial world at a late stage. In both countries, regimes emerged whose main policies were repression at home and expansion abroad. In both cases, the main social basis for this program was a coalition between the commercial industrial elites and the traditional ruling classes in the countryside, directed against the peasants and the industrial workers. Finally, in both cases, a form of rightist radicalism emerged out of the plight of the petty bourgeoisie and peasants under advancing capitalism. This right-wing radicalism provided some of the slogans for repressive regimes in both countries but was sacrificed in practice to the requirements of profit and efficiency. In Japan's authoritarian and fascist development, there remains one key problem for us to consider: what contribution, if any, did the peasants make? Were they, as some writers claim, an important reservoir of fanatic nationalism and patriotism? In trying to answer these questions, it might be helpful to review the major economic factors affecting the peasants of Japan during the years between the First and Second World Wars. 3 points stand out in the standard accounts of Japanese agrarian life during this period. One is the failure of indigenous attempts to alter the tenancy system. The second is the increasing importance of silk in Japan's rural economy. The third is the impact of the Great Depression. All in all, the main trend in the post-Meiji period was to throw the Japanese peasant upon the mercy of the world market. About the tenancy system, we can be brief since the major features have already been discussed. Immediately following the First World War, a wave of landlord-tenant disputes spread over the countryside. In 1922, moderate socialists who had been active in the urban labor movement organized the first National Tenants Union. The next 5 years were marked by numerous conflicts between landlords and tenants. By 1928, however, this movement had begun to lose momentum, though there was an even greater wave of disputes, if the statistics are to be trusted, in 1934 and 1935. Afterward it apparently petered out. As far as I have been able to discover, the reasons for failure have never received close examination, at least by Western scholars. Nevertheless, the main ones are moderately clear. Real class warfare never took hold in the Japanese village. Because of the structure inherited from the past, the landlord's influence spread into every nook and cranny of village life. Furthermore, for the individual tenant there always seemed to be the chance for a personal solution. Thus the struggle over tenancy did not seriously modify the system of authority in the countryside as it had emerged from the Meiji settlement. 209. To the Japanese peasants, silk was important as a subsidiary source of income, and for some, even a major one. Silk growing produced badly needed cash and some of the security that can come from the diversification of products. In the 1930s there were about 2 million farmers, some 40% of the total, who engaged in sericulture. The Japanese farmer sold the cocoons to a reeler, who was ordinarily financed by a commission merchant in Yokohama or Kobe. The reeler paid a high rate of interest and had to ship the raw silk to the commission merchant in return for the money advanced. The amount of the loan was such that the commission merchant virtually controlled the sale of raw silk. As for the peasant, he was as much at the mercy of the reeler as the reeler was at the mercy of the commission merchant. Growing cocoons was a family affair that allowed the head of the family to engage in other agricultural work. In this way sericulture did increase the income of the peasant families who engaged in it. 210 Nevertheless, under the prevailing organization of the market, the great firms in the cities could siphon off much of the benefit for themselves. Here was a situation made to order for the growth of peasant anti-capitalism. The Depression struck a heavy blow at both rice and silk. The years 1927 to 1930 were years of large crops in rice. Prices collapsed. 211 Very likely the fall affected the landlords more than the tenants, since the tenants usually paid their rent in rice, while the landlords marketed 85% of their produce. 212 The fall in silk prices, which accompanied the collapse of American prosperity, hit the Japanese peasant more directly. In 1930 raw silk prices declined by half. Silk exports were only 53% by value of those in 1929. Many peasants were ruined. Some writers see a connection between these simultaneous blows at the rural economy, the overthrow of liberal government, and the transfer of power to those who favored military aggression. The key link in this chain of causation was supposedly the army, composed of peasant recruits and officered by petty bourgeois elements whose economic situation made them subject to hyper-nationalist appeals. 213. This theory, I believe, oversimplifies the situation in such a way as to be seriously misleading. Among the peasantry there is little evidence of any enthusiastic support for hyper-nationalist movements. 214 The agrarian current of traditionalist patriotism, expressed in such movements as Nihonshuji, was mainly a town and landlord affair, directed against peasant interests and aiming to keep the peasant frugal and contented, in a word, in his place. At the most, agrarian superpatriotism probably had some appeal to the more prosperous owner-cultivators, who identified themselves with the landlords, for whose position as sellers of rice these notions provided a rationalization. To be sure, there were certain aspects of the peasant's situation, particularly those derived from the silk trade, that could easily have made them susceptible to anti-capitalist ideas. Anti-capitalist sentiments among the peasants were very likely strong enough, when combined with other factors, to make the peasants follow the leadership of the rural elite. On the whole, the peasants' contribution to Japanese fascism or nationalist extremism, if one prefers such a term at this point, was mainly a passive one. The peasants did provide a large body of obedient recruits for the army and constituted in civil life a huge apolitical and submissive mass that had a crucial effect on Japanese politics. Now, apolitical obedience to orders, regardless of what the orders are, is not simply a matter of psychology. The mentality that behaves in this way is the product of concrete historical circumstances, just as much as the self-reliant mentality still admired in the West. Furthermore, as the Japanese case demonstrates beyond any doubt, this passive attitude is not necessarily a product of advanced industrialism. Under specific circumstances it can occur in peasant societies as well. In Japan these circumstances were embodied in the structure of the Japanese village, as inherited from late Tokugawa and early Meiji times and reinforced by more modern economic trends. The landlord remained the unchallenged leader of the peasant community. Through the structure of the village he was able to have his way locally. Likewise, the village gave him a political base from which to transmit his aims upward to the national scene, where they met the challenge and formed part of the overall compromise we have already discussed. Let us therefore look more closely at the reasons why the peasants remained so much under his influence. The most prominent features of the Japanese village down to the time of the American land reform were its domination by the wealthy and the discouragement of open conflict. 215 The main basis of authority in the village was the ownership of landed property. The resulting relationships were supported by the state, on occasion with brute force. To some extent they were also softened and made more palatable by the patina of age, tradition, and custom. Resident landlords frequently managed village affairs, though larger ones might leave this chore to others, exercising their authority from behind the scenes. Tenants might on occasion have some minor share in village offices. 216 In a good many villages or larger areas there was a small circle of intermarrying landlord families, known vividly as the kissing ring, that dominated local affairs. 217 Generally the smaller landlords supplied recruits for paid offices in the mura, as they could thus supplement the meager salary from their rents. 218 Perhaps only in extreme cases could the landlord withdraw the tenant's sole source of livelihood at will or be likely to undertake so drastic an action. 219 But the landlord's power over the tenant's means of existence was constantly visible to the latter and to others in 100 subtle ways. It was the ultimate sanction behind the elaborate code of deference that governed the peasant's relation to his superiors. The tenant carefully observed the color of his landlord's face. R.P. Dori, the source of this observation, is one to minimize rather than to exaggerate the darker side of the landlord's authority. Yet even he concludes that the tenant's deference was due to the conscious calculation of advantage and of outright fear based on the brute fact of economic dependence. 220 Fear and dependence were thus the ultimate sources, at least in the countryside, of the elaborate Japanese code of deference that charms many American visitors by its novelty and contrast with their own experience. One may guess that such visitors are aware of the hostility behind much friendly breeziness in the United States but miss both the historical origins and present meaning of Japanese politeness. Where the relations of economic dependence have disappeared, as a consequence of the American land reform or for other reasons, the traditional structure of status and deference has crumbled away. 221 If anyone were inclined to doubt the economic basis of oligarchy in the village and of the Japanese code of politeness, the circumstances of their partial disappearance would seem to demonstrate the relationship conclusively. The satellite system of large and small holdings continued into recent times because it could be adapted to a market economy through the device of tenancy and because no forces arose to challenge it. The solidarity and harmony of the Japanese village, its avoidance, perhaps we ought to say suppression of open conflict, are also a feudal legacy that has adapted itself more or less successfully to modern times. In the village before modern times, this solidarity arose out of the system of economic cooperation among the peasants as well as from the lord's policies of taxation and paternalistic supervision. In their modern forms, both factors continued to operate between the two world wars and continue to have many of the same effects even today. Without going into details, it is sufficient to remark that the continued spread of a money economy into the village has put some strain on older relationships, without so far modifying them very seriously. 222. On the side of what may rather loosely be called politics, there have also been several factors at work to continue the solidarity of the village. The big issues, those that divide rich and poor, were not decided at the local level in Tokugawa times, nor have they been decided there in modern ones. 223 Little issues that affect only the local community are handled in ways that seem familiar enough to anyone who has ever sat on an academic committee. One might give them the collective name of reaching agreement through boredom and exhaustion. Possibly we have here one of the universal or laws that some sociologists still seek so earnestly. Fundamentally, the device consists of letting those who have opinions express them endlessly until the group as a whole is willing to undertake collective responsibility for a decision. In Japan, as perhaps elsewhere, the real discussions generally take place away from public eyes, which may increase both candor and the possibility of an acceptable compromise. The system puts a greater premium on the strength with which an individual holds opinions than on their rational grounds. At the same time, it is democratic insofar as it allows for the thorough ventilation of opposing views. This clash can occur only when the contending parties are roughly equal outside the committee room. In modern Japanese villages where there were more than one leading family, there appear to have been vigorous discussions within this elite group, again one must repeat, about strictly local issues. Although completely lacking any indigenous tradition about the virtues of democracy, Japan did develop some of its institutional features, it appears, quite out of her own soil. 224 More formally democratic countries are not in the best position to say that Japan developed democracy most effectively where it mattered least. During the totalitarian phase of Japan's recent history, the village was integrated into the national structure in a way that vividly recalls Tokugawa techniques for penetrating and controlling peasant society. Whether there was direct historical continuity is not clear from the sources. 225 Even if there was not, these arrangements show the way in which important aspects of Japanese feudalism were easily compatible with 20th century totalitarian institutions. The reader may recall the Tokugawa organization of 5-man groups among the peasantry for the purpose of mutual responsibility. These were widely reinforced by public notice boards in the village, exhorting the peasants to good behavior. After 1930, neighborhood groups were organized by the government, each with its own head. Dory observes that the system, together with the official administration above it, provided a method for the central government to reach every household through a descending face-to-face hierarchy of command. Orders came down from the Home Ministry to individual households by means of a circulating notice board. In the case of important matters, each householder had to append his seal to show that he had received the order. This device provided an effective way to organize the rural population for such purposes as rationing, the collection of controlled grain, war bond subscription, and general austerity measures. Though the American occupation authorities abolished the system of downward communication, the local organizations continued to exist because they had local functions to perform. Since they did remain, and provided a more efficient means of disseminating information than notice boards that the villagers might disregard, they soon resumed this function. 226. As one looks back over the history of the Japanese village since the 17th century, the feature most likely to strike the historian is its continuity. The oligarchical structure, internal solidarity, and effective vertical ties with higher authority all survived with very little change the transition to modern production for the market. At the same time, historical continuity itself provides no explanation, it is something that requires explanation, especially when so much else has changed. The essence of the explanation, I would urge, lies in the fact that the landlords maintained most of the old village structure because through it they could extract and sell enough of a surplus to stay on top of the heap. Those who did not make the grade provided recruits for agrarian pseudo-radicalism. The substitution of tenancy relations for pseudo-kinship was the only institutional change needed. All this was possible only in a rice culture, where, as events were to show, traditional methods could greatly raise productivity. Unlike the English landlord of the 18th century, the Prussian junker in the 16th, or Russian communists in the 20th, the Japanese ruling classes found that they could get their way without destroying the prevailing peasant society. If working through the traditional social structure had not brought results, I doubt that the Japanese landlord would have spared the village any more than did landlords elsewhere. The adaptability of Japanese political and social institutions to capitalist principles enabled Japan to avoid the costs of a revolutionary entrance onto the stage of modern history. Partly because she escaped these early horrors, Japan succumbed in time to fascism and defeat. So did Germany for very broadly the same reason. The price for avoiding a revolutionary entrance has been a very high one. It has been high in India as well. There the play has not yet reached the culminating act, the plot and the characters are different. Still, lessons learned from all the cases studied so far may prove helpful in understanding what the play means. Chapter 6. Democracy in Asia, India and the Price of Peaceful Change. 1. Relevance of the Indian experience. India belongs to two worlds. Is a familiar platitude that happens to be true. Economically it remains in the pre-industrial age. It has not had an industrial revolution in either of the two capitalist variants discussed so far, nor according to the communist one. There has been no bourgeois revolution, no conservative revolution from above, no peasant revolution. But as a political species it does belong to the modern world. At the time of Nehru's death in 1964 political democracy had existed for 17 years. If imperfect, the democracy was no mere sham. There had been a working parliamentary system since independence in 1947, an independent judiciary, and the standard liberal freedoms, free general elections in which the governing party had accepted defeat in an important part of the country, civilian control over the military, a head of state that made very limited use of formal extensive powers. 1. There is a paradox here, but only a superficial one. Political democracy may seem strange in both an Asian setting and one without an industrial revolution until one realizes that the appalling problems facing the Indian government are due to these very facts. Indeed, that is the story I shall do my best to explain in this chapter, why the advent of the modern world has not led to political or economic upheavals in India and, more briefly, the legacy this process has left for present-day Indian society. Instructive in its own right, the story constitutes both a challenge to and a check upon the theories advanced in this book as well as others, especially those theories of democracy that were a response to the very different historical experience of Western Europe and the United States. Because obstacles to modernization have been especially powerful in India, we gain additional understanding of those factors that enabled other countries to overcome them. Once more, however, it is necessary to emphasize that in order to read the story at all correctly we have to realize that it is not a finished one. Only the future will reveal whether it is possible to modernize Indian society and retain or extend democratic freedoms. By way of prologue, the reader may find it helpful to hear the story as I have gradually come to perceive it. By the time of Queen Elizabeth I, the Islamic conquerors of India had established over much of the subcontinent what an older and less inhibited generation of scholars would have called an Oriental despotism. Today we must call it an agrarian bureaucracy or an Asian version of royal absolutism, rather more primitive than that in China, a political system unfavorable to political democracy and the growth of a trading class. Neither aristocratic nor bourgeois privileges and liberties were able to threaten Mughal rule. Nor were there among the peasants any forces at work that would have been likely to produce either an economic or a political break with the prevailing society. Cultivation was lackadaisical and inefficient over wide areas, partly due to Mughal tax farming, partly because of the peculiar structure of peasant society, organized through the caste system. In providing a framework for all social activity, quite literally from conception to the afterlife, at the local level of the village community, caste made the central government largely superfluous. Hence peasant opposition was less likely to take the form of massive peasant rebellions that it had taken in China. Innovation and opposition could be absorbed without change, by the formation of new castes and subcastes. In the absence of any strong impulse toward qualitative change, the Mughal system simply broke down, due to the dynamics of increasing exploitation produced by its system of tax farming. This collapse gave the Europeans the chance to establish a territorial foothold during the 18th century. There were, then, powerful obstacles to modernization present in the character of Indian society prior to the British conquest. Others came to the surface as a result of this conquest. During the late 18th and the first part of the 19th centuries, the British introduced new systems of taxation and land tenure, as well as textiles that may have damaged artisan castes. The British further made visible the whole apparatus of Western scientific culture that was a threat to traditional priestly privilege. The response was the Mutiny of 1857, a reactionary convulsion and unsuccessful effort to expel the British. A deeper and more long-run effect of the introduction of law and order and taxes, and of an increasing population, was the rise of parasitic landlordism. Despite poor cultivation, the peasants did generate a substantial economic surplus. The British presence, the failure of the mutiny, the character of Indian society ruled out the Japanese solution to backwardness, ruled by a new section of the native elite which used the surplus as the basis for industrial growth. Instead, in India the foreign conqueror, the landlord, and the money lender absorbed and dissipated the surplus. Hence economic stagnation continued throughout the British era and indeed into the present day. On the other hand, the British presence prevented the formation of the characteristic reactionary coalition of landed elites with a weak bourgeoisie and thereby, along with British cultural influences, made an important contribution toward political democracy. British authority rested heavily on the landed upper classes. The native bourgeoisie, especially the manufacturers, on the other hand felt cramped by British policies, particularly on free trade, and sought to exploit a protected Indian market. As the nationalist movement grew and looked for a mass basis, Gandhi provided a link between powerful sections of the bourgeoisie and the peasantry through the doctrine of nonviolence, trusteeship, and the glorification of the Indian village community. For this and other reasons, the nationalist movement did not take a revolutionary form, though civil disobedience forced the withdrawal of a weakened British Empire. The outcome of these forces was indeed political democracy, but a democracy that has not done a great deal toward modernizing India's social structure. Hence famine still lurks in the background. Shorn of complexities and contradictions, shorn indeed to the point of grotesque baldness, this is the tale we are about to follow. Others who have studied India far more than I may be reluctant to recognize their subject in this preliminary sketch. It is my hope, and very likely my delusion, that the evidence which follows will make the resemblance more convincing. To Mughal India, obstacles to democracy. The last of the many conquerors that invaded India before the Western impact were the Mughals, a name applied to one large segment of the followers of the great Mongol leader, Genghis Khan. Early in the 16th century the first of their leaders invaded India. They reached the height of their power under Akbar, a contemporary of Queen Elizabeth I, though subsequent rulers did extend the territory under their control. By the end of the 16th century, an appropriate starting point for our account, this Islamic dynasty controlled the lion's share of India, approximately down the peninsula to a line running east and west somewhat north of Bombay. Hindu kingdoms to the south remained independent. As the Mughals adapted their rule to Hindu circumstances, there was little difference between them, beyond the fact that, at its best, the Mughal territory was better governed. Point 2. According to a well-known description, the fundamental features of the traditional Indian polity were a sovereign who ruled, an army that supported the throne, and a peasantry that paid for both. Point 3. To this trio one must add, for an adequate comprehension of Indian society, the notion of caste. For the moment we may describe the caste system as the organization of the population into hereditary and endogamous groups in which the males perform the same type of social function, such as that of priest, warrior, artisan, cultivator, and the like. Religious notions of pollution sanction this division of society into theoretically watertight and hierarchically ordered compartments. 4 Caste served, and still serves, to organize the life of the village community, the basic cell of Indian society and the fundamental unit into which it tended to disintegrate wherever and whenever a strong ruler was lacking. This institutional complex of village communities organized by caste, supporting by their taxes an army that was the main prop of the ruler, has proved to be a hardy one. It characterized the Indian polity throughout the British period. Even under independence and Nehru, much of the Mughal system has remained intact. Essentially, the political and social system of the Mughal era was an agrarian bureaucracy imposed on top of a heterogeneous collection of native chieftains differing widely in resources and power. As the Mughal authority weakened in the 18th century, it reverted to looser forms. Under Akbar and succeeding strong rulers, there was no landed aristocracy of national scope independent of the crown, at least not in theory and to a considerable extent not in fact. Native chieftains did enjoy substantial independence, though the Mughal rulers were at least moderately successful in incorporating them into the Mughal bureaucratic system. The position of the native chieftain will require more detailed discussion shortly. In general, as Moreland says, independence was synonymous with rebellion, and a noble was either a servant or an enemy of the ruling power. 5 The weakness of a national aristocracy was an important feature of 17th century India that, as in other countries, inhibited the growth of parliamentary democracy from native soil. Parliamentary institutions were to be a late and exotic import. Land was held theoretically, and to a great extent in practice, at the pleasure of the ruler. It could not even be purchased except in small blocks for building houses. 6 The usual practice was to assign to an officer the revenue of a village, a group of villages, or some larger area, as the emolument for service in the Mughal imperial civil service. Akbar disliked this arrangement, as it had the standard disadvantages of tax farming. The holder of an assigned area was under temptation to exploit the peasants and might also develop a territorial base for his own power. Therefore Akbar attempted to replace the system of assignments with regular cash payments. For reasons to be discussed later, the effort failed. 7. Again, in theory, there was no such thing as the inheritance of office, and each generation had to make a fresh start. On the death of the office holder, the wealth reverted to the treasury. The Hindu chiefs, local rulers whom the Mughals had conquered and left in authority in return for loyalty to the new regime, were an important exception. And a number of noble families did persist among the conquerors. Yet confiscation at death took place often enough to render the accumulation of wealth a hazard. 8. In addition to these efforts to prevent the growth of property rights in office, the Indian political system displayed other bureaucratic traits. The tasks were graded and the conditions of service set down by the emperor in great detail. After admission to the imperial service, a man received his appointment to a military rank. Then he was required to enroll a certain number of cavalry and infantry in accord with his designated rank. 9 On the other hand, the Mughal bureaucracy failed to develop some of the safeguards of bureaucratic authority common in modern societies. There were no rules of promotion, no tests of fitness, no notion of competence in a specific function. Akbar apparently depended practically entirely on his intuitive judgment of character in advancing, degrading, or dismissing officers. The most eminent literary man of the day performed excellent service in charge of military operations, and another met his death in command of troops on the frontier after many years at court. 10 In comparison with the civil service of Manchu China, Akbar's system was relatively primitive. To be sure, the Chinese, too, explicitly rejected any notion of extreme specialization, and one might easily match from Chinese history the varied careers just mentioned. Yet the Chinese examination system was certainly much closer to the practice of contemporary bureaucracy than Akbar's haphazard methods of recruitment and promotion. An even more significant difference rests in China's substantial success in preventing the growth of property rights in bureaucratic office. At a later date, the Mughals were unsuccessful on this count, as we shall see in due course. The risk of accumulating wealth and the barrier to its transmission by testament put a tremendous premium on display. Spending, not hoarding, was the dominant feature of the time. Such appears to be the origin of that magnificence rooted in squalor that still strikes visitors to India today and that made a vivid impression on European travelers in Mughal times. The emperor set the example of magnificence to be followed by his courtiers. 11 This court splendor was a device that helped to prevent an undesirable accumulation of resources in the hands of his associates, though, as we shall see, it also had unfortunate consequences from the ruler's standpoint. Courtiers spent more money on their stables than on any other branch of their household with the possible exception of jewelry. Sport and gambling flourished. 12 The abundance of human labor led to a profusion of retainers, a custom that has remained into modern times. Every ordinary elephant had 4 attendants, a number that was increased to 7 in the case of animals chosen for the emperor's use. One of the later emperors assigned 4 human attendants to each of the dogs brought to him as presents from England. 13 By skimming off most of the economic surplus generated by the underlying population and turning it into display, the Mughal rulers for a time avoided the dangers of an aristocratic attack on their power. At the same time, such a use of the surplus seriously limited the possibilities of economic development or, more precisely, the kind of economic development that would have broken through the agrarian order and established a new kind of society. 14 The point deserves stressing since Marxists and Indian nationalists generally argue that Indian society was on the point of bursting through the fetters of an agrarian system when the advent of British imperialism crushed and distorted potential developments in this direction. This conclusion seems quite unwarranted on the basis of the evidence, which gives strong support to the opposite thesis, that neither capitalism nor parliamentary democracy could have emerged unaided from 17th-century Indian society. Such a conclusion receives a reinforcement as we turn our attention to the towns and what germs there were of an Indian bourgeoisie. For germs of a sort there were, and even some traces of an outlook resembling that much disputed demiurge of social history, the Protestant ethic. Tavernier, a French traveller of the 17th century, speaks of the Banyans, a caste of bankers and brokers, in these words. The members of this caste are so subtle and skillful in trade that they could give lessons to the most cunning Jews. They accustom their children at an early age to shun slothfulness, and instead of letting them into the streets to lose time at play, as we generally allow ours, teach them arithmetic. They are always with their fathers who instruct them in trade and do nothing without at the same time explaining it to them. If anyone gets in a rage with them they listen with patience, not returning to see him for 4 or 5 days, when they anticipate his rage will be over. 15 But Indian society at that time was not one in which these virtues could find sufficient scope to overturn the prevailing system of production. Cities there were, too. European travelers of the day refer to Agra, Lahore, Delhi, and Vijayanagar as equal to the great European cities of the time, Rome, Paris, and Constantinople. 16 These cities did not, however, owe their existence primarily to trade and commerce. They were mainly political and, to some extent, religious centers. Traders and merchants were relatively insignificant. At Delhi, the French traveler Berny remarks, there is no middle estate. A man must be either of the highest rank or live miserably. 17 merchants existed, of course, and even engaged in foreign commerce, though the Portuguese had by this time annexed most of the profits in this field. 18 Here is one fact that does support the thesis that European imperialism stifled native impulses toward modernization, though it seems to me very far from a decisive piece of evidence. There were also artisans who produced mainly luxuries for the wealthy. 19 The main barriers to commerce were political and social. Some of these were perhaps no worse than in Europe of the same period, which also knew highway robberies, vexations, and expensive transit dues. 20 Others were worse. The Mughal legal system was behind that of Europe. The merchant who wished to enforce a contract or recover a debt could not put his case into the hands of a professional lawyer because the profession did not exist. He had to plead his case in person under a system of justice suffused with personal and arbitrary traits. Bribery was almost universal. 21 More important still was the emperor's practice of claiming the earthly goods of wealthier merchants as well as of officials at the moment they died. Morland quotes from a letter of Aurangzeb, the last of the great Mughals, a portion of which the traveller Berni preserved. We have been accustomed as soon as an Amra or a rich merchant has ceased to breathe, nay sometimes before the vital spark has fled, to place seals on his coffers, to imprison and beat the servants or officers of his household, until they made a full disclosure of the whole property, even of the most inconsiderable jewel. This practice is advantageous no doubt, but can we deny its injustice and cruelty? 22. Probably this did not happen in every case. Yet, as Morland dryly observes, trade must have suffered by the risk of a sudden demand for the whole visible capital at the moment when the death of its owner had probably involved the business in temporary uncertainty. 23. One wonders, too, if the emperor always and conscientiously refrained from hastening the natural processes of human decay, whose eventual outcome would be for him such a happy event. All these considerations must have circulated in the mercantile community and inhibited the growth of commerce. In general, the attitude of the political authorities in India toward the merchant seems to have been closer to that of the spider toward the fly than that of the cowherd toward his cow that was widespread in Europe at the same time. Not even Akbar, the most enlightened of the Mughals, had a coal bear. In the Hindu areas the situation was probably somewhat worse. Local authorities, such as the governor of a town, might at times take a different view, though they too were under pressure to make and spend their fortunes rapidly. All in all, I believe it is safe to conclude that the establishment of peace and order did not create a situation in which the rise of mercantile influences could undermine the agrarian order to the extent that it did in Japan. The Mughal system was too predatory for that, not because its rulers and officers were necessarily more vicious as human beings, but because the system put the ruler and his servants in a situation where greedy behavior was often the only kind that made sense. This predatory characteristic in time gravely weakened the Mughal system. During the 18th century the Mughal regime crumbled in the face of small European forces to the point where the great Mughal became the recipient of a British stipend. An examination of the relationship between the Mughal bureaucracy and the peasantry reveals some of the reasons. Prior to the Mughal conquest, the Hindu system was one in which the peasants paid a share of their produce to the king, who determined, within limits imposed by custom, law, and what the traffic would bear, the amount of his share as well as the methods of assessment and collection. The Mughals took over this arrangement from the Hindu kingdoms with very little change, partly because it was in any case congruent with their own traditions. 24 The Mughal administrative ideal, especially under Akbar, was one of direct relationship between the peasant and the state. Ideally both the assessment and the collection of the revenue were to be controlled from the center through officers who should account in detail for all receipts. 25 Except for brief periods and in relatively small areas, the Mughal rulers never achieved this ideal. To put it into effect would have required the creation of a large body of salaried officials under the direct control of the emperor. Such an arrangement seems to have been beyond the material and human resources of this agrarian society, much as it was beyond the achievement of the Tsars. Instead of paying cash directly out of the royal treasury to imperial officials, the most widespread arrangement was to assign the royal share of the produce in a specified area. The assignment carried with it the grant of executive authority sufficient to assess and collect the required amount. The area might be a whole province or no more than a single village, while the amount to be raised might represent the cost of maintaining troops or the performance of some other service. During the Mughal period most of the empire, sometimes as much as 7/8 of its area, was in the hands of such assignees. 26 In addition to collecting the revenue, this arrangement served as a method of recruiting troops for the army. A single set of officers performed these two fundamental tasks of the Mughal bureaucracy and was also responsible for keeping peace and order. 27. There were numerous local variations on this basic pattern whose details we may safely ignore. As Morland observes, Akbar's regime was eminently practical. A chief or a Raja who submitted and agreed to pay a reasonable revenue was commonly allowed to retain his position of authority. One who was recalcitrant or rebellious was killed, imprisoned, or driven away, and his lands taken under direct control. One aspect, nevertheless, deserves attention on account of its subsequent importance. Very widely, though not universally, the Mughal emperors found it necessary to rule and tax through native authorities. The general terms for these intermediaries was zamindars. Both practice and the usage of the term fluctuated enough to create considerable confusion. Even if the line between them is occasionally shadowy, it is nevertheless possible to classify the zamindars into two broad types, depending on their degree of independence of the central authority. In many parts of the country, a series of conquests had led to a situation in which the members of a conquering caste had established their own rights to the collection of revenue from the peasants in a particular area. Fortresses belonging to the local aristocrats, who had their own bands of armed retainers, dotted much of the countryside. Though such zamindars had no recognized place in the Mughal scheme for collecting the revenue, they were normally called upon to pay revenue for territories over which they themselves claimed similar rights. Thus their rights of collecting taxes existed alongside those of the Mughal bureaucracy. In practice, zamindar rights could be sold, subdivided, and transferred by inheritance, in much the same way as claims on the income of a modern corporation in the form of bonds and stocks. Naturally, the Mughal authorities resisted this implicit challenge to their own authority and did their best to incorporate the zamindars into their own service. The Mughal doctrine was that the imperial government could resume or confer zamindari rights at its own pleasure. How far it was actually able to do so is not clear. Other zamindars amounted to nearly independent chieftains. As long as they paid taxes, they were left alone. Though the richest and most populous areas were under direct imperial control, the territories of chiefs and prince-links were far from negligible. 28. Hence the empire was made up of local despotisms varying greatly in size and degree of independence, yet all owing revenue to the imperial coffers. 29. The smaller zamindars formed a series of local aristocracies. Divided from families near the crown by the fact that they were conquered subjects, too disunited and attached to their localities to play a role comparable to the English aristocracy as both challenge and substitute for royal absolutism, these smaller zamindars nevertheless played a decisive political role. 30. As the imperial system decayed and became more oppressive, zamindars large and small became the rallying point for peasant rebellions. Native elites together with the peasants could not weld India into a viable political unit on their own. But they could punish the errors of foreigners and make their position untenable. This the peasants did under the Mughals and, with new allies, under the British. Similar tendencies remain apparent even in the third quarter of the 20th century. The term zamindar has been at the center of a much larger question about whether Indian society had a system of private property in land. In time it has come to be realized that the question amounted to asking what were the relationships among men that governed the material objects all people used in order to provide themselves with food, shelter, and the accoutrements of civilization. In regard to land, the question is not difficult to answer, at least in its broad outlines. At that time land was abundant, often to be had for the effort of working it. Hence, from the standpoint of the rulers, the problem was to make the peasants cultivate it. If a subject of the empire occupied land, he was required to pay a share of the gross produce to the ruler in return for protection. Mughal administrative theory and practice emphasized the duty of cultivation. Moreland mentions the case of a local governor who cut a village headman in two with his own hands for failing to sow his ground. 31. Even if the example is an extreme one, it reveals the fundamental problem. Private rights of ownership were definitely subordinate to and derived from the public duty of cultivation. This fact has affected social relationships on the land even under completely altered conditions down to the present day. Mughal policy put a severe financial strain on the administrative system. While Jahangir, the successor to Akbar, endeavored to conciliate his Hindu subjects and did not try to extend the empire, Shah Jahan engaged in a policy of magnificence, constructing numerous buildings, including the Taj Mahal and the Peacock Throne, whose construction took 7 years and whose materials have been assessed at more than £1 million sterling. He also began, though in a moderate way, to discriminate against Hindus. 32 Aurangzeb simultaneously persecuted the Hindus on a wide scale and extended the empire by expensive and ultimately ruinous wars. These policies of magnificence and territorial expansion, probably connected through the fact that more land meant greater sources of revenue, brought to the surface inherent structural weaknesses. If the emperor left an assignee in charge of a single area for a substantial period of time, he ran the risk of losing control over his subordinates as the latter developed an independent source of revenue and basis for his power. On the other hand, if the ruler changed the assignees frequently from one territory to another, the subordinates would be tempted to get as much out of the peasants as possible in the time available. Cultivation would then decline and, ultimately, the imperial revenues. Eventually, therefore, the sinews of the central authority would slacken, and the emperor would lose the control that he had sought to maintain through frequent transfers. No matter which course the emperor followed, it appears that he was bound to lose out in the long run. The second of the two possibilities just sketched constitutes quite a close approximation to what actually happened. As early as under Jahangir, we hear of agrarian instability due to frequent changes in assignments. 33 Berni, who travelled in the middle of the 17th century, puts a much-quoted remark into the mouth of the officials with which he was familiar. Why should the neglected state of this land create uneasiness in our minds? And why should we spend our money and time to render it fruitful? We may be deprived of it in a single moment, and our exertions would benefit neither ourselves nor our children. Let us draw from the soil all the money we can, though the peasant should starve or abscond, and we should leave it, when commanded to quit, a dreary wilderness. 34. Though Berni may have exaggerated, there is abundant evidence to show that he put his finger on the main defect in the Mughal polity. Berni's evidence, as well as that of other travellers, fits closely with what we know of the situation from Aurangzeb's orders. Together they portray a situation in which the peasants are heavily assessed and kept under strict discipline, while at the same time they are decreasing in numbers, partly through flight to areas outside the Mughal jurisdiction. 35 When the peasants fled, the assignee's income was necessarily reduced. An assignee with short and uncertain tenure would try to make good some part of his loss through increased pressure on those who remained at work. Hence the process tended to be cumulative. The Mughal system drove the peasants into the arms of more or less independent chieftains where conditions tended to be better. Berni's statement that the peasants found less oppression in these areas finds confirmation in a number of independent sources. Smaller zamindars, engaged in an unequal contest with the Mughal bureaucracy, also found it to their advantage to treat the peasants well. Thus the foci of independent authority that the Mughals had not been able to root out provided rallying points for peasant rebellions. Revolts were occurring fairly frequently even when the Mughal power was at its height. 36 As the Mughal bureaucracy became more oppressive and corrupt, the rebellions became more serious. Over wide areas the peasants refused to pay revenue, took to arms, and plundered. The chieftains who led the peasants showed no inclination to improve the condition of their subjects. One supposedly said of the common people, money is inconvenient for them, give them victuals and an arse clout, it is enough. 37 Nevertheless, perhaps out of a combination of sheer desperation as well as patriarchal and caste loyalties, the peasants followed them willingly. Indeed, in their contradictory mixture of patriarchal loyalties, sectarian religious innovation, and outright protest against the injustices of the prevailing order as well as against acts of bloody vengeance and plunder, the peasant movements of the declining Mughal system display behavior similar to those of peasants in other societies under the same general conditions of very primitive commercial relationships which are making their intrusion into an oppressive agrarian order. 38. By the middle of the 18th century the Mughal bureaucratic hegemony had decayed into a system of petty kingdoms frequently at war with one another. Such was the situation that the British encountered when they began to intervene in earnest in the Indian countryside. As one looks back over the record, it is easy to conclude, perhaps a trifle too easy, that the dynamics of the Mughal system were unfavorable to the development of either political democracy or economic growth in anything resembling the Western pattern. There was no landed aristocracy that had succeeded in achieving independence and privilege against the monarch while retaining political unity. Instead, their independence, if it can be called that, had brought anarchy in its train. What there was of a bourgeoisie likewise lacked an independent base. Both features are connected with a predatory bureaucracy, driven to become ever more grasping as its power weakened, and which by crushing the peasants and driving them into rebellion returned the subcontinent to what it had often been before, a series of fragmented units fighting with one another, ready prey for another foreign conqueror. 3. Village society, obstacles to rebellion. The character of the upper classes and political institutions have suggested some reasons why there was not in India the kind of economic and political movement toward capitalism and political democracy that parts of Europe displayed from the 16th to the 18th centuries. A closer look at the place of the peasants in Indian society will help to account for two further features that have been of the utmost importance: widespread poor cultivation, which contrasts in the sharpest possible manner with the garden-like peasant agriculture in China and Japan, and the apparent political docility of the Indian peasants. Though there were exceptions to this docility, best discussed in a separate section, peasant rebellions never assumed remotely the same significance in India that they did in China. Crops and ways of growing them were very much the same in Akbar's time as they still are today over wide sections of India. Rice was prominent in Bengal. Northern India in general grew cereals, millets, and pulses. The Deccan produced jowar and cotton, while rice and millets were again prominent in the south. 39. A good crop was and is dependent on the annual monsoon rains. An often repeated statement in standard works on India is that, over the greater part of the country, agriculture is a gamble in the rains. To some extent irrigation offset the gamble, even in pre-British days, though this was scarcely possible over the whole country. Failure of the monsoon has from time to time led to severe famines. They have occurred not only in earlier days but several times during the British era. The last severe one took place in 1945. It is often claimed that the unpredictability of natural forces has made the Indian peasant passive and apathetic and prevented the transition to intensive peasant cultivation. I doubt this very much. China has been as much subject to intermittent famine as India, yet her peasants are universally praised for their energy and careful cultivation from quite early times. By contrast, Indian practices appear wasteful and inefficient, even if one makes considerable allowance for ethnocentric bias in the early British accounts. Technology too seems to have been stagnant. Agricultural implements and techniques did not change significantly between Akbar's time and the early 20th century. 40. A light plough, drawn by bullocks, was and remains today the most important implement. The cow has thus been a source of power, of food and fuel, as well as an object of religious veneration. 41. The advantages of transplanting rice were known, at least in some areas, in the early part of the 19th century and very likely earlier. But, in contrast with Japan, the organization of the work was so poor that the cultivators obtained only limited benefits. About half of the whole is finally transplanted in the first month of the season, Buchanan reported in 1809 to 1810 for one district in the northeast corner of Bengal, and is extremely productive. 5/8 of the rest are transplanted in the second month and give an indifferent crop, and 3/8 are transplanted in the third month, making so miserable a return that the practice would seem to be bad economy, but the people would otherwise be idle. 42. Buchanan, one of the few sources to give details on agricultural practices at this time, also tells us that, instead of rotating crops, the cultivators in this district often mixed several crops on the same field. This was a crude form of insurance, though none of the crops grew well. Seldom did all of them fail. 43. In another district on the banks of the Ganges it was common practice, again in sharp contrast with Japan, to sow large quantities of seed broadcast on dry earth without previous preparation of the soil, a practice he also noticed in the area just mentioned. 44. Throughout Buchanan's reports there runs the same theme of inefficient cultivation and low productivity that occurs in the earlier French accounts of the situation under the Mughals. It is quite possible that the relative abundance of land may have been an important cause of both poor cultivation and the character of peasant opposition through much of Indian history prior to the British. Land in many places was plentiful and waiting for men with resources to cultivate it. Peasants, as we saw, often responded to an oppressive ruler simply by absconding en masse. In the words of a recent authority, flight was the first answer to famine or man's oppression. 45 Oppression and abundant land interacting with each other in this way account quite well for the wide areas of uncultivated and badly cultivated land that occur very frequently in the accounts of late Mughal and early British times. Though very important, this explanation is nevertheless insufficient. Parts of India, such as the western Gangetic Plain, may have been just as full of people in Akbar's time as in the earlier decades of the 20th century. Furthermore, cultivation remained poor over wide areas of the country after land had become scarce. Such facts lead to the suspicion that social arrangements on the land also have an important part to play in the explanation. One of these has already been mentioned, the Indian system of taxation. Like his counterpart in Japan, the Indian peasant was to the ruling classes mainly a producer of revenue. The Japanese tax, we saw, was a fixed assessment on the land, enabling energetic peasants to keep a surplus. Mughal and Indian taxation was mainly a fixed proportion of the crop. Thus in India the more the peasant grew, the more he had to turn over to the tax collector. Furthermore, the Mughal system of tax farming contained a built-in temptation to squeeze the peasants heavily. Very likely this difference had a decisive influence on the character of the peasantry in the two countries. This situation, we know, had prevailed in India for a very long time. The headman, or in some areas a council of village notables, generally acted as collectors of the revenue, apportioning the amounts to be collected and the lands to be cultivated among the inhabitants. Though the headman or the council acted as a buffer between authority and the village in a way that resembles the system in Japan, there was in India much less tendency for the overlord to try to supervise what took place inside the village. Keeping peace and order was left almost entirely to village notables and the headman as long as the revenue was forthcoming. 46. The organization of labor in the Indian peasant community also differed from that in Japan in a manner that helps to explain the relatively low level of cultivation. Here we encounter directly the caste system, which will shortly require fuller discussion. For the moment it is enough to recall that the Japanese system before it began to change in late Tokugawa times was based mainly on pseudo-kinship ties. The Indian one was based instead on the exchange of labor and services for food between castes who had land and those who had little or none. Though closer to the modern system of hired labor, the Indian arrangement too was supported by custom and what we can loosely call traditional sentiments. It appears to have had some of the disadvantages of both customary systems based on emotional loyalties and modern ones without their respective advantages, and to have inhibited both changes in the division of labor and its intensive application to a specific task. On account of the flexibility of caste in actual practice, it would be unwise to press this point too far, though the tendency seems clear. Close supervision in the modern fashion was difficult. So was the cooperation found in many tightly knit traditional work groups. Most Indian laborers were at the very bottom of the caste system and in large measure excluded from the village community, as shown by the designation untouchable. Strikes of the modern sort, the untouchables scarcely knew, partly because laborers were broken up into different castes, but dilution of labor they understood, as a modern authority puts it. 47 This was one of the reasons for lackadaisical cultivation. Another was the fact that higher castes often preferred smaller returns, with less trouble and supervision, to standing over workers and trying to compel them to improve their ways. A few words of caution are in order before going further into the question of caste and its political implications. At least in its full ramifications, the caste system is unique to Indian civilization. For this reason there is a strong temptation to use caste as an explanation for everything else that seems distinctive in Indian society. Obviously this will not do. For example, caste in older studies has been used to explain the apparent absence of religious warfare in India. Yet in modern times, not to mention Hindu resistance to Muslim proselytism in earlier days, religious warfare has taken on terrible proportions while caste has remained. Caste, and the theory of reincarnation, which forms an important part of caste doctrines, has also been used to explain the apparent political docility of the Indian peasants, the feebleness of the revolutionary upsurge in modern times. Yet we have seen that this upsurge was an important component in the forces that brought down the Mughal edifice. Nor is it altogether absent in later days. Still, the overall evidence of submissiveness remains overwhelming. That caste has played a part in creating and supporting this behavior I see no sense in denying. Rather, the problem is to understand the mechanisms that produced passive acceptance. The standard explanation runs about as follows. According to the theory of reincarnation, a person who obeyed the requirements of caste etiquette in this life would be born into a higher caste in the next. Submissiveness in this life was to be rewarded by a rise in the social scale in the next. This explanation requires us to believe that the ordinary Indian peasants accepted the rationalizations put forth by urban priestly classes. Perhaps the Brahmans did succeed in this way to some extent. But it can only be a small part of the story. As far as it is possible to recover the attitude of the peasants toward the Brahmans, it is fairly clear that the peasants did not passively and wholeheartedly accept the Brahman as a model of all that was good and desirable. Their attitude toward the monopolist of supernatural power seems to have been a mixture of admiration, fear, and hostility, much like that of many French peasants toward the Catholic priest. There are three bloodsuckers in this world, runs a North Indian proverb: the flea, the bug, and the Brahmin. 48 Since the Brahmin exacted payment for his services to the village, there were good reasons for this hostility. The farmer does not reap his harvest without paying the Brahmin to perform some ceremony, a tradesman cannot begin a business without a fee to a Brahmin, a fisherman cannot build a new boat nor begin to fish without a ceremony and a fee. 49 Secular sanctions were obviously part of the caste system. And in a general way we know that human attitudes and beliefs fail to persist unless the situations and sanctions that reproduce them continue to persist, or, more crassly, unless people get something out of them. To these concrete supports we must obviously turn if we are to understand caste. The first of these was and remains the ownership of land. The universal superiority of the Brahmin is a priestly fiction that does not correspond to the workings of the caste system now and probably has not done so for ages. In modern villages the economically dominant group is also the dominant caste. In one village it may be the Brahmans, in another a peasant caste. Even where the Brahmans are on top, it is because of their economic function, not their priestly 1.50. Thus we see that caste has had and still has an economic base and a religious explanation, and that the fit between the two has for long been far from perfect. The caste that holds the land in a particular locality, and caste is a reality only in its local manifestation, is the highest caste. To argue backward from a modern situation is, of course, not altogether safe. Before British influence made itself felt very widely and when land was in present-day terms abundant, the economic basis was perhaps less crassly obvious. Nevertheless it was there. The evidence is clear, even for earlier times, that the higher castes often held the best land and could command the labor of the lower castes. 51. The main formal instrument for the enforcement of caste regulations was and remains the caste councils, composed of a small group of leaders chosen from the members of each caste in all of the villages inhabiting a certain area. In some parts of India one finds a hierarchy of these councils. The council controls only the behavior of the members of its own caste. Presumably the geographical area for which each caste had a council was smaller in older times than at present, due to the greater difficulties in transportation. Nor is it always true that each caste had a council. On this score there was considerable local variation depending on local conditions. It is also important to notice that there was no such thing as a council for the caste as a whole throughout India. 52 Caste manifests itself strictly on the local level. Even in the village there is really no central organization with the task of seeing to it that the caste system as such remains in force, i.e., that members of the lower castes display the proper deference toward members of the higher ones. The lower castes disciplined themselves. Members of the lower castes had to learn to accept their place in the social order. On this score, the leaders of the lower castes evidently had an important task to perform. For doing so they received quite concrete rewards. Sometimes they received commissions on the wages of laborers from their castes as well as fines for any transgressions of caste regulations. 53. The penalty for severe breaches of caste discipline was boycott, that is, denial of the facilities of the village community. In a society where the individual depended almost entirely on these facilities, the organized pattern of cooperation among his fellows, such a penalty was terrible indeed. In due course we shall see how the advent of the modern world has partly mitigated the impact of these sanctions. What exactly did the system enforce? Quite obviously a local division of labor and a corresponding distribution of authority and power. But it evidently did a great deal more than this. In pre-British Indian society, and still today in much of the countryside, the fact of being born in a particular caste determined for the individual the entire span of existence, quite literally from before conception until after death. It gave the range of choice for a marital partner in the case of parents, the type of upbringing the offspring would have and their choice of mate in marriage, the work he or she could legitimately undertake, the appropriate religious ceremonies, food, dress, rules of evacuation, down to most details of daily living, all organized around a conception of disgust. 54. Without this universal supervision and indoctrination it is difficult to imagine how and why the lower castes would accept caste in a way that would make it work without more centrally organized sanctions. It seems to me that its diffuseness and the fact that it extended beyond the areas Westerners consider to be economic and political, even in a broad and loose sense, constituted the essence of caste. Human beings in a wide variety of civilizations have an observable tendency to establish artificial distinctions, that is, those that are not derived from the necessities of a rational division of labor or a rational organization of authority, using rational here in the very restricted sense of providing effective social mechanism for performing an immediately given task in such a way as to enable the group to survive. Children elaborate artificial distinctions all the time in Western society. So do aristocrats when freed from the necessities of ruling. Indeed, the need to perform a particular task may break down artificial distinctions. Military etiquette in the field is generally much less elaborate than it is at headquarters. The reason for this tendency towards snobbishness highly developed in some of the most primitive societies is not easy to perceive. 55. Though I cannot prove it, I suspect that one of the few lasting and dependable sources of human satisfaction is making other people suffer, and that this constitutes the ultimate cause. Whatever the origins may be, the fact that in India castes served to organize so wide a range of human activities has had, I would urge, profound political consequences. As a system that arranges life effectively in a specific locality, caste spells indifference to national politics. Government above the village was an excrescence generally imposed by an outsider, not a necessity, something to be borne with patience, not something to be changed when the world is obviously out of joint. Because it had really nothing to do in the village where caste took care of everything, government may have seemed especially predatory. The government was not necessary to keep order. Its role in the maintenance of irrigation systems, pace marks, was quite minor. 56. Again, these were often quite local affairs. The structural contrast with China is quite striking. There the imperial bureaucracy gave cohesion to the society and was what had to be changed when the villagers suffered prolonged disaster. Even so, to put the contrast that way remains on the surface. In China the local gentry needed the imperial bureaucracy as a mechanism for obtaining the economic surplus out of the peasantry that supported their position locally and nationally. At the local level such an arrangement was unnecessary in India. Caste regulations took its place. Where he existed, the zamindar had won an accepted place in the local scheme of things. He did not need the central government to help him extract his perquisites from the peasantry. Thus the character of the two systems meant that peasant opposition would take different forms in each. In China the main thrust was to replace a bad government by a good one of the same character, In India it was much more toward getting rid of government above the villages altogether. And in India for the most part we can scarcely speak of a strong thrust in any sense but, rather, a general direction to affairs imposed by the character of the society. By and large, government was more superfluous than actively resisted, though at times resistance occurred as well. Because caste has embraced such a wide range of human behavior, there has also been a strong tendency in Indian society for opposition to the prevailing order to take the form of just another caste. It appears quite strikingly in the case of the criminal castes, notably the thugs from whom the English word has come, which were so troublesome to the British in the first half of the 19th century. 57 Similarly, since caste was expressed very heavily in religious ritual, opposition to the oppressive features of caste was likely to be absorbed into the system in the form of an additional caste. Partly this was true because there was no religious hierarchy comparable to that of Roman Catholicism, indeed no very specific orthodoxy that could present a specific target. Thus caste was and indeed remains tremendously persistent and tremendously flexible, in its concrete manifestation, a huge mass of locally coordinated social cells that tolerate novelty by generating another cell. This was the fate that awaited foreign conquerors, as in the caste of Islam, and even of Europeans. These two became to all intents and purposes a separate caste, though their rating on the scale of disgust was opposite to that on the scale of political power. Somewhere I have read that good Hindus in early British times always used to take a thorough bath to wash away pollution after having dealings with an Englishman. Opposition to the hierarchical system as such, however, was relatively rare even in a veiled form. Much more frequent in British times and very likely earlier has been the attempt by a caste as a whole to struggle up to a higher rung on the ladder of esteem and disgust by persuading its members to adopt the proper diet, occupation, and marital practices. To be able to burn widows was a decisive sign that a caste had arrived socially. By providing a form of collective upward mobility that required strict discipline and adherence to norms set by the upper castes, Indian society further limited the possibility of political opposition. Thus the system emphasized the individual's duty to caste, not individual rights against society. What rights there were against society tended to be group rights, those of the caste. 58 In the willing acceptance of personal degradation by its victims and the absence of a specific target for hostility, a specific locus of responsibility for misery, the Indian caste system strikes a modern Westerner as a curiously intensified caricature of the world as Kafka saw it. To some extent these negative features may be the consequence of distortions introduced into Hindu society by the British occupation. Even if this is so, it is a distortion of features that were present before the British ever appeared, and their character is no small part of the cause of subsequent misery. To sum up, at least provisionally and very tentatively, I would suggest that, as an organization of labor, caste in the countryside was a cause of poor cultivation, though certainly not the only one. Furthermore, as the organization of authority in the local community, caste seems much more clearly to have inhibited political unity. By its very flexibility, Indian society seems to have rendered fundamental change very difficult. Still, it was not impossible. Indeed, the new conquerors that replaced the Mughals were to plant seeds whose fruit neither they nor others could have guessed. 4 changes produced by the British up to 1857. One cannot discuss the impact of the British on Indian society as if it were the result of a uniform cause operating continuously over more than 3 centuries. British society and the character of the British who went to India changed enormously between Elizabethan times and the 20th century. Some of the most significant alterations took place roughly during the century 1750 to 1850. In the middle of the 18th century the British were still organized for commerce and plunder in the Honourable East India Company and controlled no more than a small fraction of Indian territory. By the middle of the 19th century they had become in effect the rulers of India, organized in a bureaucracy proud of its tradition of justice and fair dealing. From the standpoint of modern sociological theories of bureaucracy, it is almost impossible to see how the change could have taken place since the historical raw materials were so unpromising, a company of merchants not too easily distinguished from pirates on the one hand, and a series of decaying Oriental despotisms on the other. One may legitimately press the sociological and historical paradox even further. From this equally unpromising amalgam there eventually emerged a state with valid claims to democracy. On the British side of this strange mixture, the course of development was in very broad outline the following. In Elizabethan times, the British came to India for a combination of adventure, reasons of state, commerce, and plunder, motives and causes that were really indistinguishable during that burst of energy released all over Europe by the decay of the traditional Christian medieval civilization and the rise of a new and much more secular one. Though there were big fortunes to be made in India, it soon became apparent that a territorial base would be necessary. If one wanted to buy pepper or indigo, the only way to get it at a reasonable price was to leave a man on the spot to bargain for it at harvest time when prices dropped and to store it until a ship arrived. From depots and forts established for such reasons, the British began to range further back into the countryside, buying indigo, opium, jute, getting prices under their control in order to be able to trade. Since the behavior of native authorities seemed erratic and unpredictable, the tendency to seize more of the elements of real power was strong, likewise, of course, the tendency to oust other European rivals. Meanwhile, as we saw, the Mughal system was in full decay. After Clive's victory at Arcot in 1751, the Great Mughal was reduced to the character of a spectacle. Clive's victory at Plassey in 1757 ended the prospect of French hegemony. There was a defensive element, if not absent-mindedness, in the British acquisition of empire. The Portuguese and the French were intriguing with native rulers to oust them. The British responded by counterattacks. In extending their territorial foothold, they seized the revenues of conquered sovereigns, thus forcing the Indians to pay in very substantial measure for their own conquest. As they acquired greater territorial responsibilities, they gradually transformed themselves from commercial plunderers to more pacific rulers seeking to establish peace and order with the very small forces at their disposal. Essentially, the acquisition of territorial responsibility was the key to the whole process and to their transformation into a bureaucracy that, to be sure, owed something to English notions of justice but also showed striking resemblances to Akbar's political arrangements. 59 Down to the present day these resemblances have by no means disappeared. Such then, if in sketchy outline, was the evolution of the British from piracy to bureaucracy. Three interrelated consequences for Indian society followed: the beginnings of an abortive commercialization of agriculture through the establishment of law and order, regular taxes and property in the countryside; secondly, the partial destruction of rural handicrafts; and, finally, an unsuccessful attempt to throw off the British yoke in the Mutiny of 1857. In turn, these three processes set the basic framework for what has taken place down to the present day. Let us start with taxes, unraveling the connections from there. By the end of the 18th century, the older notions of making a fortune as quickly as possible and clearing out for home had largely died out among responsible British officials. In their efforts to establish a settled form of government, there is no indication that they had the intention of bleeding the country as much as possible. Nevertheless, their primary interest was exactly what Akbar's had been: getting a source of revenue that would support their government, without creating dangerous unrest. A little later there were some who thought that India might become in a short time another England and a huge market for English goods. But among the English in India itself, this was a quite minor current. Commercial motives will not do as the main explanation for the British remaining in India once they had acquired a substantial foothold. The real one is probably much simpler. To pull out, which as far as I am aware was never seriously considered, would have been to acknowledge defeat without having been defeated. And, if they were to stay, they would have to find a workable basis for doing so, which meant collecting taxes. The decisions about how taxes were to be assessed and collected are known to students of Indian affairs as settlements, a term that at first seems rather curious. Nevertheless, it is a very appropriate one, since decisions about how to collect the revenue were indeed attempts to settle a complicated series of problems in such a way that the native inhabitants would go about their affairs peaceably. The actual settlements were the outcome of British policy and preconceptions as well as the structure of Indian society and immediate political situations in a particular area. All these factors varied substantially in both time and place. 60 Because some of the main differences became less and less important under the unifying impact of the British occupations as deeper economic and social trends worked themselves out during the rest of the 19th century and the first half of the 20th, there is no need to examine them in detail. What is important for this inquiry is their place in the general course of Indian social developments. Very briefly, the settlements were the starting point of a whole process of rural change whereby the imposition of law and order and associated rights of property greatly intensified the problem of parasitic landlordism. More significant still, they formed the basis of a political and economic system in which the foreigner, the landlord, and the money lender took the economic surplus away from the peasantry, failed to invest it in industrial growth, and thus ruled out the possibility of repeating Japan's way of entering the modern era. There were, of course, other obstacles too, and perhaps even other possible ways that India might have found to enter the modern era. But the agrarian system that emerged from this fusion of British administration and Indian rural society was enough to eliminate decisively the Japanese alternative. The first, and historically the most important of the settlements, was the permanent settlement put into effect in Bengal in 1793. On the British side it was an attempt to retain the income but to get out from under the difficulties of administering a complicated native system of taxation that they barely understood. Also it was a curious effort to introduce onto the Indian social scene the enterprising landlord who was then at the height of his importance as an influence for progress in the English countryside. The important feature on the Indian side was Mughal administrative practice utilizing zamindars, the native tax-collecting officials standing between the ruler and the peasant, as we have seen. When the Mughal system was working properly, a zamindar was not, formally at least, a property owner. As it declined, he took over de facto possession in somewhat the same way as did a 20th-century Chinese warlord. The British Governor-General, Lord Cornwallis, thought he saw in the zamindar a social specimen that conceivably might turn into an enterprising English landlord who would clear the country and establish prosperous cultivation if he were given the assurance that in the future he would not be taxed out of existence for his pains, as he certainly would have been under the Mughals. This was the source of the English insistence on making the settlement permanent. Under the new government the zamindar received a property right that promised to be stable. At the same time he remained a tax collector as he had been under the Mughals. By the terms of the permanent settlement, the British took 9/10 of the revenue that the zamindar received from his peasant tenants, leaving to the zamindars the remaining 10th for their trouble and responsibility. 61 Though the legal skeleton of the permanent settlement proved to deserve its name rather more than most human creations, it lasted until 1951. Its consequences were a sharp disappointment for the hopes of its founders. At first the British pitched the assessments too high and turned out those zamindars who failed to bring in the revenues. As a result, many zamindars lost their lands to be replaced by what we would now call collaborators. Respectable natives was the term that came into use among the British. By the middle of the 19th century, that is, shortly before the Sepoy Mutiny, about 40% of the land in important parts of the permanently settled area had changed hands in this fashion. 62 Dispossessed zamindars were among the important causes of the mutiny, while the newly established ones were a storm anchor for the British power. In turn the latter turned in large numbers into parasitic landlords as the rise in population drove up rents in the course of the 19th century, while their tax burden remained fixed. It is important to recognize that in Bengal and the permanent settlement, British policy merely accelerated and intensified the trend toward parasitic landlordism. It did not create this new social specimen. A most instructive account of Bengal in the year 1794, shows very plainly that the main blights on Indian agrarian society all antedate the British era. 63 These were indolent landlords, the multiple layering of tenant rights, and a class of propertyless laborers. A market economy had rendered these problems moderately acute in the heavily populated river valleys. In interior portions away from the market, they were much less severe. There the landlord had not yet emerged from the tax-gathering official. In Buchanan's 3-volume account of a journey through Madras, I came upon no sign that the landlord had become parasitic in the eyes of the natives or the British. There was but a slight problem of debt. Though agricultural laborers and even slaves did exist in some areas, one could scarcely speak of an agricultural proletariat. 64. Southern India is the part of the country in which the other main form of settlement came to prevail widely. This one is known as ryotwari because the revenues were collected directly from the peasants instead of through intermediaries. In some areas this had been a Mughal practice as well. Unhappy experience with the permanent settlement, a considerable dose of paternalism, plus English economic notions about the desirability of a vigorous peasantry and the alleged parasitic character of their own landlords, expressed notably in Ricardo's theory of rent, helped to produce this result as well as to avoid making the rates permanent. More important, it seems to me, was the fact that in the Madras area, where the model was put into effect in 1812, there were no zamindars with whom to effect a settlement. This situation came about mainly because the local chieftains made the mistake in this area of opposing the British, who destroyed them while pensioning off a few. 65 From the standpoint of the present inquiry, the main significance of the ryotwari settlement is negative. It did not prevent the emergence of parasitic landlordism, which in due time became as much of a problem in many parts of southern India as it did in the north. As already indicated, although the differences among the various types of settlement bulk large in the contemporary literature and in more recent historical accounts, in the not-so-long run these differences tended to even out as the overall effect of security for property and a rising population made themselves felt. Peace and property were then, broadly speaking, the first gift of British dominion that would set in motion slowly fermenting changes in the villages of the subcontinent. The second gift was the product of England's Industrial Revolution, textiles that from about 1814 to 1830 flooded much of the Indian countryside and destroyed a section of the native handicrafts. Those who bore the brunt of the suffering were the town weavers who produced goods of high quality, or else villages, especially in Madras, that had come to specialize in textiles for the market. The ordinary village weaver who turned out coarse goods for local consumption was relatively unaffected. Indirect effects there were in forcing the town weavers back on the land and diminishing the opportunities for urban employment. 66 Though the impact on Indian society seems to have been most severe in the 1830s, the import of textiles continued through the 19th century. British officials in charge of Indian affairs defended Indian interests vigorously but unsuccessfully. 67 Ironically enough, the statements by English officials collected in the work of an Indian official and scholar, Romesh Dood, appear to be the origin of the thesis, shared by Indian nationalists and Marxists, that India was a manufacturing nation whom the British reduced to an agricultural one for selfish imperialist reasons. In this bald form, the thesis is nonsense. Handicrafts were destroyed, not manufactures in the modern sense, and India at the time of booming handicrafts was still overwhelmingly an agricultural nation. Furthermore, the destruction took place long before the development of modern monopoly capitalism. But it is not enough to dismiss the thesis in this offhand manner. The suffering was no less real even if mistaken theoretical inferences have been drawn from it. And it is also true, as we shall see in due course, that the British did to some extent oppose industrial development in India. Between taxes and textiles enough of a shock was administered to Indian rural society, and most of the society was, of course, rural to make the mutiny seem to the modern historian quite comprehensible. The shocks did not end with those just sketched so briefly. Certain further ones along the same lines were among the important immediate causes of the outbreak. In the northern and western parts of India, a form of land settlement intermediate between the zamindari and ryotwari came into effect by 1833. Wherever possible, it favored corporate village groups rather than landlords, making these groups jointly responsible to the government for the revenue. 68 Similar events took place in the state of Oudh. There the British ousted the native landed elite, a variety of tax farmers who collected the revenue from the villages and lived on the difference between what they collected and what they passed on to the native government. Oudh was also a rich center of recruitment for the soldiers of the Bengal army, who received a severe shock in learning that the British had annexed their country. 69 The final and immediate source of the outbreak was the famous greased cartridge rumor that the new rifle required the soldier to bite cartridges deliberately polluted by grease from pigs and cows. The liquidation of the landed elite in audit has, with other facts, inclined many writers to hold that the resentment of the landed elite was a main cause of the mutiny, and to contrast a reforming pro-peasant British policy prior to the mutiny with a more conservative policy favourable to the landed elite after the mutiny. 70 This seems to be another instance of a slightly exaggerated partial truth that obscures a more important and wider truth. There is rather more continuity to both the causes and the effects of British policy than such an interpretation reveals. A paternal attitude toward the peasantry, a romantic and self-serving notion that the strong and simple folk could and should be the source and justification of their power, constituted a powerful theme in British policy throughout the occupation, even if peasant benefits therefrom are dubious. Although class relationships in the countryside were very important, they fail to make sense until they are set against a larger background. Agrarian conditions, especially in India, cannot be separated out from caste and religion, as they all together formed a single institutional complex. The main cleavage in Indian society that the mutiny revealed was one between a deeply offended orthodoxy supported through definite material interests and a lukewarm attitude among those who either gained by British policy or were not too deeply disturbed by it. This cleavage cut across religious lines and to some extent material ones as well. Hindus and Muslims were on both sides in large numbers. 71 And in audit the peasants rose with their former masters to present a united opposition to British intrusion. Hence it seems fair to conclude that whatever the British did or tried to do, and as we have seen they did quite different things in different places and at different times, they were likely to stir up a hornet's nest. By and large, as conquerors with only small forces at their command, they tried to do no more than seemed absolutely necessary. The reforms of the era prior to the mutiny were minimal. At a deeper level of causation, the mutiny shows how the intrusion of the West, with its stress on commerce and industry, its secular and scientific attitude towards the physical world, its emphasis on demonstrable competence in a job rather than on inherited status, posed a fundamental threat to Indian society. Together and separately, these features were incompatible with an agrarian civilization organized around caste and its religious sanctions. The English had proceeded rather gingerly. Those on the spot in India had little desire to make trouble for themselves by imposing their own social structure and bloc, introducing reforms only for the sake of commercial tranquility, to provide material support for their own presence, or at a few points where Indian customs deeply offended British consciences. One of the latter was Sati, the term for the custom of burning or otherwise killing a widow as soon as her husband died. It revolted many British. In Bengal generally a widow was usually tied to the corpse, often already putrid. Men stood by with poles to push her back in case the bonds should burn through and the victim, scorched and maimed, should struggle free. 72 In the vast majority of cases, at least in the 18th and 19th centuries, the woman went to the flames in fear and horror. Many people know the remark of one famous British officer in the 1840s, in reply to Brahmans who argued that sati was a national custom: "My nation also has a custom. When men burn women alive, we hang them. Let us all act according to national customs." 73 Such a custom might indeed test the beliefs of even the most firm present-day believer in the equal worth of all cultures. For a long time the British avoided taking more than sporadic action against sati for fear of arousing native hostility. Not until 1829 was it formally abolished in the main areas under British control. 74 That, however, was not the end of the story, nor is it altogether ended yet. I am told by those who know India that scattered instances of sati still take place. Official British policies toward religion were enough to alarm the orthodox, both Hindu and Muslim, despite their contradictory character. On the one hand, the British government spent large sums of money each year for the maintenance of mosques and temples. On the other hand, they permitted and in some local instances even encouraged Christian missionaries on a substantial scale. The missionaries claimed to have had 22 societies and 313 stations, though only 443 missionaries as such. In the year 1852.75 vernacular schools started by missionaries to teach girls how to read and write aroused fears that such skills would facilitate female intrigues and that any woman who learned to read and write would become a widow. 76 Along with the response to the burning of widows, such evidence hints that one of the important causes of Indian hatred of the British was that the Europeans interfered in several ways with the sexual and personal prerogatives of the male, which are very highly stressed in Hindu civilization, a fact that does not exclude the dominance of elderly females in many domestic situations. Furthermore, the exigencies of British day-to-day activities in the army, the jails, and the railroad, just coming into use before the mutiny, aroused fears that the British intended to destroy the backbone of Hindu society, the caste system. Just how deep Hindu sensibilities were and are on this score is very difficult to judge. Some contemporary episodes where castes were mingled without causing trouble suggest the possibility that Westerners may have tended to overestimate the importance of these sentiments. 77 Nevertheless, it is clear that the British intrusion as a whole had generated enough inflammable material to produce a conflagration once the match had been set to it. Partly because the mutiny had the character of a series of spontaneous combustions, the British were able to survive the conflagration. In several areas, especially central India, the population seems to have been ready to revolt but was kept in check by native authorities. A combination of the old elite in the form of native princes and the new elites that had grown up under British protection appear to have been the chief social forces helping the British. Mainly in the northwestern provinces and in Oudh, peasant sentiment allied with that of the dominant classes to produce a massive revolt. 78 At bottom, the mutiny was an attempt to restore an idealized status quo that supposedly existed before the British conquest. In this sense, it was an out-and-out reactionary upheaval. The fact that it attracted widespread support from the population seems to contradict such an assessment, but, instead, under the conditions of the times, reinforces it. 79 With the English present as conquerors and the main carriers of the new civilization, it is difficult to see how the mutiny could have been anything else. Its failure ruled out for India any prospect of developing along Japanese lines. In any case, such a prospect was so remote that it scarcely deserves serious consideration. This is not because the foreigner had such a strong foothold. That the English might have been driven out does not seem foolish. The crux of the matter is that, in the Indian situation, the foreign presence imposed a reactionary solution. India was too divided, too amorphous, and too big to be unified on its own under dissident aristocratic auspices, with some help from the peasants, as happened in Japan. Over long centuries a society had grown up that rendered central authority in substantial measure superfluous, perhaps inherently predatory and parasitic. In the Indian situation, around the middle of the 19th century, dissident aristocrats and peasants could work together only through passionate hatred of modernization. They could not, as in Japan, use modernization to drive the foreigner away. 90 more years were to pass before the British were to be driven out. Though new factors entered the situation in the meantime, the reactionary component in the effort to drive them out remained very powerful, enough to handicap very seriously subsequent efforts at becoming an industrial society. 5 Pax Britannica 1857–1947, A Landlord's Paradise. After suppressing the mutiny, the British were able to impose upon India nearly a century of law and order and a fair facsimile of political unity. Political disturbances there were, which increased in number and intensity after the First World War, and in the end complete unity was not achieved. Despite these qualifications, the years 1857 to 1947 were within India years of peace that present the sharpest possible contrast with the history of the rest of the world. Its price is another matter. A policy of law and order favors those who already have privileges, including some whose privileges are not very large. Such was the consequence of British policy in India, though it set in motion, however slowly, other and deeper forces. British rule rested mainly on the Indian upper classes in the countryside, native princes and larger landowners in many, but not all, parts of the country. At the courts of the more important princes was a British resident advisor who controlled foreign relations and interfered in domestic affairs as little as possible. In areas under their own control, the British worked mainly with whatever forces were in the ascendant after the mutiny. 80. Some major political consequences of the tendency to rely on the upper strata in the countryside deserve to be noticed right away, though they will require more detailed explanation later. This tendency alienated the commercial and professional classes, the new Indian bourgeoisie, as it slowly put in an appearance during the course of the 19th century. By splitting the landed upper classes from the weak and rising urban leaders, the English presence prevented the formation of the characteristic reactionary coalition on the German or Japanese model. This may be judged a decisive contribution toward the eventual establishment of a parliamentary democracy on Indian soil, at least as important as the osmosis of English ideas through Indian professional classes. Without at least some favorable structural conditions, the ideas could scarcely have been more than literary playthings. Finally, the British presence drove the Indian bourgeoisie to an accommodation with the peasantry in order to obtain a massive base. How this somewhat curious feat was performed and some of its consequences, we shall see in the next section. In addition to law and order, the British introduced into Indian society during the 19th century railroads and a substantial amount of irrigation. The most important prerequisites for commercial agriculture and industrial growth would seem to have been present. Yet what growth there was turned out to be abortive and sickly. Why? A decisive part of the answer, I think, is that Pax Britannica simply enabled the landlord and now also the money lender to pocket the economic surplus generated in the countryside that in Japan paid for the painful first stages of industrialization. As foreign conquerors, the English were not in India to make an industrial revolution. They were not the ones to tax the countryside in either the Japanese or the Soviet fashion. Hence, beneath the protective umbrella of Anglo-Saxon justice under law, parasitic landlordism became much worse than in Japan. To lay all the blame on British shoulders is obviously absurd. There is much evidence, discussed in the preceding section, to demonstrate that this blight was inherent in India's own social structure and traditions. 2 centuries of British occupation merely allowed it to spread and root more deeply throughout Indian society. More specifically, Pax Britannica allowed the population to rise and rents to increase as competition for land drove them up. Though the new legal and political framework of property rights enforceable in British courts played a part in providing the landlord with new weapons, it is likely that the landlord depended less on these to increase his revenues and more on traditional sanctions through caste and the organization of the village, at least until fairly recent times. As key links in a complicated chain of historical causation that explains India's prolonged backwardness, I would suggest that this particular method of extracting the economic surplus in the countryside and the consequent failure of the state to direct the surplus toward industrial growth are more important than some of the other commonly advanced explanations such as the workings of the caste system, the inertia of associated cultural traditions, the shortage of entrepreneurial talent, and the like. Though such factors have played their part, there are grounds for regarding them as derivative from the method of extracting the surplus discussed above. Even in the rural areas where caste is much stronger, caste barriers have shown strong indications of crumbling where, due to local conditions, there has been some impulse toward a more thoroughgoing market economy. By and large, caste seems to be maintained by the top layer of the village elite for their own benefit and for the reasons just indicated. All this I shall try to show in due course. This interpretation may seem moderately convincing when set out in rather broad strokes. As one tries to grapple with the details of contradictory and fragmentary evidence, either of two things may happen. The certainty may evaporate into a chaos of ill-assorted facts, or else the evidence may be selected to produce an argument that runs too smoothly to be true. There is not much that any author can do about this situation that would persuade a really convinced skeptic. Nevertheless, it may be appropriate to mention that at one point in the study of this period of Indian history I suspected that the parasitic landlord might well be a legendary social species created by Indian nationalist and semi-Marxist writers. It took a good deal of evidence to convince me that he was real, the more important of which I shall now try to relate. Some exceptions to the generalization that India has experienced no commercial transformation in agriculture may be discussed with profit at the start. Although India did not turn into a plantation colony, producing raw materials for export to more economically advanced countries, there were during the 19th century and earlier a few limited starts in this direction. Indians had carried on the cultivation of cotton since quite ancient times. Jute had been grown for local use and became a commercial crop during the second quarter of the 19th century. Tea, pepper, and indigo complete the list. Arrangements for growing them ranged from something close to a straightforward plantation to agrarian forms of a putting-out system by which advances were made to small individual cultivators. 81. In terms of area and number of people involved, this semi-plantation economy remained small. Otherwise, the establishment of political democracy might have faced altogether insuperable obstacles. After our study of the American South, this point requires no further laboring. A combination of foreign competition with geographical and social factors accounts moderately well for the failure of the plantation system to achieve a dominant position in India. Indian cotton was unable to compete with American. Possibly the smothering of native textiles prior to our Civil War contributed to this result, though that is doubtful. The discovery of synthetic dyes ruined the indigo trade. Jute was grown only in one area, Bengal and Assam, though the possibility of growing it in other places cannot be excluded. The main limitation seems to be a sociological one. The agrarian variation of the putting-out system is not very efficient because it is difficult to control the practices of numerous small cultivators. On the other hand, a straightforward plantation system employing servile or semi-servile labor is likely to need an efficient repressive apparatus. To create one on any large scale was beyond British or Indian resources, increasingly so as time went on. As British authority became firmly established, land began to take on some of the characteristics of a manufactured commodity as it has elsewhere in the world under similar conditions. If it could not be reproduced for sale in the market like pots and pans, at least it could be bought and sold. It acquired a value measurable in money, and, with the increasing pressure of population under conditions where property was secure, this value rose rather steadily. The rise became quite apparent to competent observers soon after the mutiny. There are some good indications that the process had begun considerably beforehand. The Famine Commission of 1880 asserted that there was evidence of an increase in the price of land all over India during the preceding 20 years. 82 Sir Malcolm Darling gives some striking figures that illustrate this point, mainly from the Punjab, though the process took place all over India. Worth about 10 rupees an acre in 1866, land sold at an average of 238 rupees an acre in 1921 to 1926. During the Depression there was a check, the figure only reached 241 rupees by 1940. In 1862 to 1863 the government had congratulated itself that the sale price of land stood as high as 7 years' purchase of the land revenue. In 1930 the corresponding figure was 261.83. The partial intrusion of the market and the rise in land values brought about changes in the role of the money lender, an important figure in the rural scene with whom it now becomes necessary to make our acquaintance. He had been there for a long time and is no new creation of British authority. There are indications that, within the pre-British village, economic exchanges took place with little or no use of cash. The caste of craftsmen still today in many parts of the country receives payment for its services in the form of a specified share of the crops. Even in Akbar's day, on the other hand, and no doubt much further back, taxes were widely paid in cash. Here the money lender entered the village economy. Frequently he belonged to a special caste, though this was not universally the case. Many of the peasants' complaints about having to sell his produce at low prices after the harvest only to buy some back later under pressure of need and at high prices were familiar in Mughal times. 84 He performed two useful functions in the traditional economy. First, he served as a crude balance wheel to even out periods of scarcity and prosperity. Except in cases of severe famine, the peasant could go to the money lender for a loan of grain when his own supplies ran short. Secondly, he was the customary source of cash when the peasant needed money for taxes. 85 Naturally, he did not perform these tasks without profit to himself. On the other hand, the traditional village community seems to have imposed limits to extortion that became less effective under later conditions. 86 At the same time, the traditional sanctions of a close-knit community helped to guarantee the debt and enable the money lender to advance considerable sums with a minimum of formal security. 87 The situation as a whole seems to have been at least moderately acceptable to all concerned. Hindu law, it is worth noticing, lacks the Western antagonism to the collection of interest. Before the British appeared on the scene, the money lender generally sought the peasant's crop, not the land, which was abundant and of little value without someone to cultivate it. This situation continued until well into the second half of the 19th century, that is, until land values began to rise and British protection of property through the courts began to take hold widely, a tendency strengthened by the mutiny and subsequent increased reliance on men of substance and standing in the countryside. 88 At this point, the money lender began to change his tactics and sought to gain possession of the land itself, still leaving the peasant on it to cultivate it for him and produce a steady income. 89 This situation was at its height between 1860 and 1880. In 1879, in the Deccan Agricultural Relief Act, came the first attempt to limit the rights of transfer and to protect the peasant. Similar legislation was passed during the rest of the 19th century in other parts of India. The chief provision has been a prohibition on the transfer of land to non-cultivating castes, in other words money lenders. The main effect was to contract the already limited supply of credit for the peasant and to encourage the growth of a class of wealthy peasants within the cultivating castes who could lend to their less fortunate neighbors. 90 Though there are no statistics to indicate what proportion of the land formally passed out of the cultivator's hand and into those of the money lender or rich peasant, it is clear from the famine report of 1880 that the problem was already serious and had taken the form that it was to display for many years to come. 91 In most parts of the country, the money lender belongs to a non-cultivating caste and, in the Punjab, to the Hindu rather than the Muslim section of the population. For a long time the typical figure has remained the village shopkeeper. Hence the legal transfer made no real difference to the system of cultivation as such. The former cultivator remained in possession of his plot, turning over his surplus in some areas by a high rental instead of interest on his debt. 92 This trend has continued well into recent times. Though no figures are available, competent observers hold that the tendency for land to pass out of the hands of the cultivators continued during the Depression, to be checked, at least temporarily, only during the prosperity of the Second World War. 93 One of the main effects therefore of limited modernization has been to direct the economic surplus extracted from agriculture into new hands. In the Punjab, interest on debt in the late 1920s amounted to 104 rupees a head annually for the agricultural population, compared with a land revenue rate of 4 rupees. 94 Not all of this debt was owed to the money lender, a substantial amount was owed to the more prosperous peasants. Nor were the money lenders rolling in luxury, even if 1 out of every 4 income taxpayers in the 1920s belonged to this group. 95 Rough though these figures are, they establish the point that the Indian peasant was generating a handsome surplus, and that this surplus was not going to the state. The Indian peasant was suffering many of the pains of primitive capitalist accumulation, while Indian society reaped none of the benefits. The passing of the land into the hands of the money lender brought no consolidation in the unit of cultivation. India experienced no substantial enclosure movement. Nor did it produce any improvement in the techniques of cultivation. Down to the present day, agricultural methods and tools have remained extremely backward. The deshi or native plough and other implements do not differ essentially from those of 1,000 years ago, according to an Indian authority writing shortly after the Second World War. 96 The characteristic feature of Indian agriculture remains the consistently low yield per acre of most of the principal crops compared with that in other countries of the world. The most important are still rice and wheat, with rice much more significant than wheat. In 1945 these two grains accounted for nearly half the area devoted to food crops, while in terms of yield their proportion was very much higher. 97 In the absence of any substantial technical revolution, it is not surprising to learn that even in the 20th century the bulk of the crops are still raised for subsistence, although most of the cultivators sell at least part of their produce. 98. At this point it is well to desist from discussing India as a whole and examine at least very briefly the development and characteristics of landlordism in different parts of the country. We may begin with Bengal where, as we have seen, the main features of the problem antedated the full weight of the British impact. The information from this area shades and amplifies the image of the parasitic landlord by showing, first, that there were at times economic tasks that he performed and, secondly, that parasitism reached deep into the ranks of the peasantry itself. The zamindars of Bengal did play a role, if scarcely an arduous one, in clearing the waste that formed so prominent a part of the rural landscape in that part of the country around 1800. This they accomplished mainly by putting a variety of pressures on the peasants. For example, by exemptions from the rent, they often induced relatively wild tribes to settle and clear the waste. As soon as the land had been reclaimed, the zamindar found legal ways to oust these tenants and replace them with more skillful tenants willing to pay handsome rents. Through this device and others, such as special levies on the tenants, the zamindar is said to have doubled his rates of rent between 1800 and 1850. After about 1850 the zamindars became more and more mere rent collectors and did little toward the extension of cultivation or the improvement of agriculture. 99. By the time of the mutiny the peasants' rights under the permanent settlement had deteriorated to the point where, in the judgment of a modern student, they were substantially in the position of tenants at will. Shortly after the mutiny the British undertook some steps to remedy the situation. They were able to do so because Bengal had escaped the worst effects of the mutiny and there was therefore less necessity to conciliate the landlord class, already firmly entrenched. 100 By a series of tenancy acts beginning as early as 1859, the British tried to give the tenants some degree of security. Similar legislation was passed in other parts of India. The main provision was that 12 years of continuous cultivation formed the basis of occupancy rights and gave protection against eviction. Generally the landlords responded by evicting tenants before the 12-year period was up. Furthermore, the new legislation made the rights of tenancy transferable like other property rights. Where this happened, competition for land intensified the practice of subletting. Numerous peasants turned into petty rent receivers as each peasant found it more profitable to make use of his right to sublet than to cultivate the soil. 101 As the difference became larger and larger between what the government took in taxes and what the pressure of competition for land would generate in the way of rent, the chain of tenancies and subtenancies grew longer and longer until it reached fantastic lengths in some parts of this area. The older literature on the question of land tenures gives the impression that the burden of rent is heavier on the peasant where there is a large number of intermediaries between the landlord who pays the land revenue and the peasant who actually cultivates the land. Such is not the case. The large number of intermediaries arises merely from the wide difference between the rate of rent paid by the cultivator and the revenue or tax paid by the landlord. 102 In the 1940s the Land Revenue Commission of Bengal found that the rents paid in areas where the layering of tenancy rights was extreme were less than in many other parts of India. The commissioners even went so far as to conclude that there would be justification for enhancements rather than reductions of rent in Bengal. 103 About the last point, opinions may differ. But one point emerges clearly. The economic surplus was not, in many areas, entirely schemed off by the rich rentier. Instead the competition for land led to its division among many mouths, the vast majority far from wealthy. As the Indian census authorities are careful to point out, the rural landlord in India is not merely the prosperous and relaxed receiver of rents. He may be living at the margin of subsistence and still making no economic contribution. 104 Among those living on rents from land are likely to be a substantial proportion of widows or infirm and decrepit landowners without grown-up sons, incapable of cultivating the land themselves, who therefore lease it out to others. 105 In some areas even the village servants, cobblers, barbers, washermen, carpenters, and others may be found among the absentee landlords. 106 I know of no data that would permit an estimate of how many poor landlords there are in the various categories just described. Undoubtedly they vastly outnumber the wealthy rentier. Nor are all landlords to be judged as wholly parasitic, that is, making no contribution to society either in an economic or in a wider sense, such as in the professions. All these modifications of the thesis of parasitic landlordism belong in any objective assessment of the problem. At the same time, the detached social scientist must be very careful about deciding what they really mean. There is a strong tendency to ward off criticism of the status quo by pointing to exceptions and gaps in the data until it may seem that the real problem does not exist or is merely the product of a fevered imagination. In this instance, it is about as clear as can be that parasitic landlordism was a real problem. The number of poor people who manage to squeeze in under its umbrella to eke out a miserable existence does not constitute an adequate defense of a social institution that was inherently wasteful and prevented economic advance. Nor does the fact that poor landlords greatly outnumbered wealthy ones, and that there is an absence of adequate statistics on the distribution of income within this sector, diminish the very strong probability that the lion's share of landlord income went to a small and wealthy sector. Let us now have a look at developments in areas of southern India where under the ryotwari settlements the British collected taxes directly from the peasant villages instead of through intermediaries. We may begin with a glimpse of the Madras Presidency in the last decade of the 19th century, an area that coincides roughly with that Buchanan travelled through 90 years before, looking through the eyes of an early Indian official in British service, the Inspector General of Registration, who in 1893 published a memorandum on advances in Madras during the previous 4 decades. 107 The author was obviously a fair-minded scholarly official even if anxious to show as much progress as he could under the British, whose beneficiary he was. Yet the picture he paints is one of a small, enormously wealthy landed elite, squandering its resources in litigation and dissipation, resting on a mass of poor peasants. Of the 90 million acres in the presidency, 27.5 millions, or between a third and a quarter, were held by 849 zamindars. 15 zamindars held nearly 500,000 acres each. Beneath them were some 4,600,000 peasant proprietors on ryotwari tenure. 108 The author calculates that about 8 acres were necessary for a peasant family to procure subsistence without resorting to work for others. 109 Somewhat less than a fifth fell below the standard and had to eke out their living by working for others, while the average holding was only somewhat more than 3½ acres. 110 Again these figures, based on land revenue returns, must be treated with caution. But I see no reason to reject the general picture that they present. As in Bengal, a number of the old landed families had lost their estates between 1830 and 1850, a period of low prices for grains, when they were unable to meet their taxes. Others evidently profited. 111 A comparison of Raghav Yangar's 1893 memorandum on Madras with Buchanan's sketches of the early 19th century leads to the conclusion that the main effects of British rule were a shortage of land among the peasants and the emergence of a small, enormously wealthy and indolent class of landlords. In Bombay at about the same time there were said to be no large landholders comparable to the zamindars in other parts of India. Most of the rural inhabitants were peasants paying land revenue directly to the government. On the other hand, the authors of the 1880 famine report took note of a tendency for many peasants to sublet their lands and live on the difference between the rents they received and the revenue they paid to the government. 112 This evidence indicates once more the familiar cluster of features, a rising population, an increasing demand for land, and the emergence of a class of petty landlord rentiers out of the peasantry. The problem of tenancy soon put in its appearance. Subtenants in ryotwari areas, such as Bombay and parts of Madras, lacked legal protection until toward the end of the British occupation. Efforts to protect traditional rights began in 1939. 113 By 1951 it had become official policy to minimize the existence of a landlord problem. Nevertheless, the authors of the 1951 census reported, with some interesting details, the existence of a class of large landlords in the neighborhood of the city of Bombay. Almost 1 out of 3 among the agricultural rent receivers returned a secondary means of livelihood. Both facts indicate a close connection between landlordism and urban commercial interests, perhaps similar to that in the Chinese port cities. 114. We may close this regional survey with a look at a section of the Punjab, a wheat-growing area now part of Pakistan. The Punjab is instructive because it is the home of a caste of peasants, the Jats, who are first-rate cultivators despite their martial background. The Punjab is also a region where the British, at an early date, introduced irrigation on a large scale. Describing the situation in the 1920s, Sir Malcolm Darling, an excellent and sympathetic observer, tells us that the landlords were concentrated along the valleys of the Indus. About 40% of the cultivated land was in their hands. 115. His remark agrees with the estimate cited by the Famine Commission of 1945 that 2.4% of the owners held 38% of the land. 116. In the main, these landlords are described as extravagant and without interest in improving their property, caring only for sport and their rents. 117. In the 1880s, the British literally made the desert bloom through a large irrigation project and settled it with peasants of various sized holdings, and a scattering of peasants with more land. The British hoped that the last group would become landed gentry, but these peasant owners turned into absentees, and that aspect of the experiment failed. 118. The picture was not, however, completely black. Darling at one point mentions progressive and commercially minded landlords from the towns. They did not come from the traditional landowning castes. 119. That British policy generally tried to preserve. Together with what we know about the transfer of land out of the hands of the traditional native elite in other parts of India, this hint suggests that some form of capitalist revolution in agriculture was not completely out of the question in India. Rather than pursue the implications of this point now, it will be better to consider it later, along with efforts to set off a voluntary agricultural revolution undertaken during the Nehru era. As this regional survey shows, one of the clearest consequences of the British occupation was to eliminate gradually the differences between the Ryotwari and Zamindari areas. Passionate debates over their relative merits largely ceased before the outbreak of the First World War as tenancy problems became more and more widespread. Even in the internal constitution of the village, according to one authority, there came to be few differences traceable to this distinction. 120. Nor is there any clear indication for the period between the wars that one of the two systems was more or less efficient than the other. 121. By itself, the statistical evidence does not permit any judgment as to whether or not the number of tenants increased during the British era. The main difficulty arises from the fact that a peasant often owns one plot and rents one or more additional ones. Hence, differences in the procedures used in collecting statistics at different points in time produce huge fluctuations in the results that completely misrepresent the real situation. There are some indications that up until 1931 the number of tenants was increasing. In the light of the indisputable increase in population and the competition for land, such an increase seems highly likely. The next census, in 1951, showed an astonishing reversal of this trend, which cannot be taken as serious evidence and is almost certainly due to a change in the definition of tenant and owner. 122. Nor is it certain beyond any shadow of doubt that the tenant's material situation deteriorated during the British era, as Indian nationalist writers are inclined to assert. Tenancy by itself is no proof, and, in any case, a similar relationship existed widely beforehand. Once again, the most important fact is the increase in population. Combined with the absence of technical improvement in agriculture on any substantial scale, we may take this fact as strong evidence that deterioration did occur. It is also impossible to get any accurate statistical measure of the extent to which the increase in the importance of the market, together with the new British legality, set in motion a process of concentrating landed property in fewer hands. Large holdings were common in many parts of India before the British appeared. They were said to be relatively rare by the time the British departed. 123 The only statistical information on India as a whole comes from a study carried out in 1953 to 1954. Since the abolition of the zamindari system was taking place then, and since there would on this account have been a substantial premium on concealing the size of one's holdings from prying officials, the chances are that the study reports a substantially lower degree of concentration than prevailed at the end of the British period. Nevertheless, the main results are worth noticing. About 1/5 of India's rural households, some 14 to 15 millions, owned no land. Half of the rural households owned less than an acre. Their share of the land came to only 2%. At the upper end of the scale, we find that in all population zones the uppermost 10% of the rural households owned 48% or more of the total area. Big landowners, however, let us say those over 40 acres, held only about a fifth. 124 The image which emerges is that of a huge rural proletariat, about half the rural population, a small class of prosperous peasants, not much more than an eighth of the population, and a tiny elite. Apparently the main change in rural social structure under the British impact was an increase in the size of the rural proletariat. For the most part, this stratum consists mainly of agricultural laborers, either landless or with a tiny plot sufficient to tie them effectively to the landlord. How big an increase there was in this group we cannot tell, because changes in the procedures of classification from one census to another make comparisons extremely risky. A scholar who has attempted to circumvent these difficulties concluded that the number of agricultural laborers increased from around 13% in 1891 to about 38% in 1931, leveling off subsequently since the decrease in the size of holdings that went with India's rising population meant that farms became easier to work with family labor. 125. In India the landless or quasi-landless are not the product of any wholesale expropriation of the peasantry. That they are desperately poor is also beyond dispute. Among the outcasts who work as agricultural laborers in one district of Uttar Pradesh, it has long been an accepted custom to eat grain collected from the excreta of animals and cleaned. Apparently the practice is not regarded as repugnant, and about a fifth of the population in the district are said to resort to it. 126 No doubt this is an extreme example. Let it nevertheless stand as an instance of the degradation of civilized man under peaceful conditions. The average situation is bad enough. Gross as these generalizations about the rural proletariat are, they are firm enough to stand the weight of the argument placed upon them here. The history of the bottom layers of the Indian countryside is obscure, with plenty of room, indeed a crying need, for further research. That the lower strata are not the straightforward creation of Pax Britannica will bear repeating. One may even hesitate to claim that their relation to their employers changed fundamentally during the British period. 127. The appalling misery of the bottom layers of Indian rural society brings the discussion back to a central question with which it began. Although the Indian peasants have undergone as much material suffering as the Chinese over the last 2 centuries, India has not yet experienced a peasant revolution. Some possible reasons are already evident from differences in their social structure prior to the Western intrusion, as well as from significant variations in the timing and character of that impact. Violence has been a part of the response, though, so far, only as a very minor component. To explain why there has not been a great deal more, it will be necessary to discuss the character of the Indian nationalist movement and the violence that has sporadically erupted. 6. The bourgeois link to the peasantry through nonviolence. Early in this account there has been occasion to notice the obstacles Indian social structure placed in the way of commercial development before the coming of the Europeans, the insecurity of property, the barriers to its accumulation, the premium on luxurious display, and the caste system. The balance of forces was not entirely negative. Elsewhere luxury has often stimulated forms of commerce. Commerce was certainly present, even banking reached a high point of development. 128 Yet indigenous commerce was not destined to be the solvent that would destroy India's traditional agrarian society. To a very limited extent, the absence of commercial and industrial revolution may be attributed to the British occupation, its destruction of textile handicrafts and its reserved attitude toward commercial interests that might compete with its own. On the other hand, the British did not by any means completely succeed in preventing the emergence of a native modern business class. Nor does the record indicate that they tried very hard to prevent it. Native industries, particularly cotton and jute, began to become important toward the end of the 19th century, when improvements in transportation made possible the import of machinery, as well as opening access to wider markets. 129 By the 1880s, India had a distinct commercial and industrial class of the modern variety. She also had a vocal professional class. Lawyers were among the first and most important numbers of the modern bourgeoisie to put in an appearance on the Indian scene, because British legality and the British bureaucracy here provided one acceptable outlet for talent and ambition. 130 Quite possibly the law was also congenial to the Brahmin tradition of authority and metaphysical speculation. Some 40-odd years later, official British visitors could speak with approval of the Indian merchant princes whose mansions stood on Malabar Hill in Bombay and tell us that most of the capital in the jute mills near Calcutta and the cotton factories of Bombay belonged to such as these. 131. It was in these circles that doubts first arose about the benefits of the British connection. Commercial interests in England in the latter part of the 19th century feared the competition of their native counterpart in India. Free trade, Indian merchants felt, stifled the possibilities of growth. For a long time they sought protection, subsidy, and opportunities for the monopolistic exploitation of the Indian market. 132 Hence there came about a split between India's landed elite, who were the main beneficiaries of British rule after 1857, and the commercial classes who felt themselves cramped by the connection with England. This split remained down to independence. The split had very significant political consequences. Elsewhere we have observed that an alliance between influential segments of a landed elite and a rising but weak commercial class has been a crucial factor in producing a reactionary political phase in the course of economic development. The British presence in India prevented any such coalition and thereby contributed to the establishment of a parliamentary democracy. But there is more to the story than that. The commercial classes were also linked through the nationalist movement to the peasantry. To understand this paradoxical connection between the most advanced sector of the population and the most backward, it is necessary to discuss briefly certain highlights in the history of the nationalist movement and examine Gandhi's writings and speeches with some care. That the connection was far from perfect and that some frictions existed will be apparent in due course. The Indian National Congress and the First Indian Chamber of Commerce were formed in the same year, 1885. Up until the end of the First World War, the Congress was no more than a timid annual gathering of English-speaking intelligentsia. Subsequently, the connection with business interests remained one of the most important influences determining the Congress's stand, though there were brief periods when other forces managed to push them into the background. 133 Before the First World War, for example, B.G. Tilak became the leader of a violent nativist reaction seeking its inspiration from India's historic past. This turn toward violence was partly a response to widespread disappointment with the Congress's approach of polite and ineffective petitions. In 1906, under Tilak's influence, the Congress adopted the goal of Swaraj, then defined as the system of government obtaining in the self-governing British colonies. 134 At a much later period, another form of radicalism, this time with socialist overtones, was to influence the official stand of the Congress, as in the Karachi Resolution on Fundamental Rights of 1931, at which point the Congress agreed on a mildly socialist and democratic program. 135 In the absence of political responsibility, these doctrinal gusts had limited significance, while business interests provided a steadying ballast. More important still, the presence of the British conqueror damped down internal clashes and imposed a degree of unity that extended from the westernized and mildly radical intellectuals through the business community to the politically active section of the peasantry. The Congress did not begin to reach the peasants until after the end of the First World War and the rise of Gandhi as the dominant figure in the nationalist movement, openly recognized at its session in Nagpur of 1920. At this point, the Indian National Congress ceased to be an upper-class club and started to become a mass organization. The following year the congressman turned to the peasantry, much as the Russian Narodniki had done in the 1870s. 136 From this time until his death, Gandhi remained the undisputed leader of that strange amalgam of westernized intellectuals, merchants, and industrialists, and of ordinary tillers of the soil that was the Indian nationalist movement. What enabled him to hold together such a disparate group of conflicting interests? For intellectuals such as Nehru, Gandhi's program of nonviolence seemed to offer a way out of the impasse created by two policies that had so far proved equally futile, the violence of Tilak and the insipid constitutionalism of the Congress's earlier history. 137 Gandhi struck a responsive chord in Hindu culture, and struck it in such a way as to galvanize the country into opposition against the British without threatening vested interests in Indian society. Even the landed upper classes, though they feared him, were not the object of direct attack, as we shall see in a moment. It is unlikely that the absence of any elements of economic radicalism was the result of a deliberate Machiavellian choice by Gandhi. For our purposes his personal motives are unimportant. What is significant and revealing is Gandhi's program, set forth in his voluminous writings and speeches. In their main outlines his central ideas remained remarkably consistent from the beginning of his active leadership until the end of his life. The goal of independence and the method of nonviolent non-cooperation, sometimes also referred to as passive resistance, the two main themes of his program, are quite familiar to educated Westerners. Rather less familiar is the social and economic content of Gandhi's program, symbolized by the famous spinning wheel and expressed by the term Swadeshi. In 1916 Gandhi defined the term in these words: Swadeshi is that spirit in us which restricts us to the use and service of our immediate surroundings to the exclusion of the more remote. Thus, as for religion, in order to satisfy the requirements of the definition, I must restrict myself to my ancestral religion. That is the use of my immediate religious surrounding. If I find it defective, I should serve it by purging it of its defects. In the domain of politics I should make use of the indigenous institutions and serve them by curing them of their proved defects. In that of economics I should use only things that are produced by my immediate neighbors and serve those industries by making them efficient and complete where they might be found wanting. If we follow the Swadeshi doctrine, it would be your duty and mine to find out neighbors who can supply our wants and to teach them to supply them where they do not know how to proceed, assuming that there are neighbors who are in want of healthy occupation. Then every village of India will almost be a self-supporting and self-contained unit, exchanging only such necessary commodities with other villages where they are not locally producible. This may all sound nonsensical. Well, India is a country of nonsense. It is nonsensical to parch one's throat with thirst when a kindly Mohammedan is ready to offer pure water to drink. And yet thousands of Hindus would rather die of thirst than drink water from a Mohammedan household. 138. What Gandhi sought was a return to an idealized past, the Indian village community, purged of some of its more obviously degrading and repressive features, such as untouchability. 139. Closely related to the conception of Swadeshi were Gandhi's ideas about property, expressed in the notion of trusteeship. Again it is advisable to let the Mahatma speak in his own words. Supposing I have come by a fair amount of wealth either by way of legacy, or by means of trade and industry, I must know that all that wealth does not belong to me. What belongs to me is the right to an honorable livelihood, no better than that enjoyed by millions of others. The rest of my wealth belongs to the community and must be used for the welfare of the community. I enunciated this theory when the socialist theory was placed before the country in respect to the possessions held by zamindars and ruling chiefs. They would do away with these privileged classes. I want them to outgrow their greed and sense of possession, and to come down in spite of their wealth to the level of those who earn their bread by labor. The laborer has to realize that the wealthy man is less owner of his wealth than the laborer is owner of his own, viz., the power to work. 140. The statement just quoted was made in a newspaper article in 1939. 5 years earlier he had been asked why he tolerated private property since it appeared to be incompatible with nonviolence. His answer was that concessions had to be made to those who earn money but would not voluntarily use their earnings for the benefit of mankind. Pressed further with the question why did he not therefore advocate state ownership in the place of private property, he answered that, although it was better than private ownership, it was objectionable on the grounds of violence. It is my firm conviction, he added, that if the state suppressed capitalism by violence it will be caught in the evils of violence itself and fail to develop non-violence at any time. 141. Obviously this outlook contained nothing very terrifying to the holders of property, even to the landed aristocracy who were generally antagonistic to him. He maintained this point of view quite consistently, reproving the peasant movement for using violence, which he said in 1938 would be something like fascism. 142. As far as I have been able to discover, the furthest step Gandhi took toward the view that the zamindars should be expropriated came in 1946, when he made the oblique threat that not every congressman was an angel and hinted that an independent India might fall into unjust hands who would abolish the zamindars. Even on this occasion he was quick to add the hope that Congress would be just, as otherwise all the good it might have done would disappear in the twinkling of an eye. 143. As implied by the notion of Swadeshi, the main thrust of Gandhi's program was the revival of traditional village India. It was with the peasants that Gandhi's heart really lay, and it was they who responded most enthusiastically to his movement. As he remarked in 1933, I can only think in terms of the millions of villagers and can only make my happiness dependent upon that of the poorest amongst them, and want to live only if they can live. My very simple mind cannot go beyond a little spindle of the little wheel which I can carry about with me from place to place and which I can manufacture without difficulty. 144. To him the task of village uplift seemed a non-political one upon which all groups could agree and cooperate. 145. Never did it occur to Gandhi that to maintain village India would be to condemn the mass of India's population to a life of squalor, ignorance, and disease. Industrialism, he felt, brought only materialism and violence. In his eyes the English were the victims of modern civilization, who deserved pity rather than hate. 146. As is usually the case with backward-looking idealizations of peasant life, Gandhi's love of the village had anti-urban and even anti-capitalist overtones. There was a real basis for this outlook in Indian experience. The accounts of the destruction of the Indian village handicrafts, especially weaving, by British factory products made a deep impression on Gandhi. In 1922 he rejected with passion the familiar claim that the English had brought India the benefits of government by law. For him the law merely concealed a brutal exploitation. No juggling of figures, he asserted, could conceal the evidence, the skeletons in many villages present to the naked eye. I have no doubt whatsoever that both England and the town dwellers of India will have to answer, if there is a God above, for this crime against humanity which is perhaps unequaled in history. 147. Many of his other speeches repeat the same theme. Village uplift he thought of mainly as an honest attempt to return to the villagers what has been cruelly and thoughtlessly snatched away from them by the city dwellers. 148. Mechanization was good when there were not enough workers to carry on the task. In the contrary situation, it was evil. Strange as it may appear, every mill generally is a menace to the villagers. 149. Such ideas could scarcely have found favor with wealthy backers of the nationalist movement. Wealthy merchants too were scandalized by the admission of untouchables into Gandhi's ashram. 150. While his support of the workers in the Ahmedabad strike toward the end of World War I may have antagonized still others. 151. At first glance it seems contradictory that the wealthy urban classes should have been a source of support for the nationalist movement, while the landed aristocracy, on whose behalf he issued a number of soothing statements, were generally antagonistic. Part of the contradiction disappears as we recall that the whole program of Swadeshi or local autonomy was in effect a doctrine of Buy Indian and helped to cut down the competition of British goods. Furthermore, from the standpoint of the wealthy classes, there were useful aspects to Gandhi's doctrine of the dignity of labor. He opposed political strikes because they fell outside the framework of nonviolence and non-cooperation. It does not require much effort of the intellect, he said in 1921, to perceive that it is a most dangerous thing to make political use of labor until laborers understand the political condition of the country and are prepared to work for the common good. 152 Even in the case of economic strikes, he urged the necessity of thinking 100 times before undertaking a strike. And as labor became better organized and better educated, he hoped that the principle of arbitration would replace strikes. 153 These ideas found expression in the condemnation of socialist ideas, such as the confiscation of private property and class warfare, in a statement issued by the powerful Working Committee of the Congress in June 1934. 154. Thus Gandhi's doctrines, despite some characteristic traces of peasant radicalism, brought water to the mills of the wealthy urban classes. His ideas competed effectively with Western radical notions and in this way helped to bring the masses into the movement for independence, giving it power and effectiveness, while at the same time they helped to keep the movement safe for those with property. Fundamentally, Gandhi was the spokesman of the Indian peasant and village artisan. There is abundant evidence of the enthusiastic response they gave to his appeal. Large sections of this group, as we shall see in the next section, were suffering from the intrusions of capitalism, which were piled on top of ancient miseries. Thus the resentments that in Japan found part of their outlet in the young officers' movement and super-patriotism, found in India under Gandhi quite another outlet in a different version of nationalism. Nevertheless, their similarities are at least as important as their differences. Both looked back to an idealized past for their model of the good society. Both were incapable of understanding the problems of the modern world. In the case of Gandhi, this judgment may seem harsh. Many Western liberals, distressed by the horrors of modern industrial society, have found Gandhi a sympathetic figure, especially for his stress on nonviolence. To me, this sympathy merely seems to be evidence for the malaise in modern liberalism and its incapacity to solve the problems that confront Western society. If one thing at least is certain, it is that modern technology is here to stay and will before long spread throughout the rest of the world. It is perhaps equally certain that whatever form the good society may take, if it ever comes, it will not be that of the self-contained Indian village served by the local artisan symbolized in Gandhi's spinning wheel. 7. A note on the extent and character of peasant violence. The configuration of class relationships under the British occupation and the character of nationalist leaders imparted to their movement a quietist twist that helped to damp down what revolutionary tendencies there were among the peasants. Other factors were important too, especially the fact that the bottom layers of the peasantry were both fragmented along caste and linguistic lines and nevertheless tied by traditional rules and bits of property to the prevailing order. Still, the glare of Gandhi's reputation together with the English desire to minimize the extent of disorder during their rule and in the course of transition to independence have partly concealed the amount of actual violence that did take place. Over the past 200 years the Indian peasant has not behaved in quite so docile a fashion as once seemed the case. To examine the circumstances under which the peasants have turned to organized violence, though it is no easy task with the sources presently available, may shed some light on the factors that have in general prevented its occurrence. There are some instructive gleanings to be had from the examination of peasant outbreaks between the establishment of British hegemony on the subcontinent after the Battle of Plassey and the end of the Mutiny. An Indian scholar has recently performed the very useful task of pulling together an enormous mass of materials on civil disturbances in general during these 100 years. Among them one may find 10 reasonably clear cases where large numbers of peasants have turned on their masters. At least 5 of these fall outside the boundaries of our problem insofar as they concern either Islamic movements among the peasantry or else Aboriginal inhabitants. 155 The whole record of peasant uprisings is of course quite unimpressive in comparison with China. Nevertheless, important points do emerge. The upheavals we will consider were on a substantial scale. All the instances involved the peasants' economic grievances quite prominently. One revolt took shape at the prospect of a survey, in others we hear of infuriated peasants hanging Brahmin revenue officers from whom they had suffered extortions. In still other cases, Hindu peasants rose against Mohammedan tax collectors. 156 In the last instance, rebel bands of some hundreds of persons roamed about sacking the countryside and were joined by the inhabitants who for a time made common cause with them against the government, then far from firmly established. Another point worth stressing is that solidarity in rebellion could, at least temporarily, cross caste lines, including the sharp one separating peasants from the castes of artisans and village servants. In one instance milkmen, oilmen, and blacksmiths joined up, in another, barbers and house servants, including servants of the money lender. 157 The fragmentation of the Indian village is evidently not in all circumstances a barrier to subversion. To sum up more generally what can be learned from this evidence, we may conclude that Indian peasants had very definite ideas about just and unjust rule, that economic grievances could drive even this supposedly docile population to rebellion on a local scale, finally that traditional leaders with close ties to the peasants played a part in such uprisings. In the latter phases of Pax Britannica, especially in the unsettled years following both the First and Second World Wars, it is highly likely that there were generally similar outbreaks. However, the violence of this phase was not in the main revolutionary. What revolutionary component there may have been was masked by religious warfare about which it will be necessary to speak in a moment. Nevertheless, in one area, Hyderabad, smoldering discontent did flare into an open revolutionary upheaval for a brief time during the turmoil surrounding the British withdrawal. As an exception that throws much light on the general situation, the revolt in Hyderabad deserves more detailed discussion. Before independence, Hyderabad was one of the largest and most powerful of the princely states as well as one part of India where a political and social structure inherited from the days of Muslim rule had been preserved more or less intact. 158 Around 80% of the underlying population was Hindu. 159 Perhaps somewhat backward in relation to the rest of India, there is still no evidence that the position of the peasants in Hyderabad was significantly worse than in many other parts of the country. Detailed descriptions report the usual fragmentation of land holdings, heavy pressure of population, perhaps only 1.15 acres ahead in the food-growing areas in 1939 to 1940, tenancy problems, debt, and large numbers of quite miserable agricultural laborers, perhaps some 40% of the population. 160 Possibly the situation of some agricultural laborers, which verged on debt slavery, was worse than in other parts of India. 161 Still, generally similar conditions could be found in many areas where there were no revolts. Furthermore, the upheaval itself took place in a part of the country where tenancy problems were less acute. 162 And it spread into this area, Telangana, from neighboring Andhra where the communists had established themselves among a relatively wealthy landowning caste. 163 The communists began their work among the Telangana peasants of Hyderabad in 1940. Their success was surprising. Village after village, especially in the areas along the Madras border, in 1943 to 1944 refused to obey landlords' orders, to supply forced labor, to pay rent and taxes. 164 Confusion and the temporary breakdown of authority, as the Nizam of Hyderabad maneuvered in an effort to avoid absorption into the new Indian Union, gave the communists a further opportunity. They claimed at this time, late in 1947 or early in 1948, at least 2,000 villages liberated. Village Soviets did spring up and take control of an extensive area. For a short time communists broke landlord and police control, distributed land, cancelled debts, and liquidated their enemies in the classic manner. One scholarly observer has spoken of it as the largest and for a brief moment perhaps the most effective peasant uprising in Asia outside of China. 165 The Nizam of Hyderabad tried to use the communists, along with Muslim reactionary ruffians organized in fascist-type bands, to prevent the absorption of his territory. On September 13, 1948, the Indian Army conquered the country in less than a week's time. But it took some months of intensive military and police operations, thousands of summary arrests, and the shooting of leaders out of hand to put down the communist-led peasants in Telangana. 166 The first lesson that the unsuccessful revolution in Hyderabad teaches is a negative one. Any notion to the effect that caste or other distinctive traits of Indian peasant society constitute an effective barrier to insurrection is obviously false. There is a revolutionary potential among the Indian peasants. In the second place, degrading material conditions in and by themselves are not the decisive factor in producing an outbreak, though they certainly contribute to the overall potential. There is no evidence to show that the material situation of the peasants was worse where the revolt broke out, and some substantial evidence to the contrary. It was the collapse of political authority from above that enabled the communists to spread their authority temporarily, though not to establish themselves. Similar conditions in the past were the prerequisite of rural upheavals. In Hyderabad in 1947 and 1948, this collapse was exceptional and temporary. Should it recur elsewhere in the future, other pockets of communist rule might easily spring up. So far revolutionary extremism has gained no more than a precarious foothold and but a tiny influence in India. 167 Up until Nehru's death and beyond, the central government was strong enough to crush communism when it was revolutionary and to contain it within legal bounds when it was reformist. Let us look back over the record to see why this has been so. In pre-British times, I have suggested earlier, the institution of caste provided a way of organizing the local community in such a way as to make the central government something superfluous rather than something to be changed when things went wrong. Caste was also a way of organizing a highly fragmented society composed of many races, religions, and languages so that they could at least live together in the same territory. Though this fragmentation could at times be overcome in small ways and in specific localities, it must have been a barrier to widespread rebellion. Furthermore, the system of caste did enforce hierarchical submission. Make a man feel humble by 1,000 daily acts and he will behave in a humble way. The traditional etiquette of caste was no mere excrescence, it had definite political consequences. Finally, as a safety valve, caste does provide a form of collective upward mobility through Sanskritization, but within the framework of the traditional system. On all points Indian society differed sharply from imperial China. These factors continued to operate in the countryside, even if with diminishing force, as limited modernization set in under the British. The way modernization took place also favored stability in many respects. The crisis of the mutiny occurred before radical movements had learned how to turn reactionary longings into revolutions. Whether they could have done so with this one is problematical. As the nationalist movement reached the peasants, it had strong pacifying tendencies for reasons that have already been discussed. Remarkably enough, the transfer of power to Indian hands was accomplished without a real crisis among the rulers. Where a minor one did occur in Hyderabad, there was an abortive revolutionary outbreak. One aspect deserves fuller exploration than I have been able to give it. Many of the hostilities generated by the intrusion of the modern world probably found their outlet in the horrors of communal warfare between Hindu and Muslim. As an indication of its importance, it is sufficient to recall the estimate of some 200,000 persons killed in the riots that accompanied partition and independence, while some 12 million persons are said to have fled in opposite directions between the two states. 168 Hostility between the two religions has, of course, taken violent forms intermittently over a long period of Indian history. Mainly it seems to have been the result of efforts by Islamic rulers to convert Hindu subjects by force. 20th century religious conflict and fanaticism are qualitatively different. They resemble more closely the well-known phenomenon of nativism. In many parts of the world, when an established culture was beginning to erode, threatening some of the population, people have responded by reaffirming the traditional way of life with increasing and frantic vigor. Often the reaffirmation has but tenuous connection with historical reality. Something of the sort apparently happened in India, a trend that would repay more detailed study than it has yet received. Communal sentiments played a part in India's faint version of a reactionary phase. Indeed, they have been by far its worst aspect. But they have been, at least for the Indian Republic and its leaders, strictly unofficial and anti-governmental trends. To their everlasting credit, both Gandhi and Nehru opposed communal violence with all the vigor they could command. Religious warfare may have been a substitute for revolution. It is also no more than an extreme manifestation of the fragmentation of Indian society that constitutes an obstacle to all effective political action, not merely revolutionary radicalism. The natural target for this radicalism might seem to be the outcasts and the rural proletariat. In addition to the tendency towards Sanskritization, radicalism encounters other obstacles here. Revolutionaries cannot appeal to the rural proletariat, even under peaceful guises, without antagonizing the mass of small and medium peasants. In any event, the real problem for a revolutionary movement is to detach whole villages and areas from the status quo, something very difficult to do on more than a limited local basis in India. The communists in some areas could and did base part of their appeal on linguistic and regional loyalties. In other areas they have done this and tried to work through caste disputes as well. 169 The appeal to local and divisive sentiments may be at times good revolutionary tactics. But when the time comes to fuse local discontents into a larger policy, these petty hostilities can do no more than neutralize each other in a cacophony of petty bickerings. Revolutions come with pan-human ideals, not trivial regional ones. The problem of rapidly shifting tactics and of identification with a foreign government, be it Russian or Chinese, are also severe obstacles faced by the only groups that at present have any claim to a revolutionary tradition. Most important of all, the Nehru regime had the top layer of the peasantry on its side. The forces of order hold strong cards, though they are all cards inherited from the past whose value will steadily depreciate unless India's political leaders can both initiate and control the deep-running currents that are already shaping the future of the Indian countryside. Though the outcome is inherently unpredictable, it may be possible to understand the problem itself through studying the reasons for what has been done and left undone. 8. Independence and the price of peaceful change. By the time the British were driven out in 1947, a vicious circle had firmly established itself in Indian society. There was only a very small impetus toward industrialization because resources were not being tapped and collected for the construction of an industrial plant. Agriculture was stagnant and inefficient because the city was not reaching out into the countryside to stimulate productivity or transform rural society. For this same reason, the countryside was not generating resources that could be used for industrial growth. Instead, the landlord and the money lender were skimming off what surplus there was, mainly for unproductive purposes. To speak of a vicious circle may carry the implication that the situation was hopeless. This is not so. As historical experience in other recently industrialized countries shows, a policy exists which can break the circle. In their broad essentials, the problem and the answer are very simple. They amount to using a combination of economic incentives and political compulsion to induce the people on the land to improve productivity and at the same time taking a substantial part of the surplus so generated to construct an industrial society. Behind this problem there stands a political one, whether or not a class of people has arisen in the society with the capacity and ruthlessness to force through the changes. England had her squires and her early industrial capitalists, Russia her communists, Japan her dissident aristocrats who could turn into bureaucrats. For reasons that have been discussed at some length by now, India was rather short on this score. Before going any deeper, it is appropriate to warn once more against a certain kind of psychologism and acceptance of facts as they are without really ascertaining why they are facts in commenting on the absence of a stronger impulse toward change. For the moment we can limit matters to the countryside. Partly for lack of a better term, we have referred to the landlord as parasitic. This should not be taken to mean that everywhere he simply sat back in the shade to let the rents flow in, though this of course happened too, and perhaps even on a fairly wide scale. There were also many landlords who were active and energetic individuals. They showed as much entrepreneurial talent or desire for achievement as one could hope to find in the most model Protestant capitalist. But within the framework of Indian society such talents for innovation could only go into pulling the levers of the old repressive system. The landlord might find all kinds of ways to screw up his tenants' rents, alternating between British courts and the mechanisms provided by the political and social structure of the village. 170 It would be easy enough to pile up cases of innovation within the system to demonstrate that lack of this talent is not the problem. The people who have entrepreneurial ability are probably in a minority in any large group. The problem is one of releasing this talent and also of controlling it for larger social purposes. The creation of an appropriate situation to release it is in very broad terms a political problem. If lack of innovating talent in the countryside is not an obstacle, neither is lack of resources. Potentially enough resources are there. To be convinced on this score, we may look at a single village through the eyes of an anthropologist. The farmer of Gopalpur conducts his agricultural operations on a scale which only a very wealthy country could afford. Rather than use proper amounts of seed of good quality and known germinating ability, the farmer scatters vast wasteful quantities of unselected, untested seed. Failing to protect the young plants in the field, he perforce shares his seedlings with every bird, insect, and wild animal that comes around. He heaps his manure and compost carelessly outside his door, unprotected from sun and rain. Instead of carefully storing his harvested crop, he places it in his house in clay jars, or worse on a crudely made stone floor. What the rats don't eat is drilled and powdered by worms and weevils. 171. Though not all villages are as badly off as this one, some are worse and a few are better. The situation is still characteristic all over India after 17 years of independence. There are more than 500,000 villages in India. Multiply the situation in this village by several 100,000 and one can see the potential resources that exist merely by changing the way people conduct their agricultural practices. They will not change simply because someone has told them to do so. That has been going on for some time. It is necessary to change the situation confronting the people on the land if they are going to alter their behavior. And if this has not yet happened, as by and large it has not, there are likely to be good political reasons. Here in this last portion of the discussion the task will be to find the reasons, to assess the obstacles of change, and what impulses might be present to overcome them. The task is not one of prediction, but merely one of analyzing a problem to suggest the range of possible solutions and their relative costs, including the cost of finding no solution. It will be best to commence with another glance at the national political scene and the forces at work in Indian society as a whole, at the beginning of independence in 1947. The British occupation had called into existence an opposition movement, the Congress Party, composed of intellectuals, such as Nehru, with a leaning towards socialism, solid businessmen to whom such notions were poison, journalists, politicians, and lawyers who gave articulate expression to a wide variety of ideas, the whole resting on a peasant base newly awakened by Gandhi, who had in his makeup rather more of the traditional Indian holy man than of the modern politician. The industrial working class was still very small and as yet had not played any major political role. Common opposition to the British, whose regime provided everyone with a convenient explanation for everything that seemed wrong, had long muted conflict among the articulate leaders of these groups and accustomed them to work together. These conflicts came to the surface as soon as the common enemy disappeared. Yet, in the absence of any powerful radical movement among the industrial workers or the peasants, conservative elements so far have not had too much difficulty in keeping India moving along a moderate course that has not yet seriously threatened their interests. The struggle over economic policy immediately after independence sheds a revealing light on the reasons why the moderates have been so powerful. Backed by Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, the business community launched into a successful attack on the system of price controls over food and other essentials. The government removed the controls only to face a first-class inflation. Prices rose some 30% in a few months. Then the government reimposed controls, after millions whose income was barely sufficient to purchase necessities under normal conditions had already suffered heavily. Now, Patel was one of the partners in the duumvirate, the other was Nehru that ruled India from the partition until Patel's death in 1950. As well as a spokesman for business, Patel was the leader to whom the landlords and orthodox Hindus looked for protection against threats of agrarian reforms and secularism. Gandhi by this time had come to intervene in politics only when he felt that serious moral principles were at stake. The debate over price control was one of these. Significantly, Gandhi's intervention tipped the scales effectively in favor of decontrol. Thus, on a crucial issue affecting the welfare of millions, and the first one to arise after independence, the leader of the peasant masses threw his support to the conservatives. 172 In this episode we see the familiar link between the peasants and commercial interests that has for some time been one of the important facts of Indian politics. Gandhi was assassinated in 1948. Sardar Patel died in 1950. Within a year Nehru, through a series of parliamentary and behind-the-scenes maneuvers, had succeeded in making himself undisputed leader of the Congress Party and the country. At long last, India was ready to move forward, or at least begin to cope seriously with her own problems. The Planning Commission had been established in March 1950 with Nehru as chairman. The first 5-year plan began in 1951 and was followed directly by a second and third. However, not until 1955 did the government become committed to a socialist pattern of society. 173. Though there has been considerable talk about socialism, enough to disturb the business community quite seriously, actually very little has been done. By 1961 the central government had begun to operate a number of firms in such diverse fields as atomic energy, electronics, locomotives, aircraft, electrical equipment, machine tools, and antibiotics, while state governments owned or aided a number of others. But the share of private industry remained very large. According to the text of the third 5-year plan, the government hoped to raise the contribution of the public sector in manufacturing from its level of under 2% in 1961 to nearly a fourth. However, the lion's share of investment funds was earmarked for transportation and communication, in other words for creating services needed by private industry. 174 There is nothing necessarily wrong in such a policy. But it does seem to be a serious mistake to refer to the Indian experiment as a form of socialism. Progress there has been certainly in industry. I shall not try to assess it, beyond registering the very bare statistical assertions that the index of industrial production rose from 100 in 1956 to 158.2 in 1963, or by rather more than a half, and that per capita income has kept far enough ahead of population growth to register slow gains of about 2% a year from 1951 to 1961. 175 The warning that such figures contain a good deal of guesswork will nevertheless bear repeating. And the progress to date has taken place to a great extent under capitalist auspices. In agriculture too the main lines of policy have been to seek for greater production within the framework of the prevailing system inherited from Akbar and the British. There were two major prongs in the policy of the Nehru period, an attack on the problems of landlordism and an effort, through the Community Development Program, to stimulate the peasants' output. Shortly after the achievement of Indian independence, the government undertook a frontal attack on the long-discussed problem of zamindars. The zamindar, as we have seen, was not only a landlord but a collector of taxes who stood between the government and the actual cultivator. In the abolition of the zamindar, the objective was by no means a socialist form of agriculture but the encouragement of peasant agriculture by giving the actual tiller of the soil a permanent stake in the land he cultivates, and by preventing rack renting, the use of forced labor, and other abuses. 176 The actual legislation was left to the separate states of the new republic. The wide variety of local conditions provides one very good reason for so doing. On the other hand, leaving the question up to the states also increased the leverage of powerful local interest groups. These soon challenged the legality of the reform. When these delays became threatening, the central government altered the constitution to speed up the process. 177 By 1961 official sources could claim that intermediaries had been abolished throughout the country, except for a few small pockets. Formerly intermediaries had rights over approximately 43% of the cultivated area of India, a share allegedly reduced to about 8.5 by 1961. 178 A closer look at the situation gives rise to the strong suspicion that the connection between these statistics and social realities in the countryside is largely fortuitous. To speak of abolition tout court in the case of the zamindars would be highly misleading. In several states the governments set no limit to the amount of land the zamindars might keep, as long as they used it for their residence and actually cultivated it. The purpose was the laudable one of avoiding the breakup of more efficient larger farms, though it is necessary to remember that in India a large farm is much more often a large holding rented out to many small tenants than it is an efficiently managed unit of cultivation. But the consequence in many areas was that zamindars campaigned to evict tenants, many of very long standing, in order to add to the area of their home farms. One cautious student referred to the result as an expropriation unheard of in the previous history of India. 179 Even the text of the third five-year plan concedes that the impact of tenancy legislation in practice has been less than hoped for, because landlords have ejected tenants under the plea of voluntary surrenders. The record of the states in improving matters remained very spotty down to the end of 1963, more than a decade after the changes began. 180 Observations made on the spot and local studies indicate very little change. Daniel Thorner in 1960 concluded that in essence the bigger people have held on to a lot of land, and they are getting others to cultivate it for them. 181. Still the mighty in the countryside are a great deal less secure than they once were. The machinery of government no longer stands behind them as firmly as it did under British rule. About as close as one can come to the truth, I would venture, is to remark that the big people are not as big as they once were, and that the tenancy legislation of the Nehru period was a significant element in a general policy that had as its main consequence the promotion of petty landlords and rich peasants. The two often amount to the same thing to become the dominant feature in the Indian rural landscape. 182 This impression is strengthened by a statistical study of the distribution of land ownership, carried out in 1953 to 1954, by which time the intermediaries were supposedly nearly eliminated. Such statistics are highly unreliable in India, for reasons that have already been indicated. But the general conclusion, that about half the total area was held by less than an eighth of the agricultural population, is probably not too misleading. 183 Official agrarian policy has an equalitarian tinge that comes out more strongly in speeches than in results. This has been equally true of the community development program to which we may now turn. The intellectual and institutional antecedents of the community development program do not have the remotest connection with Marxist socialism. One important ingredient is Gandhi's faith in an idealized version of the Indian village as the most suitable community for civilized man. A second element is American experience with our agricultural extension service. A third has been the influence of British paternalism and, more specifically, movements for village uplift. The last element seems to me the most important. With the crucial exception of the scale on which it has been tried, I can find nothing significant in the community development program that has not been tried or recommended in such accounts as F. L. Brain's The Remaking of Village India 184 or the writings of Sir Malcolm Darling. This bizarre parentage has produced two main ideas that constitute the central doctrines of the community development program. One is that India's peasants will want economic progress and sustain it through their own efforts as soon as they have been shown its advantages. The other theme is that the changes must and will come about democratically, that is, in response to the felt needs, a favorite phrase of India's villagers, who will somehow be able to participate in the planning of a better life for all. Much of the preliminary discussion of the program assumed that there was a huge reservoir of popular energy and enthusiasm that could be tapped on behalf of new and rather vaguely defined social ideals. The atmosphere, as well as subsequent disappointments, recalls the movement to the people of 19th-century Russian intellectuals. The Indian Minister for Community Development and Cooperation once went so far as to deny that economic progress was the real objective. A project for community development does not aim at higher productivity in agriculture and industry, better roads and houses, more schools and clinics. None of those constitutes an end which the project pursues. For a community project, there is not a multiplicity of ends, but only one, and this single and indivisible goal is better living. 185. Events were to show that the mass of the peasants were reluctant to adopt the new methods of cultivation brought in by outsiders, and that democratic persuasion turned out to be a terribly slow and ineffective procedure when bureaucratic planners insisted on quick results. These difficulties form the core of the dilemma of democratic reform to which Nehru's government was deeply committed. The Community Development Program began to function in 1952 and has thus been in effect for a dozen years at the time these lines are written. By the latter part of 1963, the press announced that development blocks covered practically all of India. 186 Although the Congress Party in early 1959 passed a resolution proclaiming a modified version of collectivism as a goal for the future, nothing was done to implement it. 187 In practice, the policy of the Community Development Program has been to proceed very gingerly with any changes affecting rural social structure. In the beginning, official instructions to program officials in contact with the villagers made no mention of caste, property relationships, or surplus manpower in the village. In other words, any of the real problems. 188 I have come upon no signs of change on this score. Most of the attempt at changes was directed toward reviving and reintroducing village democracy through the encouragement of village councils. In some parts of the country the effect has been to weaken the authority of older landlords or even peasant elites. But the process has not gone very far. Fundamentally, the notion of village democracy is a piece of romantic Gandhian nostalgia that has no relevance to modern conditions. The pre-modern Indian village was probably as much of a petty tyranny as a petty republic, certainly the modern one is such. To democratize the villages without altering property relationships is simply absurd. Finally, the real sources of change, the factors that determine the fate of the peasantry, lie outside the boundaries of the village. Through the ballot box and through their pressure on state and national politics, the peasants can do something about those questions, but not within the framework of village politics. In any event, after the program had begun to run into severe difficulties and some secondary criticism in one of its periodic evaluations, even some of the more Gandhian officials openly repudiated the conception of independent village republics and came out on behalf of stricter supervision from above. 189. Without altering the content of the program, closer supervision from above is unlikely to accomplish much. The content amounts in practice to bringing resources and techniques to the peasant's doorstep through bureaucratic procedures, while generally refraining from making or even trying to make any change in the social structure and general situation that prevents the peasants from adopting better methods. Here, in my judgment, lies the fundamental flaw in the whole policy. Neither the Community Development Program nor the land reform programs has taken any steps to tap the existing and potential surplus in agriculture to use it for economic growth in a way that would ultimately benefit the peasants. Indeed, one distinguished Indian economist has calculated that the government has spent a great deal more on agriculture than it has taken out. 190. To make this point is not to imply that the Nehru government should have put a Stalinist squeeze on the peasantry. It is not necessary to go nearly that far. There was plenty of room for greater accomplishments within a democratic framework. The point is rather that, by allowing old institutions to persist under a cloud of reformist rhetoric and bureaucratic make-work, the Nehru government 1. Permitted the old forms of diverting the agricultural surplus to continue, 2. Failed to introduce a market economy or a workable substitute to get food from the peasants to the cities, and 3. For these reasons failed to increase agricultural productivity or to tap the huge potential surplus that exists in the countryside. To be blunt, Nehru's agrarian program was an out-and-out failure. This harsh judgment requires an effort at proof and an explanation. 7 years after the Community Development Program got underway, an official report could claim that more than 3/4 of India's food production never reached the market. 190-185% of the villagers' credit still came from the money lender and other individuals, presumably the more prosperous peasants. As before, the grain that did reach the market was usually sold to local traders at depressed harvest time prices. Cultivators still paid exorbitant rates for inadequate credit, much of which still went to finance customary forms of display such as dowries. Cooperatives still extended less than 10% of the total agricultural credit used by cultivators. 192 Resentment against cooperatives as bureaucratic outside intruders, whose procedures in granting loans were slow and cumbersome compared to the money lender, remained a common feature in village life. The gravest weakness appears in the failure to achieve more than a very indifferent increase in the production of food. Before looking more closely at the reasons, it will be well to review some of the statistical evidence. Though figures on output and yield are far from dependable, the story that they tell is so plain that it would take an improbably large error to modify the general interpretation. Table 2 gives India's reported output of rice from 1948 to 1963. Because it has been by far the most important food crop, we may legitimately concentrate on rice alone. Nor is it necessary to carry the figures beyond 1963. By that time the existence of at least a potential crisis had begun to be common knowledge. Here our problem is to assess the reasons for failure, not to measure its extent in an ever-shifting present. The Community Development Program was not expected to reach even a fourth of the population by 1956, by 1959 it had reached around 61% of the rural inhabitants. By 1963 supposedly nearly all were to have felt the impact. 193 According to this chronology, one should expect to see, if the program were effective in raising output, some slight effects by 1954 to 1955 and a more or less steady and accelerating rise thereafter. Though there is some rise in output, nothing of the sort appears. There is a drop of close to 3 million tons between 1953 to 1954 and 1954 to 1955, another drop of almost 3.5 million tons between 1956 to 1957 and 1957 to 1958, after 1960 a steadily declining output, culminating in another sharp drop for 1962 to 1963. In October of that year the Calcutta mobs rioted for rice. Previous output had barely managed to keep ahead of population growth. The bad crop of 1962 to 1963 wiped out the margin, as per capita food consumption was reported to have dropped by 2%. 194. Indian agriculture in a word remains today what it was in Akbar's and still was in Curzon's time, a gamble in the rains, where a bad crop means disaster for millions of people. In the second half of the 20th century this is a social and political problem very much more than a geographical and material one. As the staff of the Community Development Program senses, the resources exist, even at a local level, to mitigate greatly the effects of climate. But this would mean some kind of a social as well as a technical revolution. Instead, what improvement there has been so far has come mainly from the spread of the old inefficient system into new and probably marginal areas of the country. There is quite a bit of evidence that points in this direction. Some that is rather striking may be had in the statistics on yield per hectare. In any case, they provide a better notion of changes in productivity than do those on total output. Such figures also enable us to make a comparison between the situation under the British regime and the present one, even though the statistics should not be taken literally because there have been improvements in the way crop yields are estimated since the Second World War. 195 In Table 3 are presented data for certain years on the yield in wet or paddy rice for India and also for Japan. Those for India in the pre-war period do not include Burma. The figures scarcely require comment. Even under the new regime, India's productivity has fluctuated around the level of the late 1920s and early 1930s. Starting from a much higher base, Japan has forged steadily ahead in recent years. Her productivity is about 3 times that of India. Climate alone can scarcely account for such a big difference. Though the grosser institutional factors that may explain India's low productivity lie outside the village and have already been touched upon, it is helpful, indeed necessary for more adequate comprehension, to see their reflection at work within the peasant community. Furthermore, national averages conceal decisive facts. In some areas there has been distinct improvement. If we are to understand the obstacles, it is necessary to see why there has been improvement in some places and not in others. I shall try to bring these factors out, First by discussing one part of India where production has improved quite markedly, and then by reviewing those aspects of the village community that still inhibit economic advance. Madras constitutes one of the brighter spots on the map of India, where yields of rice are said to have risen by as much as 16 to 17%. 196 An effort to see what factors are involved produces an image that sharply contradicts official doctrines. In terms of land area, by far the most important crop is rice grown in paddies. About one-third of the area under cultivation in the state, 4.5 million acres out of a total of 14.27 million, is irrigated. Since only 344,000 acres have been brought under irrigation between 1952 and 1959, 197 improvements in irrigation cannot be the major reason for the rise in productivity. Rather, the answer appears to be that Madras has moved farther than other areas toward a capitalist form of agriculture. The reasons for this change deserve at least passing mention because of their larger implications. At the end of the 19th century, the tendency for land to pass out of the hands of the peasants became noticeable in Madras and aroused official concern, as it did in other parts of India. However, in Madras the professional money lender was rare. Instead, money was lent by one cultivator to another. Furthermore, the line between the cultivator and the urban trading classes was not a sharp one. The latter kept their landed property and increased it by purchasing irrigated rice land. These tendencies appear to have been accelerated by legislation after independence. The Fair Rent Act of 1956 forced the middling landlord who let out his land on a sharecropping basis to turn to direct exploitation of the land with hired labor, since wages were not raised at the same time. 198 The consequence has been that in the deltas, the best rice-growing areas, property has become highly concentrated. A minority in possession of the land faces a proletarian majority of laborers. Even though a well-to-do proprietor does not cultivate the land himself, he can, by careful supervision of hired labor, good use of fertilizer, and other measures, obtain yields of as high as 27 quintals a hectare, in comparison with the average of 17 for the area. 199. Thus the rise in productivity, in this area at any rate, comes quite clearly from capitalism's entering wedge. It is not due to the government's policy of favoring the upper ranks of the peasantry. Among the agricultural workers and small peasants, the political consequences are also about what might be expected: increasing tension and disillusionment with the Congress Party and a rise in sympathy for the communists. A generous sampling of the literature on the villages gives the same general impression of a limited capitalist intrusion, though generally less than in Madras. 200 Anthropologists have by now studied a substantial variety of villages in different parts of the country and at different stages in the process of modernization. Rather than try to set modernized villages against backward ones, something already done quite well for two nearby villages in one area. 201 I shall try to analyze each of the major obstacles and draw on specific instances where possible to demonstrate how they have been overcome and can be overcome. The basic assumption of the Community Development Program, the reader may recall, has been that the Indian peasant would of his own free will, and because of his felt needs, immediately adopt technical improvements the moment he was shown them. A good part of the trouble has been that a slow-moving and alien bureaucracy has been doing a great deal of the showing without knowing anything about local conditions. If the program had directed its democratic inclinations more toward doing something about this aspect of the problem rather than panchayat reform, the results would probably have been better. As it is, the age-old split between the autonomous village and the government persists. Of the government man sent into the village, one report says, the hands of the village-level worker are smooth and soft. His days are spent writing progress reports and keeping his office in order against the day when one of his superiors will pay a surprise visit. In this particular village the government worker had already urged the farmers to try some fertilizer. They applied it too liberally, and the crops withered and died. Next year, the same villagers, still friendly, accepted the advice to plant wheat in an empty irrigation reservoir. Rust attacked the crop. After that the men ruined an expensive German sprayer in an effort to kill the rust. Government officials ended up by regarding the peasants as hopelessly stupid and lazy. Peasants who could not afford to risk their crops stuck to traditional ways they knew would work after a fashion. 202 Such accounts could be duplicated endlessly. I will add only one more from the book by the prickly and commonsensical French agronomist, René Dumont, who left a United Nations evaluation team in disgust, because it started off as a faded showpiece tour, in order to tramp the dust and mud of Indian villages on his own. At one point he was shown with considerable pride a cream puff area of rice fields where the yields were at a record for India but about 40% below ordinary Japanese fields. Here the Indians had tried to introduce Japanese methods as they have done in many places. But the Japanese method cannot be taken over piecemeal. It requires not only transplanting, but careful regulation of the water supply and appropriate soil conditions. Local variations have to be taken into account and corresponding adaptations made to get proper results. Instead, what happened was that everything was arranged on paper, nothing on the spot. Improvement plans, Dumont adds with italicized indignation, set up as advice for each development block, were just about the same for the entire country. 203. Where the technology was appropriate to local conditions, on the other hand, and where it could be shown to work, peasants would often turn to it rapidly. In one village the peasants first drove their cattle away rather than allow them to be inoculated against the rinder pest, a fatal epidemic disease then raging in the area. Only 47 cattle were inoculated despite intensive efforts. When the inoculated cattle survived and the rinder pest killed some 200 others, the peasants' attitude toward innovation in this area changed dramatically. 204. In this instance innovation could gain an entry because the bureaucracy could and did offer a service that corresponded to felt needs. Such is by no means always the case. Felt needs in any society are in large measure the product of the individual's specific social situation and upbringing. They are created, not simply the gift of nature. It is necessary to probe deeper and see what lies behind them to find what it is that is felt to be normal. In the Indian village it amounts to the fact that the felt needs rest upon the petty tyranny of village oligarchs, fighting among themselves but maintaining their overall hegemony through caste and the traditional political structure of the village. There are strong vested interests at the back of grassroots reluctance to adopt new ways. Essentially these are fears on the part of the dominant castes that they will lose their perquisites of labor and payments in kind. Dumont points out that, with very simple tools and equipment and by drawing on labor that is available and unused most of the year, it would be possible to put in order the traditional system of irrigation by small reservoirs. Doing so would add enough good land with higher yields in his estimation to solve most of India's food problem. Why then does nothing happen? Because the proprietors who run the villages are afraid that the increased land made available from these tanks will cut into their rents and put the outcasts into a position to bargain about their labor. 205 All the endless talk about the persistence of Indian cultural traditions, the momentum of centuries behind the caste system, the apathy of the villagers constitutes, along with the new rhetoric of democracy, a huge billowing smoke screen before these interests. 206. For the lower strata of the rural population, an overwhelming majority in India as a whole, the restriction of wants and ambitions, the acceptance of what seems to us an extraordinarily cramped horizon and the continuing wary skepticism about outsiders constitute realistic and sensible reactions to prevailing conditions. Where the cultivator is so poor that any minor disaster pushes him over the edge, he would be stupid to follow bureaucratic advice about new planting methods that fail because of inattention to important details and local conditions. Nor can he be expected to put out enormous efforts and display great enthusiasm where most of the benefits go to the local oligarchs. In such a situation his felt need is to lay low. Hence in a great many areas the community development program came in like a whirlwind, aroused a bit of local enthusiasm, almost anyone likes to be the object of flattering attention, and moved on, retiring the area to the post-intensive phase in official records. Afterward many villages slipped back into their old ways. When the authorities have had their pleasure, the world can go back to normal. None of these obstacles is insuperable, neither collectively nor individually, much as each one reinforces the others. The best evidence comes from the fact that the peasants do overcome them when the situation calls for it. Generally they adapt to the new situation those parts of the traditional social mechanism that will work. 207 But the peasants show little hesitation in discarding what is clearly unsuitable. One illuminating study contrasts the situation in a village where irrigation made possible the introduction of sugar cane on a wide scale with a nearby one to which the water could not be brought. In the irrigated areas the peasants showed no hesitation in going over to the cultivation of sugar cane, even though it involved a thorough reorganization of work patterns. Indeed, the author suggests quite plausibly that a thorough reorganization may be easier than a partial one. Even in the face of caste prejudices against work in the fields, the farmers met out of their own households about half the total labor requirements for cane growing. All this could happen mainly because a local sugar cane factory was able to provide a steady market for the cane. In the same area, rice cultivation remained very inefficient. No one would go over to the Japanese methods. For rice, there was little or no market in the area. The introduction of sugar cane as a commercial crop, the transition to a cash economy, it is worth noting, produced relatively few differences in the general pattern of village life. The peasants remained peasants, though considerably more prosperous than before. Caste and the traditional system was by and large compatible with the transition, despite changes in work habits. In the nearby village that the water would not reach, the situation was quite different. Their villagers had to scramble, by providing a variety of needed services, in order to take advantage of the general rise in the economic level that the surrounding area enjoyed. Hence the traditional order in the dry village disintegrated much further. What emerges most clearly from the comparison is the range of adaptations that the original peasant society, generally the same over the entire area before the introduction of irrigation, could make under appropriate stimulus from the outside. Irrigation too would not have had these favorable results if a good market for the produce had not also arisen. 208 Elsewhere in India irrigation systems have rapidly deteriorated because the peasants had no use for them. The introduction of a cash economy in the manner just discussed is instructive because it helps to dispose of preconceived notions about the difficulties involved. But it is not generally characteristic of what is taking place. A much more common situation is one where the more enterprising petty landlords and peasants show a strong inclination to go over to commercial activities, either selling their produce locally or taking up business sidelines where possible in the nearby town. This is partly an unintended consequence of the community development program, whose major benefits have flowed to the wealthier peasants. 209 On this score, present-day India shows some strong resemblances to Soviet Russia during the days of the NEP. There is the same hustle and bustle as the energetic little fellows find all sorts of crevices in the system where they can establish themselves to make petty fortunes. This, too, is one more indication of the flexibility of the traditional order. Caste boycotts are much less effective than they used to be now that it is possible for even a peasant to buy services instead of being dependent on a closed system of economic changes. With the decline of the boycott, the whole caste system loses one of its most significant sanctions. There are encouraging aspects to this chase after the fast rupee by petty landlords and the more well-to-do peasants. For one thing, it demonstrates that, where there is a profitable alternative to working the levers of the old society, there are many ambitious peasants who will grasp it. This may be the way in which India makes the transition to commercial agriculture, very roughly the French model of the late 18th and 19th centuries. Modern technology may also make it possible to eliminate the more backbreaking and stultifying aspects of intensive peasant agriculture. But there are political dangers. The rural proletariat in India is tied to the prevailing order through caste obligations and the tiny handkerchief plot. It seems likely that the direction of future changes will be toward further disintegration of traditional ties and toward wage labor, rather than in the direction of modified patriarchal ties as happened in Japan. Should prevailing trends continue, traditional bonds are liable to wear ever more thin. There is already a huge migration to urban slums where communist agitation does find considerable response. If no place in society is found for the mass of floating labor released by this NEP-like transformation of the countryside, the political consequences might well be explosive. What is the ultimate reason for this continuing stagnation and very halting progress, we may legitimately ask, as we leave the village behind and strive to gain a final perspective on the whole question. The proximate cause seems quite clearly to be the relative failure of a market economy to penetrate very far into the countryside and put the peasants into a new situation to which they seem quite capable of responding with a sharp rise in output. The structure of village society is only a secondary obstacle, one that changes in response to external circumstances. To concentrate on local resistances, to send endless teams of anthropologists out to study the countryside, amounts to diverting attention from the main sources of difficulty, the makers of government policy in Delhi. More about that in a moment. Behind the weak push of the market lies the failure to channel into industrial construction the resources that agriculture does generate. One further step, taken with a glance at other countries, shows that the course of historical development in India was such that no class grew up with any very strong interest in rechanneling the agricultural surplus in such a way as to get the process of industrial growth started. The nationalist movement owed its popular support to the peasantry and was, through Gandhi, suffused with its ideology. This is about as far as a sociological analysis can penetrate. My own strong suspicion is that it already goes too far and that Nehru personally ought to bear a very large share of the blame. Too great a concentration on circumstances and objective difficulties leads to the mistake of forgetting that great political leaders are the ones who accomplish important institutional changes despite such obstacles. Nehru was a very powerful political leader. To deny that he had a great deal of room to maneuver seems absurd. Yet on the most decisive question of all, his policy was one of rhetoric and drift. The atmosphere of action became a substitute for action. On this score at least, Indian democracy is not alone. In response to such an assessment, the Western liberal observer almost automatically responds that even if Indian agrarian policy, indeed her economic policy as a whole, has been rather long on talk and quite short on accomplishments, at least there has not been the brutality of communist modernization. Some sacrifice in speed, the argument runs, is necessary for the sake of democracy. This comfortable generalization overlooks the dreadful costs in human suffering that a policy of festina lente imposes in the Indian situation. To measure these costs in cold statistics is impossible. But a few figures will give a rough notion of their magnitude. In 1924 and 1926 the All India Conference of Medical Research Workers estimated that India suffered from 5 to 6 million deaths a year from preventable diseases alone. 210 After the famine of 1943, the Bengal Famine Commission concluded that about 1.5 million deaths occurred as a direct result of the famine and the epidemics which followed in its train. 211 Though wartime disruption contributed to the tragic results, fundamentally the famine was a product of the structure of Indian society. 212 The enormous death toll refers only to those who have fallen below the line that separates success from failure in sheer biological survival. By themselves such figures say nothing about the disease, squalor, filth, and brutish ignorance perpetuated by religious beliefs among millions above the line. The upward thrust of population means also that the threat of death on a massive scale will hover in the background unless the rate of improvement rises sharply. In addition, it is necessary to point out that if democracy means the opportunity to play a meaningful part as a rational human being in determining one's own fate in life, democracy does not yet exist in the Indian countryside. The Indian peasant has not yet acquired the material and intellectual prerequisites for democratic society. The Panchayat revival, as I have indicated earlier, is mainly romantic rhetoric. Actually, the community development program has been imposed from above. Those who work in it have tended to shed much of their democratic idealism, to conclude that democratic processes are too slow and to orient their behavior toward results often shallow statistical ones such as the number of compost pits dug that will satisfy their superiors. By itself, the fact that the program has been imposed from above is not bad. It is the content of programs that matters. One can criticize bureaucratic leadership in the abstract only from a conception of democracy that excludes any interference whatever with the way human beings conduct their lives, no matter how ignorant or how cruel these people are as a consequence of their history. Anyone who holds this formalist conception of democracy would have to accept the fact that large sections of the Indian peasantry do not want economic development. They do not want it for reasons I have tried to explain. The only consistent program, from this standpoint, would be to dismantle any program and let the Indian peasants wallow in filth and disease until they starved. The results are scarcely likely to please any kind of democratic theorist. More realistic policies might be grouped around the kinds of interference used and the costs of using one kind versus another. Whether any particular one will be adopted or none, with the Indian state breaking up along its present lines of cleavage, is another kind of question I do not propose to discuss. If the prevailing policy in its essential outlines continues, as far as can be foreseen it would result in a very slow rate of improvement, mainly through the action of the upper stratum of the peasantry continuing to go over to peasant forms of commercial farming. The danger has already been pointed out, the steady swelling of an urban and rural proletariat on an ever larger scale. This policy could in time perhaps generate its own antithesis, though the difficulties of a radical takeover in India are enormous. Much more desirable from a democratic standpoint would be for the government to harness and use these same tendencies for its own purposes. That would mean discarding the Gandhian doctrines, allowing the upper strata in the countryside free rein, but taxing their profits and organizing the market and credit mechanism in such a way as to drive out the money lender. If the government in this way succeeded in tapping the present surplus generated in agriculture and encouraging the growth of a much bigger one, it could do a great deal more about industry on its own resources. As industry grew, it would sop up much of the surplus labor released in the countryside and spread the market ever more rapidly in a continually accelerating process. The efforts to bring technology and modern resources to the peasant's doorstep would then bear fruit. 213. The third possibility would be to go over to much wider use of compulsion, more or less approaching the communist model. Even if it could be tried in India, it seems highly unlikely that it would work. Under Indian conditions for a long time to come, no political leadership, no matter how intelligent, dedicated, and ruthless, could, it seems to me, put through a revolutionary agrarian policy. The country is too diverse and too amorphous still, though that will gradually change. The administrative and political problem of forcing through a collectivization program against the barriers of caste and tradition in 14 languages seems too formidable to require further discussion. Only one line of policy then seems to offer real hope, which, to repeat, implies no prediction that it will be the one adopted. In any case, a strong element of coercion remains necessary if a change is to be made. Barring some technical miracle that will enable every Indian peasant to grow abundant food in a glass of water or a bowl of sand, labor will have to be applied much more effectively, technical advances introduced, and means found to get food to the dwellers in the cities. Either masked coercion on a massive scale, as in the capitalist model including even Japan, or more direct coercion approaching the socialist model will remain necessary. The tragic fact of the matter is that the poor bear the heaviest costs of modernization under both socialist and capitalist auspices. The only justification for imposing the costs is that they would become steadily worse off without it. As the situation stands, the dilemma is indeed a cruel one. It is possible to have the greatest sympathy for those responsible for facing it. To deny that it exists is, on the other hand, the acme of both intellectual and political irresponsibility. Chapter 7. The Democratic Route to Modern Society. F. From our present perspective, we might now sketch with broad strokes the major features of each of the three routes to the modern world. The earliest one combined capitalism and parliamentary democracy after a series of revolutions, the Puritan Revolution, the French Revolution, and the American Civil War. With reservations discussed later in this chapter, I have called this the route of bourgeois revolution, a route that England, France, and the United States entered at succeeding points in time with profoundly different societies at the starting point. The second path was also a capitalist one, but, in the absence of a strong revolutionary surge, it passed through reactionary political forms to culminate in fascism. It is worth emphasizing that, through a revolution from above, industry did manage to grow and flourish in Germany and Japan. The third route is of course the communist one. In Russia and China, revolutions having their main but not exclusive origins among the peasants made possible the communist variant. Finally, by the middle of the 1960s, India had no more than haltingly entered upon the process of becoming a modern industrial society. That country had experienced neither a bourgeois revolution, nor a conservative revolution from above, nor so far a communist one. Whether India will be able to avoid the appalling costs of these three forms to discover some new variant, as it was trying to do under Nehru, or succumb in some way to the equally appalling costs of stagnation, remains the ghastly problem faced by Nehru's successors. To a very limited extent these three types bourgeois revolutions culminating in the Western form of democracy, conservative revolutions from above ending in fascism, and peasant revolutions leading to communism may constitute alternative routes and choices. They are much more clearly successive historical stages. As such, they display a limited determinate relation to each other. The methods of modernization chosen in one country change the dimensions of the problem for the next countries who take the step, as Veblen recognized when he coined the now fashionable term, the advantages of backwardness. Without the prior democratic modernization of England, the reactionary methods adopted in Germany and Japan would scarcely have been possible. Without both the capitalist and reactionary experiences, the communist method would have been something entirely different, if it had come into existence at all. It is easy enough to perceive, and even with some sympathy, that Indian diffidence is in good measure a negative critical reaction to all three forms of prior historical experience. Although there have been certain common problems in the construction of industrial societies, the task remains a continually changing one. The historical preconditions of each major political species differ sharply from the others. Within each major type there are also striking differences, perhaps most striking in the democratic variant, as well as significant similarities. In this chapter we shall try to do justice to both, in analyzing certain agrarian social features that have contributed to the development of Western democracy. It is well to be explicit once more about what this rather sonorous phrase means, even if definitions of democracy have a way of leading away from real issues to trivial quibbling. The author sees the development of a democracy as a long and certainly incomplete struggle to do three closely related things: 1. To check arbitrary rulers, 2. To replace arbitrary rules with just and rational ones, and 3. To obtain a share for the underlying population in the making of rules. The beheading of kings has been the most dramatic and by no means the least important aspect of the first feature. Efforts to establish the rule of law, the power of the legislature, and later to use the state as an engine for social welfare are familiar and famous aspects of the other two. Though a detailed consideration of the earlier phases of pre-modern societies lies outside the scope of this work, it is well to raise at least briefly the question of different starting points. Are there structural differences in agrarian societies that might in some cases favor subsequent development toward parliamentary democracy while other starting points would make this achievement difficult or rule it out altogether? Certainly the starting point does not completely determine the subsequent course of modernization. 14th century Prussian society exhibited many of the same features that were the ancestors of parliamentary democracy in Western Europe. The decisive changes that fundamentally altered the course of Prussian and eventually German society took place in the next 2 centuries. Yet even if the starting point is not decisive in itself, some may be much more favorable to democratic developments than others. A good case can be made, I think, for the thesis that Western feudalism did contain certain institutions that distinguished it from other societies in such a way as to favor democratic possibilities. The German historian Otto Hintze in his discussion of the social orders of feudal society has perhaps done the most toward rendering the thesis convincing, though it remains a topic of lively scholarly debate. Point 1 For our purposes, the most important aspect was the growth of the notion of the immunity of certain groups and persons from the power of the ruler, along with the conception of the right of resistance to unjust authority. Together with the conception of contract as a mutual engagement freely undertaken by free persons, derived from the feudal relation of vassalage. This complex of ideas and practices constitutes a crucial legacy from European medieval society to modern Western conceptions of a free society. This complex arose only in Western Europe. Only there did that delicate balance occur between too much and too little royal power, which gave an important impetus to parliamentary democracy. A wide variety of partial resemblances do occur elsewhere, but seem to lack either a crucial ingredient or the crucial proportion among them found in Western Europe. Russian society did develop a system of estates, the soslовие. But Ivan the Terrible broke the back of the independent nobility. The attempt to recover their privileges came after the strong hand of Peter the Great had been removed and resulted in obtaining privileges without corresponding obligations or corporate representation in the process of governing. Bureaucratic China generated the conception of the mandate of heaven that gave some color of legitimacy to resistance to unjust oppression, but without a strong notion of corporate immunity, something the scholar officials created to a limited extent in practice and against the basic principle of the bureaucratic polity. Feudalism did arise in Japan, but with heavy stress on loyalty to superiors and a divine ruler. It lacked the conception of an engagement among theoretical equals. In the Indian caste system one can perceive strong tendencies toward the conception of immunity and corporate privilege, but again without the theory or practice of free contract. The attempts to find a single comprehensive explanation of these differences, stimulated by a few offhand observations by Marx and culminating in Wittfogels' polemical conception of Oriental despotism based on the control of water supplies, have not been very successful. This does not mean that they are misdirected. Water supply is probably much too narrow a notion. Traditional despotisms may arise where a central authority is able to perform a variety of tasks or supervise activities essential to the working of the whole society. In earlier times it was much less possible than it is now for a government to create situations that carry with them their own definition of what task is essential to society as a whole and make the underlying population accept it passively. Hence it is somewhat less risky to pursue this hypothesis about the locus of the performance of essential tasks for pre-industrial societies than it would be for modern ones. On the other hand, there also seems to be a rather wider range of choice than was once supposed in the political level at which a society organizes the division of labor and the maintenance of social cohesion. The peasant village, the feudal fief, or even a crude territorial bureaucracy may constitute the decisive level under generally similar agrarian technologies. With this brief assessment of variations in the starting point, we may turn to the process of modernization itself. One point stands out quite clearly. The persistence of royal absolutism, or more generally of a pre-industrial bureaucratic rule into modern times, has created conditions unfavorable to democracy of the Western variety. The varied histories of China, Russia, and Germany converge on this point. It is a curious fact, for which I shall not try to offer an explanation, that powerful central governments that we can loosely call royal absolutisms or agrarian bureaucracies established themselves in the 16th and 17th centuries in all the major countries examined in connection with this study, namely, England, France, the Prussian part of Germany, Russia, China, Japan, and India. Whatever the reason may be, the fact forms a convenient if partly arbitrary peg upon which to hang the beginnings of modernization. Though their persistence has had unfavorable consequences, strong monarchical institutions have performed an indispensable function at an early point in checking the turbulence of the nobility. Democracy could not grow and flourish under the shadow of prospective plunder and pillage by marauding barons. In early modern times too, a decisive precondition for modern democracy has been the emergence of a rough balance between the crown and the nobility, in which the royal power predominated but left a substantial degree of independence to the nobility. The pluralist notion that an independent nobility is an essential ingredient in the growth of democracy has a firm basis in historical fact. Comparative support of this thesis is provided by the absence of such an ingredient in Akbar's India and Manchu China, or perhaps more accurately by the failure to work out an acceptable and legitimate status for the degree of independence that in fact existed. The ways in which this independence has been hammered out are equally important. In England the locus clas sicut for positive evidence, the Wars of the Roses decimated the landed aristocracy, making considerably easier the establishment of a form of royal absolutism rather milder than that in France. It is wise to recall that the achievement of such a balance, so dear to the liberal and pluralist tradition, has been the fruit of violent and occasionally revolutionary methods that contemporary liberals generally reject. At this point one may ask what happens when and if the landed aristocracy tries to shake free from royal controls in the absence of a numerous and politically vigorous class of town dwellers. To put the question in less exact form, what may happen if the nobility seeks freedom in the absence of a bourgeois revolution? I think it is safe to say that the outcome is highly unfavorable to the Western version of democracy. In Russia during the 18th century the service nobility managed to have its obligations to the Tsarist autocracy rescinded, while at the same time it retained and even increased its land holdings as well as its power over the serfs. The whole development was highly unfavorable to democracy. German history is in some respects even more revealing. There the nobility carried on its struggle against the great elector for the most part separately from the towns. Many of the aristocratic demands of the time resemble those made in England, for a voice in the government and especially in the government's ways of raising money. But the outcome was not parliamentary democracy. The weakness of the towns has been a constant feature in German history subsequent to their efflorescence in southern and western Germany in the late Middle Ages, after which they went into a decline. Without going into the evidence further or discussing the Asian materials that point in the same direction, we may simply register strong agreement with the Marxist thesis that a vigorous and independent class of town dwellers has been an indispensable element in the growth of parliamentary democracy. No bourgeois, no democracy. The principal actor would not appear on the stage if we confined our attention strictly to the agrarian sector. Still the actors in the countryside have played a sufficiently important part to deserve careful inquiry. And if one wishes to write history with heroes and villains, a position the present writer repudiates, the totalitarian villain sometimes has lived in the country, and the democratic hero of the towns has had important allies there. Such, for example, was the case in England. While absolutism was growing stronger in France, in a large section of Germany, and in Russia, it met its first major check on English soil, where to be sure the attempt to establish it was much feebler. In very large measure this was true because the English landed aristocracy at an early date began to acquire commercial traits. Among the most decisive determinants influencing the course of subsequent political evolution are whether or not a landed aristocracy has turned to commercial agriculture and, if so, the form that this commercialization has taken. Let us try to perceive this transformation in its major contours and in comparative perspective. The European medieval system had been one in which the feudal lord had a certain portion of his land, the domain, cultivated for him by the peasants in return for which the lord protected them and administered justice, very often, to be sure, with a heavy hand favoring his own material interests. The peasants used another section of the lord's land to grow food for their own support and on which to have their dwellings. A third part, generally consisting of woods, streams, and pasture, was known as the commons and served as a source of valuable fuel, game, and pasture land for both the lord and his peasants. Partly in order to assure the lord an adequate supply of labor, the peasants were tied in various ways to the soil. It is true that the market played an important part in the medieval agrarian economy, more important even at quite early times than was once realized. Yet, in contrast to later times, the lord together with his peasants to a great extent constituted a self-sufficing community able to supply a large part of their needs from local resources and with local skills. With countless local variations, this system prevailed over large areas of Europe. It did not exist in China. Feudal Japan showed strong resemblances to this arrangement, and analogues can be found in parts of India. The advance of commerce in the towns and the demands of absolutist rulers for taxes had among their many consequences the result that the overlord needed more and more cash. Three main responses occurred in different parts of Europe. The English landed aristocracy turned to a form of commercial farming that involved setting the peasants free to shift for themselves as best they could. The French landed elite generally left the peasants in de facto possession of the soil. In the areas where they turned toward commerce, they did so by compelling the peasants to turn over a share of the produce which the nobles then marketed. In Eastern Europe there occurred the third variant, the monoreal reaction. East German Junkers reduced formerly free peasants to serfdom in order to grow and export grain, while in Russia a similar process took place due to political, much more than economic, causes. Only by the 19th century did grain exports become a major feature in the Russian economic and political landscape. In England itself, the turn toward commercial farming by the landed aristocracy removed much of what remained of its dependence on the crown and generated a great deal of its hostility to fumbling Stuart attempts at absolutism. Likewise, the form commercial farming took in England, in contrast to Eastern Germany, created a considerable community of interest with the towns. Both factors were important causes of the Civil War and the ultimate victory of the parliamentary cause. Its effects continued to be important and to be reinforced by new causes in the 18th and 19th centuries. The consequences appear even more clearly if we set the English experience alongside other varieties. Broadly speaking, there are two other possibilities. The commercial impulse may be quite weak among the landed upper classes. Where that happens, the result will be the survival of a huge peasant mass that is at best a tremendous problem for democracy and at worst the reservoir for a peasant revolution leading to a communist dictatorship. The other possibility is that the landed upper class will use a variety of political and social levers to hold down a labor force on the land and make its transition to commercial farming in this fashion. Combined with a substantial amount of industrial growth, the result is likely to be what we recognize as fascism. In the next chapter we shall discuss the role played by the landed upper classes in the creation of fascist governments. Here we need only notice 1, that the form of commercial agriculture was just as important as commercialization itself, and 2, that the failure of appropriate forms of commercial agriculture to take hold at an early point in time still left open another route to modern democratic institutions. Both features are apparent in French and American history. In parts of France, commercial agriculture left peasant society largely intact but took more out of the peasantry, thereby making a contribution to revolutionary forces. Over most of France the impulse among the nobility toward commercial agriculture was weak compared with England. But the revolution crippled the aristocracy and opened the way toward parliamentary democracy. In the United States, plantation slavery was an important aspect of capitalist growth. On the other hand, to put it mildly, this was an institution unfavorable to democracy. The Civil War overcame this obstacle, though only partially. Generally speaking, plantation slavery is only the most extreme form of repressive adaptations to capitalism. 3 factors make it unfavorable to democracy. The landed upper class is likely to need a state with a powerful repressive apparatus and thus one that imposes a whole climate of political and social opinion unfavorable to human freedom. Further, it encourages the preponderance of the countryside over the towns, which are likely to become mere transshipment depots for export to distant markets. Finally, there are the brutalizing consequences of the elite's relationship to its workforce, especially severe in those plantation economies where the laborers belong to a different race. Since the transition to commercial agriculture is obviously a very important step, how is one to explain the ways in which it took place or failed to occur? A modern sociologist would be likely to seek an explanation in cultural terms. In countries where commercial agriculture failed to develop on a wide scale, he might stress the inhibiting character of aristocratic traditions, such as notions of honor and negative attitudes toward pecuniary gain and toward work. At the beginning stages of this research, my own inclination was to search for such explanations. As evidence accumulated, grounds appeared for taking a skeptical attitude toward this line of attack, though the general issues that are raised by its use will require discussion later. To be convincing, a cultural explanation would have to demonstrate, for example, that among the English landed upper classes military traditions and notions of status and honor were substantially weaker than, let us say, in France. Although the English aristocracy was less of a closed group than its French counterpart and had no formal rule of derogation, it is doubtful that the cultural difference is sufficient to account for the difference in economic behavior. And what is one to make of the East German nobility who turned from colonization and conquest to the pursuit of exporting grain? An even more important consideration is the fact that among landed elites where the commercial impulse seems weak in comparison with England, one often finds a substantial minority that has successfully made the attempt to engage in commerce where local conditions were favorable. Thus commercial agriculture for export did develop in parts of Russia. Such observations lead to a renewed stress on the importance of differences in opportunities to adopt commercial agriculture, such as, above all, the existence of a market in nearby towns and the existence of adequate methods of transportation, mainly by water for bulky goods before the days of the railroad. Though variations in soil and climate are obviously important, the bourgeoisie once again lurks in the wings as the chief actor in the drama. Political considerations have also played a decisive role. Where it has been possible for the landlords to make use of the coercive apparatus of the state in order to sit back and collect rents, a phenomenon found widely in Asia and to some extent in pre-revolutionary France and Russia, there is clearly no incentive to turn to less repressive adaptations. Though the question of commercial agriculture among the peasants has less relevance for democracy, it will be well to say a word about it here. By and large, the elimination of the peasant question through the transformation of the peasantry into some other kind of social formation appears to augur best for democracy. Still, in the smaller client democracies of Scandinavia and Switzerland, the peasants have become part of democratic systems by taking up fairly specialized forms of commercial farming, mainly dairy products, for the town markets. Where peasants seem stubbornly to resist such changes, as for example in India, it is not difficult to construct an explanation around objective circumstances. A real market opportunity is often lacking. For peasants living close to the margin of physical existence, modernization is clearly too risky, especially if under the prevailing social institutions the profit is likely to go to someone else. Hence an abysmally low standard of living and set of expectations is the only adjustment that makes sense under such circumstances. Finally, where the circumstances are different, one can sometimes find dramatic changes in a short space of time. So far the discussion has concentrated upon two major variables, the relationships of the landed upper classes with the monarchy and their response to the requirements of production for the market. There is a third major variable that has already crept into the discussion, the relationship of the landed upper classes with the town dwellers, mainly the upper stratum that we may loosely call the bourgeoisie. The coalitions and counter-coalitions that have arisen among and across these two groups have constituted and in some parts of the world still constitute the basic framework and environment of political action, forming the series of opportunities, temptations, and impossibilities within which political leaders have had to act. In very broad terms, our problem becomes one therefore of trying to identify those situations in the relationship between the landed upper classes and the town dwellers that have contributed to the development of a relatively free society in modern times. It is best to begin by recalling certain natural lines of cleavage between town and country and within these two sectors of the population. First, there is the familiar conflict of interest between the urban requirement of cheap food and high prices for the articles it produces and the rural desire for high food prices and cheap products from the artisan's shop and from the factory. This conflict may become increasingly important with the spread of a market economy. Class differences, such as those between landlord and peasant in the country, master and journeyman, factory owner and industrial worker in the city, cut across the rural-urban cleavage. Where the interests of the upper strata in town and country converge against the peasants and workers, the outcome is likely to be unfavorable to democracy. However, a great deal depends on the historical circumstances within which this alignment arises. A very important instance of convergent interests between major segments of the landed aristocracy and the upper ranks of the town dwellers occurred in Tudor and Stuart England. There the convergence arose at an early stage in the course of modernization and under circumstances that led both groups to oppose the royal authority. These aspects are of crucial importance in explaining the democratic consequences. In contrast to the situation in France of the same period, where manufacturers were largely engaged in producing arms and luxury goods for the king and court aristocracy, the English bourgeoisie was vigorous and independent with far-flung interests in an export trade. On the side of the landed nobility and the gentry, there was also a series of favorable factors. The wool trade had affected the countryside during the 16th century and before, leading to enclosures for sheep pasturing. The English sheep-raising upper class, a minority but an influential one, needed the towns which exported the wool, a situation quite different from that in eastern Germany where grain growing in Junker hands bypassed the declining towns. The convergence between the landed and urban upper classes in England before the Civil War in such a way as to favour the cause of freedom was, among the major countries, a unique configuration. Perhaps the larger situation of which it was a part could occur only once in human history. The English bourgeoisie from the 17th through much of the 19th century had a maximum material stake in human freedom because it was the first bourgeoisie and had not yet brought its foreign and domestic rivals to their full powers. Nevertheless, it may be useful to express certain inferences from the English experience in the form of tentative general hypotheses about the conditions under which collaboration between important sections of the upper classes in the towns and the countryside could be favorable to the growth of parliamentary democracy. As already indicated, it is important that the fusion take place in opposition to the royal bureaucracy. A second condition appears to be that the commercial and industrial leaders must be on their way to becoming the dominant element in society. Under these conditions, the landed upper classes are able to develop bourgeois economic habits. This takes place not by mere copying, but as a response to general conditions and their own life circumstances. All these things can happen, it seems, only at an early stage in economic development. That they will be repeated anywhere in the 20th century also seems highly unlikely. Taking on a bourgeois hue makes it easier for the landed upper classes at a later stage to hold the posts of political command in what is basically a bourgeois society, as England was during the 19th century. Three further factors may be suggested as important here. One is the existence of a substantial degree of antagonism between commercial and industrial elements and the older landed classes. The second is that the landed classes maintain a fairly firm economic footing. Both factors prevent the formation of a solid front of upper-class opposition to demands for reform and encourage a certain amount of competition for popular support. Finally, I would suggest that the landed elite must be able to transmit some of its aristocratic outlook to the commercial and industrial classes. There is more to this transmission than the intermarriage in which an ancient estate may preserve itself by forming an alliance with new money. Many subtle changes in attitude are involved that are at present only very imperfectly understood. We only know the consequence, that bourgeois attitudes have to become stronger, rather than the other way around, as happened in Germany. The mechanisms by which this osmosis takes place are far from clear. No doubt the educational system plays an important part, though by itself it could scarcely be decisive. An exploration of biographical literature, very abundant for England, might yield a rich harvest here, despite the English taboo on frank discussions of social structure, a taboo that sometimes is just as strong as frank discussions of sex. Where the lines of social, economic, religious, and political cleavage do not coincide too closely, conflicts are less likely to be passionate and bitter to the point of excluding democratic reconciliation. The price of such a system is of course the perpetuation of a large amount of tolerable abuse which is mainly tolerable for those who profit by the system. A brief glance at the fate of the English peasantry suggests one more condition of democratic growth that may well be decisive in its own right. Though England's final solution of the peasant question through the enclosures may not have been as brutal or as thorough as some earlier writers have led us to think, there can be little doubt that the enclosures as part of the Industrial Revolution eliminated the peasant question from English politics. Hence there was no massive reservoir of peasants to serve the reactionary ends of the landed upper classes, as in Germany and Japan. Nor was there the mass basis for peasant revolutions as in Russia and China. For quite different reasons, the United States too escaped from the political plague of a peasant question. France did not escape, and the instability of French democracy during the 19th and 20th centuries is partly due to this fact. The admitted brutality of the enclosures confronts us with the limitations on the possibility of peaceful transitions to democracy and reminds us of the open and violent conflicts that have preceded its establishment. It is time to restore the dialectic, to remind ourselves of the role of revolutionary violence. A great deal of this violence, perhaps its most important features, had its origins in the agrarian problems that arose along the road that has led to Western democracy. The English Civil War checked royal absolutism and gave the commercially minded big landlords a free hand to play their part during the 18th and early 19th centuries in destroying peasant society. The French Revolution broke the power of a landed elite that was still mainly pre-commercial, though sections of it had begun to go over to new forms requiring repressive mechanisms to maintain its labor force. In this sense, as already noted, the French Revolution constituted an alternative way of creating institutions eventually favorable to democracy. Finally, the American Civil War likewise broke the power of a landed elite that was an obstacle in the way of democratic advance, but, in this case, one that had grown up as part of capitalism. Whether one believes that these three violent upheavals aided or hindered the development of liberal and bourgeois democracy, it remains necessary to recognize that they were an important part of the whole process. In itself, this fact provides considerable justification for designating them as bourgeois or, if one prefers, liberal revolutions. Nevertheless, there are real difficulties in grouping revolutions or, for that matter, any major historical phenomena. Before proceeding any further, it might be well to discuss this point. Certain very general considerations make it necessary to adopt broad categories of this variety. It is or should be quite obvious that certain institutional arrangements such as feudalism, absolute monarchy, and capitalism rise, have their day, and pass away. The fact that any specific institutional complex develops first in one country and then in another, as did capitalism in Italy, Holland, England, France, and the United States, is no bar to a generally evolutionary conception of history. No single country goes through all the stages, but merely carries the development a certain distance within the framework of its own situation and institutions. Thus, a revolution on behalf of private property in the means of production has a good chance of succeeding in some phases and not in others. It may be hopelessly premature and but a minor current in the 14th and 16th centuries and yet be hopelessly anachronistic in the second half of the 20th. Over and beyond the concrete historical conditions at a given moment in a particular country, there are worldwide conditions, such as the state of the technical arts and the economic and political organization reached in other parts of the world, that influence heavily the prospects of revolution. These considerations lead to the conclusion that it is necessary to group revolutions by the broad institutional results to which they contribute. Much of the confusion and unwillingness to use larger categories comes from the fact that those who provide the mass support for a revolution, those who lead it, and those who ultimately profit from it are very different sets of people. As long as this distinction remains clear in each case, it makes sense to regard the English Civil War, the French Revolution and the American Civil War as stages in the development of the bourgeois democratic revolution. There are grounds for the reluctance to use this term, and it is worthwhile pointing out the way in which it can be misleading. To some writers, the conception of a bourgeois revolution implies a steady increase in the economic power of the commercial and manufacturing classes in the towns up to a point where economic power comes into conflict with political power still in the hands of an old ruling class based mainly on the land. At this point there supposedly occurs a revolutionary explosion in which the commercial and manufacturing classes seize the reins of political power and introduce the main features of modern parliamentary democracy. Such a conception is not altogether false. Even for France, there are some good indications of an increase in the economic power of a section of the bourgeoisie hostile to the fetters imposed by the Ancien regime. Nevertheless, this meaning of bourgeois revolution is such a simplification as to be a caricature of what took place. To see that it is a caricature, we need only recall 1. The importance of capitalism in the English countryside that enabled the English landed aristocracy to retain control of political machinery right through the 19th century. 2. The weakness of any purely bourgeois impulse in France, its close ties with the old order, its dependence on radical allies during the Revolution, the continuation of the peasant economy into modern times. 3. The fact that plantation slavery in the United States grew up as an integral part of industrial capitalism and presented an obstacle to democracy much more than to capitalism. As pointed out a moment ago, the central difficulty is that such expressions as bourgeois revolution and peasant revolution lump together indiscriminately those who make the revolution and its beneficiaries. Likewise, these terms confuse the legal and political results of revolutions with social groups active in them. 20th century peasant revolutions have had their mass support among the peasants, who have then been the principal victims of modernization put through by communist governments. Nevertheless, I shall remain candidly and explicitly inconsistent in the use of terms. In discussing peasant revolutions, we shall be speaking about the main popular force behind them, well aware that in the 20th century the result was communism. In discussing bourgeois revolutions, the justification for the term rests on a series of legal and political consequences. Consistent terminology imposes the invention of new terms that, I fear, would only add to the confusion. The main problem, after all, is what happened and why, not the proper use of labels. Now it seems just about as clear as such matters ever can be that the Puritan Revolution, the French Revolution, and the American Civil War were quite violent upheavals in a long process of political change leading up to what we recognize as modern Western democracy. This process had economic causes, though they were certainly not the only ones. The freedoms created through this process display a clear relationship to each other. Worked out in connection with the rise of modern capitalism, they display the traits of a specific historical epoch. Key elements in the liberal and bourgeois order of society are the right to vote, representation in a legislature that makes the laws and hence is more than a rubber stamp for the executive, an objective system of law that at least in theory confers no special privileges on account of birth or inherited status, security for the rights of property and the elimination of barriers inherited from the past on its use, religious toleration, freedom of speech, and the right to peaceful assembly. Even if practice falls short of profession, these are widely recognized marks of modern liberal society. The taming of the agrarian sector has been a decisive feature of the whole historical process that produced such a society. It was just as important as the better-known disciplining of the working class and of course closely related to it. Indeed, the English experience tempts one to say that getting rid of agriculture as a major social activity is one prerequisite for successful democracy. The political hegemony of the landed upper class had to be broken or transformed. The peasant had to be turned into a farmer producing for the market instead of for his own consumption and that of the overlord. In this process, the landed upper classes either became an important part of the capitalist and democratic tide, as in England, or, if they came to oppose it, they were swept aside in the convulsions of revolution or civil war. In a word, the landed upper classes either helped to make the bourgeois revolution or were destroyed by it. In closing this discussion, it may be useful to set down the main conditions that have apparently been most important for the development of democracy and, as a rough test of these conclusions, set them alongside the Indian experience. If it turns out that the presence of some of these conditions has a demonstrable connection with the more successful aspects of parliamentary democracy in India or the historical origins of these aspects and, on the other hand, that the absence of other conditions displays a connection with the difficulties and obstacles to democracy in India, we may have greater confidence in these conclusions. The first condition of democratic development that our analysis encountered was the development of a balance to avoid too strong a crown or too independent a landed aristocracy. In Mughal India at its zenith, the power of the crown was overwhelming in relation to the upper classes. Lacking any secure property rights, the noble was, in Morland's well-known phrase, either a servant or an enemy of the ruling power. The decay of the Mughal system freed the upper classes by tipping the balance in the opposite direction toward a polity of fighting local kinglets. Nevertheless, the subsequent British effort in the 18th century to create on Indian soil a class of vigorous progressive squires similar to their domestic variety was a complete failure. Indian society has also failed to meet the second major prerequisite, a turn toward an appropriate form of commercial agriculture either on the part of the landed aristocracy or the peasantry. Instead, the protective umbrella of British law and order allowed population to increase and a class of parasitic landlords to skim off, together with the money lenders, much of what the peasants did not eat themselves. In turn, these conditions greatly inhibited capital accumulation and industrial growth. When independence came, it arrived partly under the impetus of peasant yearning for a return to an idealized village past, which further limited and even dangerously delayed real modernization in the countryside. That these circumstances have been among the major obstacles to the establishment and working of a firmly based democracy needs no laboring here. On the other hand, the departure of the British greatly weakened the political predominance of the landed elite. There are many who would claim that post-independence reforms have even destroyed that power. To this limited extent, the development of democratic institutions has followed the Western pattern. Even more important, the British occupation, by resting its power on the landed elite and by favoring commercial interests in England, drove a substantial section of the urban commercial and trading classes into opposition, preventing the fateful coalition of a strong landed elite and weak bourgeoisie that, as we shall see in more detail in the next chapter, has been the social origin of rightist authoritarian regimes and movements in Europe and Asia. Thus two conditions have been met: the weakening of the landed aristocracy and the prevention of an aristocratic bourgeois coalition against the peasants and workers. India indeed constitutes an important instance where at least the formal structure of democracy and a significant portion of its substance, such as the existence of legal opposition and channels for protest and criticism, have arisen without a phase of revolutionary violence. Yet the absence of a fifth condition, a revolutionary break with the past, and of any strong movement in this direction up to the present moment, are among the reasons for India's prolonged backwardness and the extraordinary difficulties that liberal democracy faces there. Some students of Indian affairs have expressed surprise that India's small Western educated elite has remained faithful to the democratic ideal when they could so easily overthrow it. But why would they wish to overthrow it? Does not democracy provide a rationalization for refusing to overhaul on any massive scale a social structure that maintains their privileges? To be fair, one must add that the task is a sufficiently formidable one to make any but the most doctrinaire radical quail at the thought of taking responsibility for it. Though it would be tempting to discuss this point further, Indian politics are relevant here only insofar as they serve to test a theory of democracy. The achievements and shortcomings of democracy in India, the obstacles and uncertainties it still faces, all find a reasonable explanation in terms of the 5 conditions derived here from the experience of other countries. That is not proof by any means. But I think it is fair to hold that these 5 conditions not only illuminate significant aspects of Indian history, they derive strong support from this history. 1. See in Hinsa, Stat und Verfassung, I. Weltgeschichtliche Gender Representative Verfassung, 140-185, Typologie der Standesken Verfassungen des Abendlands, 120-139, and Wesen und Verbreitung des Feudalismus, 84-119. For bringing some of the same ideas up to date, see Kalborn, ed. Feudalism. Chapter 8. Revolution from Above and Fascism. He second main route. To the world of modern industry we have called the capitalist and reactionary one, exemplified most clearly by Germany and Japan. Their capitalism took hold quite firmly in both agriculture and industry and turned them into industrial countries. But it did so without a popular revolutionary upheaval. What tendencies there were in this direction were weak, far weaker in Japan than in Germany, and in both were diverted and crushed. Though not the only cause, agrarian conditions and the specific types of capitalist transformation that took place in the countryside contributed very heavily to these defeats and the feebleness behind any impulse toward Western democratic forms. There are certain forms of capitalist transformation in the countryside that may succeed economically, in the sense of yielding good profits, but which are for fairly obvious reasons unfavorable to the growth of free institutions of the 19th century Western variety. Though these forms shade into each other, it is easy to distinguish 2 general types. A landed upper class may, as in Japan, maintain intact the pre-existing peasant society, introducing just enough changes in rural society to ensure that the peasants generate a sufficient surplus that it can appropriate and market at a profit. Or a landed upper class may devise wholly new social arrangements along the lines of plantation slavery. Straightforward slavery in modern times is likely to be the creation of a class of colonizing intruders into tropical areas. In parts of Eastern Europe, however, indigenous nobilities were able to reintroduce serfdom, which reattached the peasants to the soil in ways that produced somewhat similar results. This was a halfway form between the two others. Both the system of maintaining peasant society intact but squeezing more out of it and the use of servile or semi-service labor on large units of cultivation require strong political methods to extract the surplus, keep the labor force in its place, and in general make the system work. Not all of these methods are of course political in the narrow sense. Particularly where the peasant society is preserved, there are all sorts of attempts to use traditional relationships and attitudes as the basis of the landlord's position. Since these political methods have important consequences, it will be helpful to give them a name. Economists distinguish between labor-intensive and capital-intensive types of agriculture, depending on whether the system uses large amounts of labor or capital. It may also be helpful to speak of labor-repressive systems, of which slavery is but an extreme type. The difficulty with such a notion is that one may legitimately ask precisely what type has not been labor-repressive. The distinction I am trying to suggest is one between the use of political mechanisms on the one hand and reliance on the labor market, on the other hand, to ensure an adequate labor force for working the soil and the creation of an agricultural surplus for consumption by other classes. Those at the bottom suffer severely in both cases. To make the conception of a labor-repressive agricultural system useful, it would be well to stipulate that large numbers of people are kept at work in this fashion. It is also advisable to state explicitly what it does not include, for example, the American family farm of the mid-19th century. There may have been exploitation of the labor of family members in this case, but it was done apparently mainly by the head of the household himself with minimal assistance from the outside. Again, a system of hired agricultural laborers where the workers had considerable real freedom to refuse jobs and move about, a condition rarely met in actual practice, would not fall under this rubric. Finally, pre-commercial and pre-industrial agrarian systems are not necessarily labor-repressive if there is a rough balance between the overlord's contribution to justice and security and the cultivator's contribution in the form of crops. Whether this balance can be pinned down in any objective sense is a moot point best discussed in the following chapter when the issue arises in connection with the causes of peasant revolutions. Here we need only remark that the establishment of labor-repressive agrarian systems in the course of modernization does not necessarily produce greater suffering among the peasants than other forms. Japanese peasants had an easier time of it than did English ones. Our problem here is in any case a different one: how and why labor-repressive agrarian systems provide an unfavorable soil for the growth of democracy and an important part of the institutional complex leading to fascism. In discussing the rural origins of parliamentary democracy, we noticed that a limited degree of independence from the monarchy constituted one of the favorable conditions, though one that did not occur everywhere. While a system of labor-repressive agriculture may be started in opposition to the central authority, it is likely to fuse with the monarchy at a later point in search of political support. This situation can also lead to the preservation of a military ethic among the nobility in a manner unfavorable to the growth of democratic institutions. The evolution of the Prussian state constitutes the clearest example. Since we have referred to these developments at several points in this work, it will be appropriate to sketch them very briefly here. In northeastern Germany, the monoreal reaction of the 15th and 16th centuries, about which we shall have still more to say in quite another context, broke off the development toward the liberation of the peasantry from feudal obligations and the closely connected development of town life that in England and France eventually culminated in Western democracy. A fundamental cause was the growth of grain exports, though it was not the sole one. The Prussian nobility expanded its holdings at the expense of the peasantry which, under the Teutonic order, had been close to freedom, and reduced them to serfdom. As part of the same process, the nobility reduced the towns to dependence by short-circuiting them with their exports. Afterward, the Hohenzollern rulers managed to destroy the independence of the nobility and crush the estates, playing nobles and townsmen off against one another, thereby checking the aristocratic component in the move toward parliamentary government. The result in the 17th and 18th centuries was the Sparta of the North, a militarized fusion of royal bureaucracy and landed aristocracy. 1. From the side of the landed aristocracy came the conceptions of inherent superiority in the ruling class and a sensitivity to matters of status, prominent traits well into the 20th century. Fed by new sources, these conceptions could later be vulgarized and made appealing to the German population as a whole in doctrines of racial superiority. The royal bureaucracy introduced, against considerable aristocratic resistance, the ideal of complete and unreflecting obedience to an institution over and above class and individual. Prior to the 19th century, it would be anachronistic to speak of the nation. Prussian discipline, obedience, and admiration for the hard qualities of the soldier come mainly from the Hohenzollern efforts to create a centralized monarchy. All this does not of course mean that some inexorable fate drove Germany toward fascism from the 16th century onward, that the process never could have been reversed. Other factors had to intervene, some very important ones, as industrialization began to gather momentum during the 19th century. About these it will be necessary to speak in a moment. There are also significant variants and substitutions within the general pattern that has led to fascism, subalternatives one might say if one wished to be very precise and technical, within the major alternative of conservative modernization through revolution from above. In Japan, the notion of total commitment to authority apparently came out of the feudal, rather than the monarchical, side of the equation. 2 Again in Italy, where fascism was invented, there was no powerful national monarchy. Mussolini had to go all the way back to ancient Rome for the corresponding symbolism. At a later stage in the course of modernization, a new and crucial factor is likely to appear in the form of a rough working coalition between influential sectors of the landed upper classes and the emerging commercial and manufacturing interests. By and large, this was a 19th century political configuration, though it continued on into the 20th. Marx and Engels, in their discussion of the abortive 1848 revolution in Germany, wrong though they were on other major features, put their finger on this decisive ingredient, a commercial and industrial class which is too weak and dependent to take power and rule in its own right, and which therefore throws itself into the arms of the landed aristocracy and the royal bureaucracy, exchanging the right to rule for the right to make money. 3 It is necessary to add that, even if the commercial and industrial element is weak, it must be strong enough to be a worthwhile political ally. Otherwise a peasant revolution leading to communism may intervene. This happened in both Russia and China after unsuccessful efforts to establish such a coalition. There also appears to be another ingredient that enters the situation somewhat later than the formation of this coalition. Sooner or later systems of labor repressive agriculture are liable to run into difficulties produced by competition from more technically advanced ones in other countries. The competition of American wheat exports created difficulties in many parts of Europe after the end of our Civil War. In the context of a reactionary coalition, such competition intensifies authoritarian and reactionary trends among a landed upper class that finds its economic basis sinking and therefore turns to political levers to preserve its rule. Where the coalition succeeds in establishing itself, there has followed a prolonged period of conservative and even authoritarian government, which, however, falls far short of fascism. The historical boundaries of such systems are often somewhat blurred. At a rather generous estimate, one might hold that to this species belong the period from the Stein-Hardenberg reforms in Germany to the end of the First World War and, in Japan, from the fall of the Tokugawa shogunate to 1918. These authoritarian governments acquired some democratic features, notably a parliament with limited powers. Their history may be punctuated with attempts to extend democracy which, toward the end, succeeded in establishing unstable democracies. Eventually the door to fascist regimes was opened by the failure of these democracies to cope with the severe problems of the day and reluctance or inability to bring about fundamental structural changes. For one factor, but only one, in the social anatomy of these governments has been the retention of a very substantial share in political power by the landed elite, due to the absence of a revolutionary breakthrough by the peasants in combination with urban strata. Some of the semi-parliamentary governments that arose on this basis carried out a more or less peaceful economic and political revolution from above that took them a long distance toward becoming modern industrial countries. Germany traveled the furthest in this direction, Japan only somewhat less so, Italy a great deal less, Spain very little. Now, in the course of modernization by a revolution from above, such a government has to carry out many of the same tasks performed elsewhere with the help of a revolution from below. The notion that a violent popular revolution is somehow necessary in order to sweep away feudal obstacles to industrialization is pure nonsense, as the course of German and Japanese history demonstrates. On the other hand, the political consequences from dismounting the old order from above are decidedly different. As they proceeded with conservative modernization, these semi-parliamentary governments tried to preserve as much of the original social structure as they could, fitting large sections into the new building wherever possible. The results had some resemblance to present-day Victorian houses with modern electrical kitchens but insufficient bathrooms and leaky pipes hidden decorously behind newly plastered walls. Ultimately the makeshifts collapsed. One very important series of measures was the rationalization of the political order. This meant the breakup of traditional and long-established territorial divisions, such as the feudal Han in Japan or independent states and principalities in Germany and Italy. Except in Japan, the breakup was not complete. But in the course of time a central government did establish strong authority and a uniform administrative system, and a more or less uniform law code and system of courts appeared. Again, in varying degrees, the state managed to create a sufficiently powerful military machine to be able to make the wishes of its rulers felt in the arena of international politics. Economically, the establishment of a strong central government and the elimination of internal barriers to trade meant an increase in the size of the effective economic unit. Without such an increase in size, the division of labor necessary for an industrial society could not exist, unless all countries were willing to trade peacefully with one another. As the first country to industrialize, England had been able to draw on most of the accessible world for material and markets, a situation that gradually deteriorated during the 19th century when others caught up and sought to use the state to guarantee their markets and sources of supply. Still another aspect of the rationalization of the political order has to do with the making of citizens in a new type of society. Literacy and rudimentary technical skills are necessary for the masses. Setting up a national system of education is very likely to bring on a conflict with religious authorities. Loyalty to a new abstraction, the state, must also replace religious loyalties if they transcend national boundaries or compete with one another so vigorously as to destroy internal peace. Japan had less of a problem here than Germany, Italy, or Spain. Yet even in Japan, as the somewhat artificial revival of Shinto indicates, there were substantial difficulties. In overcoming such difficulties, the existence of a foreign enemy can be quite useful. Then patriotic and conservative appeals to the military traditions of the landed aristocracy can overcome localist tendencies among this important group and push into the background any too insistent demands of the lower strata for an unwarranted share in the benefits of the new order. 5 In carrying out the task of rationalizing and extending the political order, these 19th century governments were doing work that royal absolutism had already accomplished in other countries. One striking fact about the course of conservative modernization is the appearance of a galaxy of distinguished political leaders, Cavour in Italy, in Germany, Stein, Hardenberg, and Bismarck, the most famous of them all, in Japan, the statesmen of the Meiji era. Though the reasons are obscure, it seems unlikely that the appearance of a similar leadership in similar circumstances could be pure coincidence. All were conservatives in the political spectrum of their time and country, devoted to the monarchy, willing and able to use it as an instrument of reform, modernization, and national unification. Though all were aristocrats, they were dissidents or outsiders of a sort in relation to the old order. To the extent that their aristocratic background contributed habits of command and a flair for politics, one may perhaps detect a contribution of the agrarian ancien regimes to the construction of a new society. But there were strong contrary poles here too. To the extent that these men were aliens within the aristocracy, one may see the incapacity of this stratum to meet the challenge of the modern world merely with its own intellectual and political resources. The most successful of the conservative regimes accomplished a great deal, not only in tearing down the old order but in establishing a new one. The state aided industrial construction in several important ways. It served as an engine of primary capitalist accumulation, gathering resources and directing them toward the building of an industrial plant. In the taming of the labor force it again played an important role, by no means entirely a repressive one. Armaments served as an important stimulus for industry. So did protectionist tariff policies. All of these measures at some point involved taking resources or people out of agriculture. Therefore they imposed from time to time a serious strain on the coalition between those sectors of the upper strata in business and in agriculture that was the main feature of the political system. Without the threat of foreign dangers, sometimes real, sometimes perhaps imaginary, sometimes as in the case of Bismarck deliberately manufactured for domestic purposes, the landed interests might well have balked, to the point of endangering the whole process. The foreign threat alone, however, need not bear the whole weight of explaining this behavior. 6 Material and other rewards. The payoff in the language of gangsters and game theory were quite substantial for both partners as long as they succeeded in keeping the peasants and industrial labor in place. Where there was substantial economic progress, the industrial workers were able to make significant gains, as in Germany, where Sozialpolitik was invented. It was in those countries that remained more backward, Italy to some extent, probably Spain to a greater extent, that there was more of a tendency to cannibalize the indigenous population. Certain conditions seem to have been necessary for the successes of conservative modernization. First, it takes very able leadership to drag along the less perceptive reactionary elements, concentrated among, though not necessarily confined to, the landed upper classes. In the beginning, Japan had to suppress a real rebellion, the Satsuma Revolt, to control these elements. Reactionaries can always advance the plausible argument that modernizing leaders are making changes and concessions that will merely arouse the appetites of the lower classes and bring on a revolution. 7 Similarly, the leadership must have at hand or be able to construct a sufficiently powerful bureaucratic apparatus, including the agencies of repression, the military and the police, in order to free itself from the influence of both extreme reactionary and popular or radical pressures in the society. The government has to become separate from society, something that can happen rather more easily than simplified versions of Marxism would allow us to believe. In the short run, a strong conservative government has distinct advantages. It can both encourage and control economic growth. It can see to it that the lower classes who pay the costs under all forms of modernization do not make too much trouble. But Germany and, even more, Japan were trying to solve a problem that was inherently insoluble, to modernize without changing their social structures. The only way out of this dilemma was militarism, which united the upper classes. Militarism intensified a climate of international conflict, which in turn made industrial advance all the more imperative, even if in Germany a Bismarck could for a time hold the situation in check, partly because militarism had not yet become a mass phenomenon. To carry out thoroughgoing structural reforms, i.e., to make the transition to a paying commercial agriculture without the repression of those who worked the soil and to do the same in industry, in a word, to use modern technology rationally for human welfare was beyond the political vision of these governments. 8 Ultimately these systems crashed in an attempt at foreign expansion, but not until they had tried to make reaction popular in the form of fascism. Before discussing this final phase, it may be instructive to glance at unsuccessful reactionary trends in other countries. As mentioned above, this reactionary syndrome can be found at some point in all the cases I have examined. To see why it has failed in other countries may sharpen awareness of the reasons behind its successes. A brief look at these trends in such widely differing countries as England, Russia, and India may serve to bring out important underlying similarities concealed beneath a variety of historical experiences. Beginning in the latter years of the French Revolution and lasting until about 1822, English society passed through a reactionary phase that recalls both the cases just discussed and contemporary problems of American democracy. During most of these years England was fighting against a revolutionary regime and its heirs, sometimes, it may have seemed, for national survival itself. As in our own time, the advocates of domestic reform were identified with a foreign enemy represented as the incarnation of all that was evil. Again, as in our own time, the violence, repressions, and betrayals of the revolutionary movement in France sickened and discouraged its English supporters, making easier and more plausible the work of reactionaries eager to stamp out the sparks that floated across the Channel. Writing in the 1920s, the great French historian Elie Halévy, certainly not a man given to dramatic exaggeration, asserted, "A reign of terror was established throughout England by the nobility and middle class, a terror more formidable, though more silent, than the noisy demonstrations. The events of the 4 decades and more that have passed since Halévy wrote these lines have dulled our senses and lowered our standards." No one writing now would be likely to refer to this phase as a reign of terror. The number of direct victims of repression was small. In the massacre of Peterloo, a derisive reference to Wellington's more famous victory of Waterloo, only 11 persons were killed. Nevertheless, the gathering movement to reform Parliament was placed outside the law, the press muzzled, associations that smacked of radicalism forbidden, a rash of treason trials initiated, spies and agents provocateurs let loose among the people, the habeas corpus suspended after the war with Napoleon had ended. Repression and suffering were real and widespread, only partly mitigated by some continued articulate opposition, an aristocrat such as Charles James Fox who spoke up courageously in Parliament, here and there a judge or a jury that refused to convict on treason or other charges. 10. Why was this reactionary upsurge no more than a passing phase in England? Why did not England continue along this road to become another Germany? Anglo-Saxon liberties, Magna Carta, Parliament, and such rhetoric will not do for an answer. Parliament voted repressive measures by huge majorities. An important part of the answer may be found in the fact that, a century before, certain extremist Englishmen had chopped off the head of their monarch to shatter the magic of royal absolutism in England. At a deeper level of causation, England's whole previous history, her reliance on a navy instead of an army, on unpaid justices of the peace instead of royal officials, had put in the hands of the central government a repressive apparatus weaker than that possessed by the strong continental monarchies. Thus the materials with which to construct a German system were missing or but feebly developed. Still, by now we have seen enough great social and political changes out of unpromising beginnings to suspect that the institutions could have been created if circumstances had been more favorable. But fortunately for human liberties they were not. The push toward industrialism had begun much earlier in England and was to render unnecessary for the English bourgeoisie any great dependence on the crown and the landed aristocracy. Finally, the landed upper classes themselves did not need to repress the peasants. Mainly they wanted to get them out of the way in order to go over to commercial farming. By and large, economic measures would be enough to provide the labor force they needed. Succeeding economically in this particular fashion, they had little need to resort to repressive political measures to continue their leadership. Therefore in England manufacturing and agrarian interests competed with one another for popular favour during the rest of the 19th century, gradually extending the suffrage while jealously opposing and knocking down each other's more selfish measures. In the English phase of reaction there were hints of fascist possibilities, particularly in some of the anti-radical riots. But these were no more than hints. The time was still too early. Fascist symptoms we can see very much more clearly in another part of the world at a later point in time during a brief phase of extremism in Russia after 1905. This was extreme even by Russian standards of the day. One could make a strong case for the thesis that Russian reactionaries invented fascism. Thus this phase of Russian history is especially illuminating because it shows that the fascist syndrome 1, can appear in response to the strains of advancing industrialism independently of a specific social and cultural background, 2, that it may have many roots in agrarian life, 3, that it appears partly in response to a weak push toward parliamentary democracy, 4, but cannot flourish without industrialism or in an overwhelmingly agrarian background points, to be sure, all suggested by the recent histories of China and Japan too, though it is illuminating to find stronger confirmation in Russian history. Shortly before the revolution of 1905, the tiny Russian commercial and industrial class showed some signs of discontent with the repressive Tsarist autocracy and a willingness to flirt with liberal constitutional notions. Workers' strikes, however, and the promise contained in the Imperial Manifesto of October 17, 1905, to meet some of the demands of the strikers, brought the industrialists safely back within the Tsarist camp. 11 Against this background appeared the Black Hundreds movement. Drawing partly on American experience, they made lynch into a Russian word and asked for the application of Zakon Lyncha, lynch law. They resorted to violence in stormtrooper style to suppress treason and sedition. If Russia could destroy the Kikes and foreigners, their propaganda asserted, everyone could live happily in a return to true Russian ways. This anti-Semitic nativism had considerable appeal to backward, pre-capitalist, petty bourgeois elements in the cities and among the smaller nobility. However, in still backward peasant Russia of the early 20th century, this form of rightist extremism was unable to find a firm popular basis. Among the peasants it succeeded mainly in areas of mixed nationality, where the explanation of all evil as being due to Jews and foreigners made some sense in terms of peasant experience. 12 As everyone knows, to the extent that they were politically active, the Russian peasants were revolutionary and eventually the major force in exploding the old regime. In India, which is equally if not more backward, similar movements have likewise failed to obtain a firm basis among the masses. To be sure, Subhas Chandra Bose, who died in 1945, expressed dictatorial sentiments, worked for the Axis, and had a very large popular following. Though his fascist sympathies were consistent with other aspects of his public record and do not seem to be the outcome of momentary enthusiasm or opportunism, Subhas Chandra Bose has gone down in Indian tradition mainly as an extreme and perhaps misguided anti-British patriot. 13 There has also been a scattering of nativist Hindu political organizations, some of which developed the autocratic discipline of the European totalitarian party. They have reached the peak of their influence so far in the chaos and riots surrounding partition, during which they helped to promote anti-Muslim riots and served as defense organs for Hindu communities against Muslim attacks, led, presumably, by similar organizations on the Muslim side. Their programs lack economic content and appear to be mainly a form of militant, xenophobic Hinduism, seeking to combat the stereotype that Hindus are pacific, divided by caste, and weak. So far their electoral appeal has been very small. 14 One possible reason for the weakness of the Hindu variant of fascism to date may be the fragmentation of the Hindu world along caste, class, and ethnic lines. Thus a characteristically fascist appeal addressed to one segment would antagonize others, while a more general appeal, by taking on some color of universal panhumanism, begins to lose its fascist qualities. In this connection it is worth noticing that nearly all the extremist Hindu groups have opposed untouchability and other social disabilities of caste. 15 The main reason, however, is probably the simple fact that Gandhi had already preempted the anti-foreign and anti-capitalist sentiment of huge masses of the population, peasants and artisans in the cottage industries. Under the conditions created by the British occupation, he was able to tie these sentiments to the interests of a large section of the business class. On the other hand, the landed elite generally stood aloof. Thus reactionary trends have been strong in India and have helped to delay economic progress since independence. But as a mass phenomenon the larger movements belong to an historical species distinct from fascism. Though it might be equally profitable to undertake a parallel consideration of democratic failures that preceded fascism in Germany, Japan, and Italy, it is enough for present purposes to notice that fascism is inconceivable without democracy, or what is sometimes more turgidly called the entrance of the masses onto the historical stage. Fascism was an attempt to make reaction and conservatism popular and plebeian, through which conservatism, of course, lost the substantial connection it did have with freedom, some aspects of which were discussed in the preceding chapter. The conception of objective law vanished under fascism. Among its most significant features was a violent rejection of humanitarian ideals, including any notion of potential human equality. The fascist outlook stressed not only the inevitability of hierarchy, discipline, and obedience, but also posited that they were values in their own right. Romantic conceptions of comradeship qualify this outlook but slightly, it is comradeship in submission. Another feature was the stress on violence. This stress goes far beyond any cold, rational appreciation of the factual importance of violence in politics to a mystical worship of hardness for its own sake. Blood and death often acquire overtones of erotic attraction, though in its less exalted moments fascism was thoroughly healthy and normal, promising return to a cozy bourgeois, and even pre-bourgeois peasant, womb. 16. Plebeian anti-capitalism thus appears as the feature that most clearly distinguishes 20th century fascism from its predecessors, the 19th century conservative and semi-parliamentary regimes. It is a product of both the intrusion of capitalism into the rural economy and of strains arising in the post-competitive phase of capitalist industry. Hence fascism developed most fully in Germany, where capitalist industrial growth had gone the furthest within the framework of a conservative revolution from above. It came to light as only a weak secondary trend in such backward areas as Russia, China, and India. Prior to World War II, it failed to take much root in England and the United States, where capitalism worked reasonably well, or where efforts to correct its shortcomings could be attempted within the democratic framework and succeed with the help of a prolonged war boom. Most of the anti-capitalist opposition to big business had to be shelved in practice, though one should not make the opposite error of regarding fascist leaders as merely the agents of big business. The attraction of fascism for the lower middle class in the cities, threatened by capitalism, has often been pointed out. Here we may confine ourselves to a brief review of the evidence on its varying relationships to the peasantry in different countries. In Germany, the effort to establish a massive conservative base in the countryside long antedates the Nazis. As Professor Alexander Gerschenkron points out, the basic elements of Nazi doctrine appear quite distinctly in the Junkers' generally successful efforts, by means of the Agrarian League established in 1894, to win the support of the peasants in non-Junker areas of smaller farms. Führer worship, the idea of a corporative state, militarism, anti-Semitism, in a setting closely related to the Nazi distinction between predatory and productive capital, were devices used to appeal to anti-capitalist sentiments among the peasantry. 17 There are a good many indications that in subsequent years down to the Depression the substantial and prosperous peasants were slowly losing ground to dwarf peasants. The Depression constituted a deep and general crisis, to which the main rural response was National Socialism. Rural support for the Nazis came to an average of 37.4%, practically identical with that in the country as a whole in the last relatively free election of July 31, 1932.18. If one looks at a map of Germany showing the distribution of the Nazi vote in the rural areas and compares this map with others showing the distribution of land values, types of cultivation 19 or of the areas of small, medium, and large farms 20, the first impression will be that Nazism in the countryside shows no consistent relationship with any of these. However, as one studies the maps more closely, one can discern substantial evidence to the effect that the Nazis succeeded most in their appeal to the peasant whose holding was relatively small and unprofitable for the particular area in which it existed. 21. To the small peasant, suffering under the advance of capitalism with its problems of prices and mortgages that seemed to be controlled by hostile city middlemen and bankers, Nazi propaganda presented the romantic image of an idealized peasant, the free man on free land. The peasant became the key figure in the ideology of the radical right as elaborated by the Nazis. The Nazis were fond of stressing the point that, for the peasant, land is more than a means with which to earn a living, it has all the sentimental overtones of Heimat, to which the peasant feels himself far more closely connected than the white-collar worker with his office or the industrial worker with his shop. Physiocratic and liberal notions found themselves jumbled together in these doctrines of the radical right. 22 A firm stock of small and middle peasants, said Hitler in Mein Kampf, has still been at all times the best protection against social evils as we have them now. Such a peasantry constitutes the only way through which a nation can secure its daily bread. He goes on, industry and commerce retreat from their unhealthy leading position and fit into the general framework of a national economy based on need and equality. Both are then no longer the basis for feeding the nation, but only a help in this. 23. For our purposes there is nothing to be gained by examining the fate of these notions after the Nazis came to power. While a few starts were made here and there, most of them were junked because they contradicted the requirements of a powerful war economy, necessarily based on industry. The notion of a retreat from industry was only the most obviously absurd feature. 24. In Japan, as in Germany, pseudo-radical anti-capitalism gained a considerable foothold among the Japanese peasantry. There too the original impulse came from the landed upper classes. On the other hand, its more extreme forms, such as the assassins' bands among junior military officers, though they claim to speak for the peasants, do not seem to have had a strong following among them. Extremism was in any case absorbed into the more general framework of respectable Japanese conservatism and military aggression, for which the peasantry provided a mass basis. Since the Japanese case has been discussed in detail in an earlier chapter, there is no need to examine it further here. Italian fascism displays the same pseudo-radical and pro-peasant features found in Germany and Japan. In Italy, on the other hand, these notions were more of an opportunistic growth, a cynical decoration put on to take advantage of circumstances. Cynical opportunism was present in Germany and Japan too, of course, but seems to have been much more blatant in Italy. Immediately after the 1914 war, there was a bitter struggle in the North Italian countryside between socialist and Christian democratic trade unions on the one hand and the big landowners on the other. At this point, i.e., 1919 to 1920, Mussolini, according to Ignazio Silone, paid no attention to the countryside, did not believe in a fascist conquest of the land, and thought fascism would always be an urban movement. 25 But the struggle between the landowners and the unions, representing the interests of hired labor and tenants, gave fascism an unexpected opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Presenting themselves as the saviors of civilization against Bolshevism, fasci bands of idealists, demobilized army officers, and just plain toughs broke up rural union headquarters, often with the connivance of the police, and during 1921 destroyed the leftist movement in the countryside. Among those who streamed into fascist ranks were peasants who had climbed into the middle ranks of landowners, and even tenants who hated the monopolistic practices of the unions. 26 During the summer of this year Mussolini made his famous observation that if fascism does not wish to die or, worse still, to commit suicide, it must now provide itself with a doctrine. I do wish that during the 2 months which are still to elapse before our National Assembly meets, the philosophy of fascism could be created. 27. Only later did Italian fascist leaders begin to declare that fascism was ruralizing Italy, championing the cause of the peasants, or that it was primarily a rural phenomenon. These claims were nonsense. The number of owner-operators dropped by 500,000 between 1921 and 1931, that of cash and share tenants rose by about 400,000. Essentially fascism protected big agriculture and big industry at the expense of the agricultural laborer, small peasant and consumer. 28. As we look back at fascism and its antecedents, we can see that the glorification of the peasantry appears as a reactionary symptom in both Western and Asiatic civilization at a time when the peasant economy is facing severe difficulties. In part of the epilogue I shall try to indicate some of the recurring forms this glorification has taken in its more virulent stages. To say that such ideas are merely foisted on the peasants by the upper classes is not true. Because the ideas find an echo in peasant experience, they may win wide acceptance. The wider, it seems, the more industrialized and modern the country is. As evidence against the evaluation that such glorification constitutes a reactionary symptom, one might be tempted to cite Jefferson's praise of the small farmer and John Stuart Mill's defense of peasant farming. Both thinkers, however, in the characteristic fashion of early liberal capitalism, were defending not so much peasants as small independent property owners. There is in their thought none of the militant chauvinism and glorification of hierarchy and submission found in the later versions, though there are occasional overtones of a romantic attitude toward rural life. Even so, their attitude toward agrarian problems and rural society does indicate the limits that liberal thinkers had reached at their respective points in time. For such ideas to serve reactionary purposes in the 20th century, they have had to take on a new coloring and appear in a new context. The defense of hard work and small property in the 20th century has an entirely different political meaning from what it had in the middle of the 19th or the latter part of the 18th centuries. Chapter 9. The Peasants and Revolution. The process of modernization begins with peasant revolutions that fail. It culminates during the 20th century with peasant revolutions that succeed. No longer is it possible to take seriously the view that the peasant is an object of history, a form of social life over which historical changes pass but which contributes nothing to the impetus of these changes. For those who savor historical irony, it is indeed curious that the peasant in the modern era has been as much an agent of revolution as the machine, that he has come into his own as an effective historical actor along with the conquests of the machine. Nevertheless, the revolutionary contribution has been very uneven, decisive in China and Russia, quite important in France, very minor in Japan, insignificant in India to date, trivial in Germany and England after initial explosions had been defeated. In this concluding chapter, our task will be to relate these facts to each other systematically in the hope of discovering what kinds of social structures and historical situations produce peasant revolutions and which ones inhibit or prevent them. The undertaking is not an easy one. The traditional general explanations run into important exceptions within the range of materials examined here. No theory emphasizing a single factor appears to be satisfactory. Since negative findings have their uses, I will begin with a brief summary of theories it has been necessary to discard. The first one that a modern investigator might choose is a simple economic interpretation in terms of deterioration in the peasant's situation under the impact of commerce and industry. Where such deterioration has occurred on a marked scale, it seems plausible to expect revolutionary outbreaks. Once again, the case of India provides a useful check, especially when set alongside that of China. There is no indication that the deterioration in the economic position of the Indian peasantry has been worse than that of the Chinese during the 19th and 20th centuries. Admittedly, the evidence is far from perfect in both cases. Local and ineffective peasant upheavals there were in India. Still, it is highly unlikely that whatever difference there may be is adequate to account for the contrast in the political behavior of Chinese and Indian peasants during the past century and a half. Since these differences also extend backward in time for centuries, it becomes obvious that no simple economic explanation will do. One might object that this form of the economic explanation is too simple. Could it be that not merely a decline in the peasants' material situation but a massive threat to their entire mode of life, to the very foundations of peasant existence, property, family, and religion, brings about a revolutionary situation? Once more, the evidence is clearly negative. It was not the English peasants turned adrift by enclosures who rose in massive revolt but the French ones who were merely threatened by them. Russian peasant society in 1917 was mainly intact. Again, as I shall have occasion to point out in more detail later in this chapter, it was not the peasants of Eastern Germany rolled under by the monoreal reaction and the reintroduction of serfdom who turned to bloody revolt in the 16th century but those of the South and West, who by and large retained and even extended their old way of life. Indeed, the very opposite hypothesis comes closer to the truth, as we shall see in due course. From the romantic and conservative tradition of the 19th century comes another familiar thesis that where the noble aristocrat lives in the countryside among his peasants there is less likelihood of acute peasant outbreaks than where he becomes a lover of luxury, living in the capital. Contrasts between the fate of the French and English aristocracy during the 18th and 19th centuries seem to be the origin of this notion. However, the Russian landlord of the 19th century often lived a large part of his life on his estate, a fact that did not deter peasants from burning manors and finally driving the dvoryanstvo from the historical stage. Even for France itself, the thesis is doubtful. Modern research has shown that by no means all the nobility were hangers-on at the court, many lived morally exemplary lives in the countryside. The notion that a large rural proletariat of landless labor is a potential source of insurrection and revolution may be somewhat closer to the truth. The huge size and appalling misery of India's rural proletariat might seem to refute the thesis. Many of these are, on the other hand, tied to the prevailing system through possession of a tiny plot of land and by the caste system. Where such bonds have been snapped or never existed at all, as in plantation economies operated with very cheap hired labor of a different race or by slaves, the possibilities of insurrection are much greater. Though slave owners in the American South seem to have had exaggerated fears, there has been reason enough elsewhere to fear insurrection, in ancient Rome, Haiti, and other parts of the Caribbean during the 18th and 19th centuries, parts of Spain in modern times, and quite recently on the sugar plantations of Cuba. But, even if the hypothesis should turn out on more careful inquiry to be correct, it would not account for the historically significant cases. No rural proletariat of this type was important in the Russian revolutions of 1905 or 1917.1, though the Chinese case is less well documented, and bands of wandering peasants driven from their land by a variety of causes have been important there. The revolutionary upsurges of 1927 and 1949 were certainly not those of a rural proletariat working huge landed estates. Nor was this the case in the revolutionary outbreaks of the 19th century. As a general explanation, this conception simply will not do. Driven back from material explanations, one might turn naturally to hypotheses about the role of religion. At first glance this seems a promising tack. Hinduism might go a long way toward explaining the passivity of the Indian peasantry. More generally, an organic cosmology that conferred legitimacy on the role of the ruling classes, couched in some theory of the harmony of the universe that stressed resignation and the acceptance of individual fate, might conceivably serve as a strong bar to insurrection and rebellion if the peasants accepted its norms. Here at once a difficulty appears. Such religions are the product of urban and priestly classes. The extent of their acceptance among peasants is problematic. In general, the existence of an undercurrent of belief distinct from that of the educated strata, often in direct opposition to it, characterizes peasant societies. Passed along by word of mouth from generation to generation, only fragments of this underground tradition are likely to find their way into the historical record, and then very likely in a distorted form. Even in religion-soaked India there are numerous indications of widespread hostility to the Brahmin. Possibly Indian and other peasants believe in the effectiveness of magic and ritual as such, while at the same time they resent the human agent who performs the rituals and the price that he exacts for their performance. Movements to do away with the priest, to attain direct access to the deity and the source of magic, have simmered underground in both Europe and Asia for long periods, to burst forth from time to time in heretical and rebellious movements. In this connection, too, we would want to know what circumstances make peasants receptive to these movements at some times and not at others. Nor are they a universal accompaniment of the more important peasant upheavals. There is little indication of any religious component in the peasant disturbances that preceded and accompanied the French Revolution. In the Russian Revolution it is highly unlikely that revolutionary notions from the towns, either religious or secular, were of any importance. Gt. Robinson in his study of Russian peasant life before 1917 points out that the religious and other intellectual currents impinging on the peasants from the outside were wholly on the side of conservatism and strongly discounts the role of revolutionary ideas from the towns. Point 2 Conceivably further research may reveal the role of underground traditions indigenous to the peasantry and couched in religious terms. Nevertheless, to be meaningful, such an explanation in the case of Russia, or of any society, requires information about the way in which ideas were related to concrete social circumstances. Religion by itself clearly provides no key. The shortcoming of all these hypotheses is that they focus too much attention on the peasantry. A moment's reflection on the course of any specific pre-industrial rebellion reveals that one cannot understand it without reference to the actions of the upper classes that in large measure provoked it. Another noticeable feature of rebellions in agrarian societies is their tendency to take on the character of the society against which they rebel. In modern times this tendency is obscured because successful rebellion has been the prelude to thorough and violent overhaul of the entire society. In earlier peasant rebellions, it is much more obvious. The insurgents battle for the restoration of the old law, as in the Bauernkrieg, for the real Tsar or the good Tsar in Russian peasant upheavals. In traditional China the outcome has often been the replacement of a decaying dynasty by a new and vigorous one, that is, a restoration of essentially the same social structure. Before looking at the peasantry, it is necessary to look at the whole society. With these considerations in mind we may raise the question whether certain types of agrarian and pre-modern societies are more subject to peasant insurrection and rebellion than others and what structural features may help to explain the differences. The contrast between India and China is sufficient to show that the differences exist and have prolonged political consequences. Likewise the existence of even one substantiated attempt at peasant revolt in India, that of Hyderabad in 1948, even leaving aside other smaller upheavals, strongly suggests that no social structure can be totally immune to revolutionary tendencies set up in the course of modernization. On the other hand, some societies are obviously much more vulnerable than others. For the moment we may set aside all problems that arise during the course of modernization and concentrate specifically on structural differences in pre-modern societies. Point 3. The contrast between India and China suggests an hypothesis perhaps more tenable than those just discussed. Indian society, as many scholars have remarked, resembles some huge yet very simple invertebrate organism. A central coordinating authority, a monarch, or to continue the biological analogy, a brain, was not necessary to its continued operation. Through much of Indian history down to modern times, there was no central authority imposing its will on the whole subcontinent. Indian society reminds one of the starfish whom fishermen used to shred angrily into bits, after which each fragment would grow into a new starfish. But the analogy is inexact. Indian society was even simpler and yet more differentiated. Climate, agricultural practices, taxation systems, religious beliefs, and many other social and culture features differed markedly from one part of the country to another. Caste, on the other hand, was common to them all and provided the framework around which all of life was everywhere organized. It made possible these differences and a society where a territorial segment could be cut off from the rest without damage, or at least without fatal damage, to itself or the rest of the society. Far more important, from the standpoint of our immediate problem, is the reverse of this feature. Any attempt at innovation, any local variation, simply became the basis of another caste. This has not been merely a matter of new religious beliefs. Since the distinction between sacred and profane is very dubious for Indian society, and since religiously tinged caste codes cover practically the whole range of human activities, any innovation or attempted innovation in pre-modern times was likely to become the basis for another caste. Thus opposition to society and preying on society became a part of society in the form of bandit castes or castes in the form of religious sects. In China, too, hereditary bandits were known. 4 In the Chinese context, their significance was quite different, aside from the fact that the absence of caste made recruitment easier. In China, the landlord needed a strong central authority as part of the arrangement for extracting the surplus from the peasants. Until quite recent times, caste made this arrangement unnecessary in India. Chinese society for this reason required something resembling a brain, a more than rudimentary coordinating authority at the center. Bandits were a threat in China and could grow into peasant insurrections. The general hypothesis that emerges from this brief recapitulation, hedged with that familiar ritual phrase caeteris paribus used by scholars to avoid thorny issues, might be put in the following way: a highly segmented society that depends on diffuse sanctions for its coherence and for extracting the surplus from the underlying peasantry is nearly immune to peasant rebellion because opposition is likely to take the form of creating another segment. On the other hand, an agrarian bureaucracy, or a society that depends on a central authority for extracting the surplus, is a type most vulnerable to such outbreaks. Feudal systems, where real power is diffused into several centers under the nominal authority of a weak monarch, belong somewhere in between. This hypothesis at least fits the main facts in this study. Peasant rebellion was a severe problem in traditional China, and Tsarist Russia was somewhat less severe but frequently beneath the surface in medieval Europe, was quite noticeable in Japan from the 15th century onwards, and finds almost no mention in histories of India. 5. Turning to the process of modernization itself, we notice once again that the success or failure of the upper class in taking up commercial agriculture has a tremendous influence on the political outcome. Where the landed upper class has turned to production for the market in a way that enables commercial influences to permeate rural life, peasant revolutions have been weak affairs. There are several very different ways in which this anti-revolutionary transition has been able to take place. In early Meiji Japan, a landed upper class that was being rapidly renewed preserved much of the traditional peasant society as the mechanism for extracting a surplus. In other key cases, peasant society was destroyed, either by breaking the connection with the land as in England or by intensifying the connection as in the reintroduction of serfdom in Prussia. Conversely, the evidence indicates that a revolutionary movement is much more likely to develop and become a serious threat where the landed aristocracy fails to develop a really powerful commercial impulse within its own ranks. Then it may leave beneath it a peasant society damaged but intact, with which it has few connecting links. Meanwhile, it is likely to try to maintain its style of life in a changing world by extracting a larger surplus out of the peasantry. By and large, this was the case in 18th century France and in Russia and China during the 19th and 20th centuries. 6. The Great German Peasant War, the Bauernkrieg of 1524 to 1525, illustrates these relationships in a striking fashion, especially if one compares the areas in which it broke out violently with those parts of Germany where it was not more than a minor episode. Since it was the most important peasant revolution of early modern times in Europe, it will be well to discuss it briefly here. Once again, its meaning becomes clearest through contrast with changes in English society. An influential sector of the landed upper classes in England wanted, not men, but land for sheep raising. The German Junkers, on the other hand, wanted men, more specifically men attached to the land, in order to grow the grain which they exported. Much of the subsequent history of the two countries goes back to this homely difference. In Prussia, the coming of grain exports brought about a sharp reversal of earlier trends that had been similar to those in Western Europe, where parliamentary democracy eventually triumphed. By the middle of the 14th century, Prussia still resembled Western Europe, even if it had reached this stage by a different route. Then it was a land of prosperous and relatively free peasants. As in the rest of what later became northeastern Germany, the necessity to grant favorable conditions to immigrating German colonists had, along with the development of a strong central authority in the form of the Teutonic Order and a vigorous town life, been the main cause of this freedom. German peasants had the right to sell and bequeath their lands, as well as to market their produce in the nearby towns. Their dues to the overlord in both money and labor were small. The authority of the lord in village affairs was strictly limited, mainly to higher justice, i.e., the more serious crimes. For the rest, villagers managed their own affairs. 7. The villages throughout the colonized area were settled by the locator, often employed by the noble landholders, who procured the settlers, led them from their place of origin, allocated to them their holdings, measured the village fields, and in return became the hereditary mayor with larger holdings than the rest. 8 In a sense, therefore, the villages of northeastern Germany were artificial communities that received their rights in the form of charters from above. Their situation on this score differed from that of southern German-speaking villages, which won their rights in the course of a prolonged struggle with the overlord. This difference may be partly responsible for the lack of resistance to later subjugation in the northeast, though other factors were probably more significant. Another difference from the south was the ethnically mixed character of the population, as Germans settled in Slavic territories. However, German villages were usually settled on unoccupied land, and the Slavic peasants soon gained the same favorable legal status as the Germans. 9. Toward the end of the 14th century, certain changes began that later led to the enserfment of the peasants. The towns declined, the central authority weakened. But most important of all, there appeared the beginnings of an export market for grain. Together these forces altered the political balance in the countryside. Other parts of Germany and Europe were also hit by a debasement of the currency as part of a weakening of royal authority and by an agrarian crisis that led the nobility to press hard on the peasants, events that helped to produce the Peasants' War. 10 But only in the northeast did an important export trade in grain put in an appearance. The consequences for the peasants were disastrous. The lords ceased to be interested in money dues from the peasants and turned instead to cultivating and increasing the domain. For this the labor of the peasants was necessary. Labor services were extended, the peasants tied to the soil. Their rights to sell and bequeath their property were all but abolished, and they were no longer allowed to marry off the estate. Most of these changes took place during the 16th century, an era of booming grain prices. It is worth noticing that in this situation the scarcity of labor did not aid the peasants but led to severe discipline in order to prevent flight, and that a numerous though rather poor nobility was able to establish a labor repressive system without the assistance of a powerful central government. In fact, the formal end of the Teutonic Order in 1525 was one of the more important political events that led to the results just mentioned. 11. During the period of colonization, peasant villages had often been physically separate from the noble's estate and had been largely independent organisms. In the second half of the 15th century, this situation ceased as the lords penetrated the villages, economically by taking over peasant property, especially the larger holdings of the mayor, and politically by establishing a monopoly of justice. 13 Without this capture of the village community and the destruction of its autonomy, it is difficult to understand how a mass of scattered nobles could have imposed their will. By the end of the 17th century, most of the nobles had become petty despots in the area of their estates, checked by no formal authority from above or below. The capitalist revolution of the 16th and 17th century Junker was almost entirely a social and political one. There is no indication in the literature of any important technical changes in agriculture that accompanied the Junkers' rise to supremacy. The three-field system was still almost universal up until about the time of the 7 Years' War, and, by the 18th century, agricultural practices, especially on the big Junker estates, were far behind those in Germany's western provinces. 14. The peasants did offer limited resistance. The only revolt of importance broke out in the vicinity of Königsberg in 1525, shortly after the abolition of the Teutonic Order. It is not surprising that the impetus came partly from the town itself and from those who had most to lose, the more prosperous free peasants. Its rapid suppression was due to weak support from the towns, where, in contrast to the Bauernkrieg area, guild life was relatively feeble. 15. The situation that led to the Bauernkrieg of 1524 to 1525 was in its most important aspects almost the opposite of that in northeastern Germany, and calls to mind some of the features that more than 2 centuries later produced the French Revolution. Since the Bauernkrieg and the numerous upheavals that led up to it were spread over a wide area, from what is now western Austria, through nearly all of Switzerland, parts of southwestern Germany, and a large area of the Upper Rhine Valley, there was naturally considerable variation in local conditions, a variation that has added to the difficulty in determining its causes and kept alive a vigorous controversy over them up to the present time. 16. Nevertheless, there is widespread agreement among a variety of scholars along the following lines. The territorial princes in this part of Germany were getting stronger, not weaker as in the northeast, and taking some of the early steps toward controlling their own nobility and setting up a modern uniform administration. This form of absolutism was, however, a petty, fragmented variety, as the emperor had dissipated German energies in a vain struggle with the papacy. Town life flourished in this part of Germany. The late Middle Ages were the golden age of the German burgher. Thus the peasants could at times draw on the urban plebs for support. But to generalize about what social strata the peasants allied themselves with and which ones they opposed is very risky. At different times and places they were in opposition to nearly every conceivable group and in alliance with some other, in the Rhineland with the nobles against the monastic holdings, 17 against the nobility at others, with the nobility at still others, yet again in opposition to the bourgeoisie and the territorial prince. 18 All that one can say with confidence is that the conflict began chiefly with the moderate demands of well-to-do peasants and became more radical as it developed, turning later into the apocalyptic visions of Thomas Munzer. Partly this progressive radicalization was due to the refusal of early moderate demands. 19 Partly to the tendency of peasants to turn to new religious notions emanating from the Reformation in justification of their economic, political, and social grievances. 20 The connection with the towns probably contributed to this radicalization, of which there were some foreshadowings at an early date. 21 It may also have derived from the complaints of lower strata among the peasantry, who were dividing into rich and poor, much as in France of the late 18th century, though I have not found any explicit statement of this connection. The nobility of the time were facing a double squeeze, from the efforts of the territorial princes to establish their authority and from the more general effects of the spread of a commercial economy. They needed money and tried in a variety of ways to get it, reviving where they could ancient rights, or as it seemed to the peasants trying to create new obligations. Indeed, the first stirrings of peasant discontent took the form of efforts to retain or return to das alte Recht. 22 What the nobles did not do, except here and there on a small scale, was to undertake farming for the market. Here lies the crucial difference between the area of the Bauernkrieg and Junker Germany. As for the peasants themselves, the economic and social position of a large sector had been improving for some time. As one scholar observed more than 20 years ago, the evidence of prosperity among the peasants and burgher in this part of Germany at the end of the Middle Ages has become so abundant that it is no longer possible to believe that general economic deterioration caused the revolt. 23 This fact is of course quite consistent with the view that hard-pressed nobles tried to put the screw on the peasants in whatever way they could. 24 For centuries a seesaw struggle had been taking place between the peasant community and the overlord over their respective rights, a struggle that did not exclude shared interests on many issues. Periodically the outcome crystallized in a written record known as a wisdom, the codification of customary law which was written down from answers to questioning under oath of the experienced older men of the community. The surviving records show a big increase in the number of Weistummer after 1300, with the largest number falling between 1500 and 1600, after which they fall off rapidly. 25 What these documents and other similar evidence reveal is a tightly knit village community, albeit one with increasing property differentials, existing in a slowly changing situation of antagonistic cooperation with the overlord. 26 Labor dues and the cultivation of the domain appear to have been declining in importance and money dues increasing, the reverse of the situation in the northeast. A good many peasants had come close to attaining de facto property rights, having shaken off most of the stigmata of feudal tenure, though there were many pockets where the latter remained. 27 In the early stages of the revolt, peasant demands often repeated themes taken from older Weistummer. 28 This fact is one more strong indication that the revolt began with the legitimate grievances of respected and substantial members of the village community. 29 The Bauernkrieg was a failure and bloodily suppressed. Both its radical and conservative manifestations were driven underground. Partly because of the aristocratic victory, which as we have seen took place in the Northeast for different reasons and against little resistance, the prospects for the emergence of liberal democracy in Germany were cut off for centuries. Not until the 19th century did Germany again take halting and, as it turned out, still unsuccessful steps in this direction. The respective victories of the English squire and the German junker constitute almost exactly opposite forms in which a landed upper class might make a successful transition to commercial agriculture. They also constitute exactly opposite ways of destroying the basis of political action by the peasantry. Even if defeated, this action was vigorous in the Bauernkrieg areas where the upper classes did not make an economic onslaught on peasant society but apparently tried to increase the amount of money it took from the peasants. This excursion into a concrete case is sufficient, I hope, to indicate main ways in which the response of the landed upper classes to the challenge of commercial agriculture creates situations that are favorable or unfavorable to revolts by the peasantry. The main areas where peasant revolutions have in modern times had the greatest importance, China and Russia, were alike in the fact that the landed upper classes by and large did not make a successful transition to the world of commerce and industry and did not destroy the prevailing social organization among the peasants. Now we may leave the actions of the aristocracy aside to undertake a more analytic discussion of factors at work among the peasantry itself. Just what does modernization mean for the peasantry beyond the simple and brutal fact that sooner or later they are its victims? On general grounds, it seems obvious that the different types of social organization found in various peasant societies, together with the timing and character of the modernization process itself, can be expected to have considerable influence on whether or not the response will be a revolutionary or a passive one. But just what is the connection among these variables? Let us see first what general changes take place in this complex process. In agriculture, economic modernization means the extension of market relationships over a much wider area than before, and the replacement of subsistence farming more and more by production for the market. 32ndly, in politics, successful modernization involves the establishment of peace and order over a wide area, the creation of a strong central government. There is no universal connection between the two processes. Rome and China both established powerful and far-flung governments for their time without generating any significant impetus toward a modern society. It is the combination of the two, nevertheless, that has yielded modernization in various parts of the world since the 15th century. The spread of the state's authority and the intrusion of the market, which may occur at quite different times, affect the bonds of the peasant to the overlord, the division of labor within the village, its system of authority, class groupings within the peasantry, tenure and property rights. At some point the influence of these external forces may produce changes in the technology and level of productivity in agriculture. To my limited knowledge, there is no instance of a major technical revolution in agriculture arising among the peasantry, though moderately important ones are reported for Japan, as we have seen, toward the end of the Tokugawa era. Technological changes so far have been far more important in the West. In the rice economies of Asia, added productivity has come mainly through intensified human labor. In this complex of related changes, three aspects are especially important politically: the character of the link between the peasant community and the overlord, property and class divisions within the peasantry, and the degree of solidarity or cohesiveness displayed by the peasant community. Because these three aspects are so closely related to each other, it is impossible to avoid some overlap and repetition in an effort to trace out characteristic patterns of modernization in each of them. To return to the starting point of the process, one finds that there are certain very broad similarities among peasant communities or villages and their relationships to the outside world in many agrarian civilizations. It will be helpful to begin by sketching the general ground plan of these communities in very general terms, realizing that there are numerous politically significant departures from this plan. Indeed, it is easier to perceive the meaning of these departures if we first grasp the general model. I shall limit the discussion to villages, conceived as compact settlements surrounded by cultivated fields. Though the system of scattered individual settlements also occurs quite widely, it was not the predominant form anywhere except perhaps in parts of the United States in colonial and frontier times. In itself, this is one of the grounds for refusing the designation peasant to American farmers. Either directly or indirectly, the immediate overlord played a vital part in the life of the village. In feudal societies he was the seigneur, in bureaucratic China he was the landlord dependent on the imperial bureaucracy, in parts of India the zamindar, a figure roughly halfway between the bureaucratic official and the feudal seigneur. The general task of the secular overlord was to provide security against the external enemies. Often, but not universally, he rendered justice and settled disputes among the inhabitants of the village. Alongside the secular overlord, there has often been the priest. His task has been to help give legitimacy to the prevailing social order and to provide a way of both explaining and coping with those misfortunes and disasters for which the individual peasant's traditional economic and social techniques were inadequate. In return for the performance of these functions, the overlord with the priest extracted an economic surplus from the peasants in the form of labor, agricultural products, or even money, though this was generally less important in pre-commercial times. How these obligations were distributed among the peasants varied considerably. The peasants' right to cultivate the soil and keep a portion of the products for their own use generally depended on fulfilling the above obligations. There is considerable evidence to support the thesis that, where the links arising out of this relationship between overlord and peasant community are strong, the tendency toward peasant rebellion is feeble. In both China and Russia, the links were tenuous and peasant upheavals endemic to these states, even though the structure of the peasant communities themselves were about as different as could be imagined. In Japan, where peasant revolution was kept under control, the linkage was very effective. There are some puzzles and contradictions in the evidence. In India, strictly political power did not reach into the village except in certain areas in pre-British times. But there was a strong linkage to authority through the priesthood. Two conditions are probably essential for the link to be an effective agent of social stability. One is that there should not be severe competition for land or other resources between the peasants and the overlord. This is not simply a matter of how much land is available. Social institutions are just as important as the amount of land in determining whether or not peasants become land hungry. Thus, a second and closely related condition, I would suggest, is the following: political stability requires the inclusion of the overlord and/or the priest as members of the village community who perform services necessary for the agricultural cycle and the social cohesion of the village, for which they receive roughly commensurate privileges and material rewards. This point requires more extensive discussion since it raises general issues that are a matter of lively dispute. The difficulty arises from the notion of rewards and privileges commensurate with the services rendered by the upper class. In a feudal society, just how many hens and eggs at stated times in the year, how many days of work on the lord's fields, would be a fair repayment for the lord's protection and justice? Is the matter not wholly arbitrary, one that can only be decided by a test of strength? More generally, is not the concept of exploitation a purely subjective one, no more than a political epithet, that cannot receive any objective pinning down or measurement? Very likely a majority of social scientists today would answer these questions with an affirmative. If one takes this position, the proposition just suggested becomes a trivial tautology. It means that peasants do not revolt as long as they accept the privileges of the aristocracy and their own obligations to them as legitimate. Why the peasants accept them remains as much of a problem as ever. Within the framework of this position, force and deception can be the only possible answers to this question, because one set of rewards is just as arbitrary as any other. It seems to me that at this point the whole subjective interpretation of exploitation breaks down and becomes flagrantly self-contradictory. How can 9/10 of the peasant's crop be no more and no less arbitrary an exaction than a third? The opposite point of view, that exploitation is in principle an objective notion, I submit, makes better sense generally and at least provides the possibility of an explanation. The point at issue is whether or not one can make an objective assessment of the contributions of qualitatively different activities, such as fighting and tilling the soil, to the continued existence of a specific society. It seems to me that this is possible for a detached observer and that he does so by asking the traditional questions. 1. Is this activity necessary to the society? What would happen if it stopped or changed? 2. What resources are necessary in order to enable people to carry out this activity effectively? Though the answers to such questions must always have a substantial margin of uncertainty, they also have a common objective core. Within limits broad enough for society to work, the objective character of exploitation seems so dreadfully obvious as to lead to the suspicion that the denial of objectivity is what requires explanation. It is not hard to tell when a peasant community gets real protection from its overlord and when the overlord is either unable to keep enemies out or is in league with them. An overlord who does not keep the peace, who takes away most of the peasants' food, seizes his women as happened over wide areas of China in the 19th and 20th centuries is clearly exploitative. In between this situation and objective justice are all sorts of gradations where the ratio between services rendered and the surplus taken from the peasants is open to dispute. Such disputes may intrigue philosophers. They are not likely to rip society apart. The thesis put forward here merely holds that the contributions of those who fight, rule, and pray must be obvious to the peasant, and the peasant's return payments must not be grossly out of proportion to the services received. Folk conceptions of justice, to put the argument in still another way, do have a rational and realistic basis, and arrangements that depart from this basis are likely to need deception and force the more they do depart. Certain forms of modernization are especially likely to upset any form of equilibrium that may establish itself in the relationship between the peasant community and the landed upper classes and to put new strains on the mechanisms linking them together. Where the royal authority has increased and intensified the burden on the peasantry in order to meet the costs of an expanding military establishment and administrative bureaucracy, as well as an expensive policy of courtly magnificence, the growth of royal absolutism may contribute heavily to peasant explosions. 31 The Bourbon kings and the Russian tsars each in their very different ways used this combination of devices to tame their respective nobilities at the cost of substantial suffering. Among the peasants, the reaction was intermittent eruptions, much more severe in Russia than in France. The Tudors and Stuarts in England faced an entirely different situation, and lost a royal head, partly because they attempted to protect the peasants against the antisocial behavior of a commercializing nobility. In Japan the Tokugawa shogun resolutely turned their backs on the outside world and therefore did not have to create as expensive a military and administrative establishment as did absolute monarchs in Europe. Peasant disturbances did not become important until the latter part of the era. Generally the creation of centralized monarchy has meant that the peasant's immediate overlord lost his protective functions to the state. In both France and Russia this change took place in such a way as to leave still in large measure intact the rights of the lord to a series of obligations from the peasants. These lordly rights were backed up by the new power of the state because the royal authority could not afford to alienate the nobility altogether. In turn, gradual infiltration into the countryside of goods made in the towns that the lord needed or thought he needed, together with the requirements of conspicuous consumption at court, increased the lord's need to squeeze more out of the peasantry. The failure of commercial farming to take hold on any very wide scale made the situation worse, since it meant that there was scarcely any alternative to squeezing the peasant. As we have seen, what trends there were toward commercial agriculture were labor repressive. In France, Russia, and other parts of Eastern Europe, the small lord became the most reactionary figure, perhaps because all alternatives were closed to him, such as the court, a good marriage, or an attempt at commercial farming. There is no need to labor the connection between these trends and peasant discontent, which have been pointed out by numerous historians. Where the peasants have revolted, there are indications that new and capitalist methods of pumping the economic surplus out of the peasantry had been added while the traditional ones lingered on or were even intensified. This was true in 18th century France, where the peasant movement that helped to bring down the Ancien regime had strong anti-capitalist as well as strong anti-feudal features. In Russia the Tsar's action in dismounting serfdom from above failed to satisfy the peasants. The redemption payments were too high and the grants of land too small, as the subsequent accumulation of arrears soon showed. In the absence of any thoroughgoing modernization of the countryside, the redemption payments merely became new ways of taking a surplus from the peasant while keeping him from getting the land that was rightfully his. Again, in China the peasant showed by his behavior that he resented the combination of the old tax-collecting official and commercial landlord embodied in the Kuomintang regime. These facts do not imply that the total burden on the peasantry necessarily increased under these circumstances. Indeed, it is an historical commonplace that improvement in the economic situation of the peasantry may be a prelude to revolt. 32 The fact seems moderately well established for the English countryside prior to the upheaval of 1381, for the Bauernkrieg in 16th century Germany, and for the French peasantry prior to 1789. In other cases, the most important ones, Russia and China, the burden on the peasants very likely increased. In any event, one of the greatest dangers for an ancien regime during the earlier phases of transition to the world of commerce and industry is to lose the support of the upper crust of the peasantry. One common explanation is a psychological one, to the effect that limited improvement in the economic position of this stratum leads to greater and greater demands and eventually to a revolutionary outbreak. This notion of a revolution of rising expectations may have some explanatory power. It will not do as a general explanation. For both Russia and China, even in the 20th century, it strains the evidence beyond recognition. There are several different ways in which the richer peasants may turn upon the old order, depending on specific historical circumstances and the impact of these on different forms of peasant society. The timing of changes in the life of the peasantry, including the number of people simultaneously affected, are crucial factors in their own right. I suspect that they are more important than the material changes in food, shelter, clothing, except for very sudden and big ones. Economic deterioration by slow degrees can become accepted by its victims as part of the normal situation. Especially where no alternative is clearly visible, more and more privation can gradually find acceptance in the peasants' standards of what is right and proper. What infuriates peasants is a new and sudden imposition or demand that strikes many people at once and that is a break with accepted rules and customs. Even the traditionally docile Indian peasants struck en masse and raised the specter of agrarian revolt over much of Bengal in the 1860s when English overlords tried to force them to grow indigo at starvation prices for the suddenly booming textile market. 33 Revolutionary measures against the priests in the Vendee had a very similar effect. To multiply instances is hardly necessary. The significant point is that under these conditions individual grievances in a flash become apparent as collective ones. If the impact is of the right kind, it can ignite the solidarity of rebellion or revolution in any kind of a peasant society. No type, as far as I can perceive, is immune. Nevertheless, there are variations in the explosive potential that can be connected with types of peasant society. In the course of this study we have noticed a substantial range of differences in the degree of cooperation and the associated division of labor in peasant communities. At one extreme one might place the peasants of the Vendee with their isolated farmsteads, rather atypical for peasants in civilized societies. At the other extreme might be the highly integrated Japanese village, an integration that has persisted through modern times. On general grounds, it seems obvious that the degree of solidarity displayed by peasants, since it is an expression of the entire network of social relationships within which the individual lives out his life, would have an important bearing on political tendencies. Nevertheless, because this factor is intertwined with so many others, the assessment of its importance presents difficulties. As I read the evidence, the absence of solidarity puts severe difficulties in the way of any political action. Hence its consequence is conservative, though the type of sudden shock just discussed can override this conservative tendency and arouse the peasants to violent action. Where solidarity is on the other hand strong, it is possible to distinguish between conservative forms and those favoring rebellion or revolution. In a rebellious and revolutionary form of solidarity, institutional arrangements are such as to spread grievances through the peasant community and turn it into a solidarity group hostile to the overlord. There are strong indications that this was happening in the late 19th and early 20th centuries in Russian villages. One of the main consequences of the periodic redivision of property in the mir, or peasant commune, seems to have been to generalize land hunger, to align the richer peasants with the poorer ones. Certainly this was the conclusion of Stolypin, who reversed earlier official support for the mir and tried to establish a Russian version of sturdy yeomanry to prop up the tottering throne of the Romanovs. 34 It is also worth recalling that the Chinese communists, before they took power, had to create this kind of solidarity out of refractory social materials. The opposite kind of solidarity, the conservative one, derives its cohesion by tying those with actual and potential grievances into the prevailing social structure. This takes place, as Japanese and Indian materials show, through a division of labor that has behind it strong sanctions, while at the same time it provides a recognized if humble niche for those with little property. Quite possibly the key to the difference between radical and conservative forms of solidarity rests on this point. Radical solidarity, as in the Russian system, may represent an attempt to find an equitable distribution of a scarce resource, namely land. Conservative solidarity was based on the division of labor. In general, it seems easier to get people to cooperate on a common task than to cooperate peaceably in the use of scarce resources. 35. To put the same point in a slightly different fashion, property arrangements vary a great deal in the way they tie the peasants to the prevailing society and hence in their political effects. In order to be a full member of the Chinese village and come under the conservative influences of the network of kinship and religious obligations, it was necessary to have a certain rough minimum of property. The process of modernization apparently increased very considerably the number of those peasants below this minimum, something that may well have happened in pre-modern times as well, and hence the radical potential. Japanese and Indian villages, on the other hand, provided a legitimate if lowly status for those with little or no property both in pre-modern and later times. The type of weak solidarity that inhibits political action of any variety is mainly a modern phenomenon. After the establishment of a capitalist legal framework and after commerce and industry have made a substantial impact, peasant society may reach a new form of conservative stability. This happened in much of France, parts of Western Germany, and elsewhere in Western Europe during the first half of the 19th century. Marx caught the essence of the situation when he compared French villages made up of small peasant holdings to sacks of potatoes. 36 The key feature is the absence of a network of cooperative relationships. This makes the modern peasant village the opposite of a medieval one. A recent study of a village of this type in southern Italy shows how the competition among the family units that make up the village inhibits any form of effective political action. The origin of amoral familism, a caricature of capitalism, is rooted in the specific history of this village, an extreme development that contrasts with more cooperative relationships in other parts of Italy. 37 More important and more general factors may be the disappearance of common rights and of the performance in common of certain tasks during the agricultural cycle, the overwhelming importance of the small plot worked by family labor, and the competitive relationships introduced by capitalism. At a more advanced stage of industrial development, this type of atomized small peasant village may, as we have seen in parts of Germany, become the seedbed of reactionary anti-capitalist sentiment in the countryside. To sum up, the most important causes of peasant revolutions have been the absence of a commercial revolution in agriculture led by the landed upper classes and the concomitant survival of peasant social institutions into the modern era when they are subject to new stresses and strains. Where the peasant community survives, as in Japan, it must remain closely linked to the dominant class in the countryside if revolution is to be avoided. Hence an important contributing cause of peasant revolution has been the weakness of the institutional links binding peasant society to the upper classes, together with the exploitative character of this relationship. Part of the general syndrome has been the regime's loss of the support of an upper class of wealthy peasants because these have begun to go over to more capitalist modes of cultivation and to establish their independence against an aristocracy seeking to maintain its position through the intensification of traditional obligations, as in 18th century France. Where these conditions have been absent or reversed, peasant revolts have failed to break out or have been easily suppressed. The great agrarian bureaucracies of royal absolutism, including China, have been especially liable to the combination of factors favoring peasant revolution. Their very strength enables them to inhibit the growth of an independent commercial and manufacturing class. At most, they are likely to encourage one that is fragmented and tied to royal apron strings for the sake of magnificence and war, as in 17th century France. By taming the bourgeoisie, the crown reduces the impetus toward further modernization in the form of a bourgeois revolutionary breakthrough. This effect was very noticeable even in France. Russia and China, in escaping bourgeois revolution, became more vulnerable to peasant revolutions. Furthermore, an agrarian bureaucracy, through its heavy demands for taxes, risks driving the peasants into alliance with local elites in the towns, a particularly dangerous situation as it separates royal officialdom from the mass of the population. 38 Finally, to the extent that it takes over the protective and judicial functions of the locally residing overlord, royal absolutism weakens the crucial link that binds the peasants to the upper classes. Or if it takes over these functions only partly and haphazardly, it is likely to find itself in competition with local elites in extracting resources from the peasants. In such circumstances there is a temptation for the local notables to side with the peasants. Variations in the types of solidary arrangements among the peasants, to continue with general factors, are important mainly insofar as they constitute focal points for the creation of a distinct peasant society in opposition to the dominant class and as the basis for popular conceptions of justice and injustice that clash with those of the rulers. Conservative or radical consequences depend on the specific forms of the institutions promoting peasant cohesion. Solidarity among the peasants could help the dominant classes or be a weapon against them, sometimes changing from one to the other. In some pre-modern societies one may also find, as seems to have been the case in China, a division of labor that creates much less cohesion. Hence, the revolutionary potential under the impact of modernization varies greatly from one agrarian society to another. On the other hand, the more extreme forms of atomization that severely inhibit any effective political action and that have powerful conservative results seem to occur at a somewhat later stage of capitalism. Such a culture of selfish poverty may be only a transitional stage in backwaters not yet reached by advanced industrialism. The preceding factors may explain how a revolutionary potential arises among the peasantry. Whether or not this potential becomes politically effective depends on the possibility of a fusion between peasant grievances and those of other strata. By themselves the peasants have never been able to accomplish a revolution. On this point the Marxists are absolutely correct, wide of the mark though they are on other crucial aspects. The peasants have to have leaders from other classes. But leadership alone is not enough. Medieval and late medieval peasant revolts were led by aristocrats or townsmen and still were crushed. This point should serve as a salutary reminder to those modern determinists, by no means all Marxists, who feel that once the peasants have become stirred up, big changes are necessarily on the way. Actually, peasant revolts have been repressed far more often than they have succeeded. For them to succeed requires a somewhat unusual combination of circumstances that has occurred only in modern times. Success itself has been of a strictly negative sort. The peasants have provided the dynamite to bring down the old building. To the subsequent work of reconstruction they have brought nothing, instead they have been, even in France, its first victims. The upper classes have to display a substantial degree of blindness, mainly the product of specific historical circumstances and to which there have always been some important individual exceptions, before a revolutionary breakthrough becomes feasible. Naturally, the peasant movement will not find its allies among the elite, though it may draw upon a section of it, especially a handful of discontented intellectuals in modern times, for its leaders. The intellectuals as such can do little politically unless they attach themselves to a massive form of discontent. The discontented intellectual with his soul searchings has attracted attention wholly out of proportion to his political importance, partly because these searchings leave behind them written records and also because those who write history are themselves intellectuals. It is a particularly misleading trick to deny that a revolution stems from peasant grievances because its leaders happen to be professional men or intellectuals. The allies that peasant discontent can find depends upon the stage of economic development that a country has reached and more specific historical circumstances. These factors also determine the point at which the allies turn on the peasant movement to draw its teeth or suppress it. German peasants in the Bauernkrieg got some help from the towns as well as from dissident landed aristocrats but accomplished nothing. The collective power that the landed elite could bring to bear was still overwhelming. In France the peasant movement fused with bourgeois demands, mainly because the preceding feudal reaction had antagonized the well-to-do peasants. The connection seems to me to have been precarious and might have gone the other way, since many bourgeois had property in the countryside and were disturbed by peasant disorders. Another major revolutionary ally was the urban crowd in Paris, though the term ally should not be taken to mean that their policies were coordinated or that either stratum, for that matter, had a really coherent policy. The sans-culottes were mainly smaller artisans and journeymen, who have generally played a much more important revolutionary role than Marxist theory might lead us to believe. In Russia of 1917 the commercial and industrial classes were not a suitable ally for the angry peasants. The Russian bourgeoisie was much smaller and weaker in the country as a whole than had been the case in France, despite a higher level of technology where trade and industry did exist. Though there had been flirtations with Western constitutional notions, the Russian bourgeoisie was tied by many strings to the Tsarist government, which had encouraged, largely for military reasons, a certain amount of hothouse capitalist development. Perhaps most important of all, no significant segment of the Russian peasantry was interested in securing property rights against the remnants of feudalism, as had been the case in France. The demands of the Russian peasant were brutally simple: to get rid of the landlord, divide up the land, and of course stop the war. The Constitutional Democrats, the main party with a bourgeois flavor, had earlier considered giving in to peasant demands. But the peasants' frontal attack on property was too much for its stomach when the issue had to be faced squarely. On the other hand, there was nothing in the notion of dividing up the land to disturb the industrial workers, at least not for the moment. Stopping the war appealed to the peasants who were the main victims of the slaughter and had little interest in defending a government that refused concessions. Among the peasants, the Bolsheviks had no real following. But as the only party without ties to the existing order, they could afford to give in temporarily to their demands for the sake of seizing power. This they did on taking over the government and again after the chaos of the Civil War. Subsequently, of course, the Bolsheviks found it necessary to turn on those who had brought them to power and to drive the peasants into collectives in order to make them the main basis and victims of the socialist version of primary capitalist accumulation. In China we see still another combination of circumstances, about which less is known, partly because the events are still too recent to have been the subject of extensive historical investigation. It is difficult to point to any clear-cut stratum as an ally of the peasants, on whose backs the communists finally rode to victory, even though, or perhaps partly because, disaffection with the Kuomintang had spread through all classes. As a contemporary scholar has convincingly demonstrated, the communists made little headway as long as they clung to Marxist notions about the importance of the proletariat as the vanguard of the revolutionary and anti-imperialist struggle. 39 In time they did get massive peasant support. Still, without urban leaders, it is unlikely that the peasants could have organized the Red Army and carried on the partisan warfare that distinguished this revolution from its predecessors and has set a model for subsequent attempts. The effect on their opponents has been curious. Some of the Western enthusiasm for learning the lessons of guerrilla warfare recalls 19th-century Japanese notions about democracy, the belief that it is a simple technique one can borrow that will bring in its train all the other advantages that the opponent enjoys. In both Russia and China, the chances of halting the process of decay at some point short of peasant revolution were very slim, mainly due to the lack of any strong basis for either liberal or reactionary capitalism in the trading and manufacturing classes. Whether the same will be true of India is a question to which only the future will give a firm answer. To jump to conclusions about India on the basis of China is foolish, since their agrarian social structures are in major respects exactly opposite to one another. If the agrarian program of the present Indian government fails to solve India's food problem, and there is substantial evidence for a pessimistic evaluation, a political upheaval of some sort will become highly likely. But it will not necessarily take the form of a communist-led peasant revolution. A turn to the right or fragmentation along regional lines, or some combination of these two, seems much more probable in the light of India's social structure. The situation in India leads one to ask whether the great wave of peasant revolutions, so far one of the most distinctive features of the 20th century, may not have already spent its force. Any attempt to consider the question seriously would require detailed study of Latin America and Africa, a huge task that must be left to others. Nevertheless, one consideration is worth pointing out. By and large, during the process of modernization, the circumstances of peasant life have seldom made peasants the allies of democratic capitalism, an historical formation that in any case is now past its zenith. If the revolutionary wave continues to sweep through the backward world in the years to come, that is scarcely the form it is likely to take. Epilogue. Reactionary and revolutionary imagery. Ut of the wrenches and fractures that accompany the making of a new society or of efforts to prevent its emergence. Similar conceptions of what a society ought to be or ought not to be come to the surface in roughly comparable situations. To discuss adequately radical and conservative critiques of society in a comparative framework would obviously require another volume. Point 1. Here I shall merely comment briefly on a few themes taken from this wide range of ideas insofar as they are related to certain types of historical experience faced by the landed upper classes and the peasants. The ideas themselves are familiar enough to require no detailed exposition. As contributions to the general human conception of a free society, or as attacks upon such a conception, they belong together and display interesting relationships to each other. My observations on these ideas will be not only brief but provocative, in what I hope may be the good sense of the word, that of encouraging others to study these problems more closely. At the outset, it will be helpful to make explicit the conception of the relationship between ideas and social movements which has been reached as a result of my investigations, even if it is unlikely that I have managed to adhere to it consistently throughout this study. The issue has come up several times in considering the forces that aided or prevented the landed upper classes from taking up commercial agriculture. How much weight should one attribute to widely prevalent ideals, codes of behavior, or values in explaining the result? Though the evidence, I think, pointed in the direction of stressing as the crucial aspect of the explanation the situation that various groups faced, the attentive reader might suspect that ideas or cultural themes, to use still another term, have crept into the explanation somehow. His suspicions would be quite correct. I do not believe that they can be omitted and hold that there is a significant residue of truth in such explanations. My objection is to the way they are put into the explanation, which in my estimation creates a strong conservative bias under the color of scientific neutrality and objectivity. That this bias is no case of deliberate dishonesty goes without saying. Among serious thinkers, deliberate deception is probably rather rare and in the long run much less significant than the direction imposed upon thought from its own structure and social milieu. Common observation is enough to show that human beings individually and collectively do not react to an objective situation in the same way as one chemical reacts to another when they are put together in a test tube. This form of strict behaviorism is, I submit, just plain wrong. There is always an intervening variable, a filter, one might say, between people and an objective situation, made up from all sorts of wants, expectations, and other ideas derived from the past. This intervening variable, which it is convenient to call culture, screens out certain parts of the objective situation and emphasizes other parts. There are limits to the amount of variations in perception and human behavior that can come from this source. Still, the residue of truth in the cultural explanation is that what looks like an opportunity or a temptation to one group of people will not necessarily seem so to another group with a different historical experience and living in a different form of society. The weakness of the cultural explanation is not in the statement of such facts, though there is room for a debate over their significance, but in the way they are put into the explanation. Materialist efforts to exorcise the ghost of idealism in cultural explanations are chanting at the wrong spook. The real spook is a conception of social inertia, taken over probably from physics. There is a widespread assumption in modern social science that social continuity requires no explanation. Supposedly it is not problematical. Point 2 Change is what requires explanation. This assumption blinds the investigator to certain crucial aspects of social reality. Culture, or tradition to use a less technical term, is not something that exists outside of or independently of individual human beings living together in society. Cultural values do not descend from heaven to influence the course of history. They are abstractions by an observer, based on the observation of certain similarities in the way groups of people behave, either in different situations or over time, or both. Even though one can often make accurate predictions about the way groups and individuals will behave over short periods of time on the basis of such abstractions, as such they do not explain the behavior. To explain behavior in terms of cultural values is to engage in circular reasoning. If we notice that a landed aristocracy resists commercial enterprise, we do not explain this fact by stating that the aristocracy has done so in the past, or even that it is the carrier of certain traditions that make it hostile to such activities. The problem is to determine out of what past and present experiences such an outlook arises and maintains itself. If culture has an empirical meaning, it is as a tendency implanted in the human mind to behave in certain specific ways acquired by man as a member of society, to quote the last phrase of Tyler's famous definition, which brought the term into scholarly and eventually popular usage. The assumption of inertia, that cultural and social continuity do not require explanation, obliterates the fact that both have to be recreated anew in each generation, often with great pain and suffering. To maintain and transmit a value system, human beings are punched, bullied, sent to jail, thrown into concentration camps, cajoled, bribed, made into heroes, encouraged to read newspapers, stood up against a wall and shot, and sometimes even taught sociology. To speak of cultural inertia is to overlook the concrete interests and privileges that are served by indoctrination, education, and the entire complicated process of transmitting culture from one generation to the next. A member of the Chinese gentry in the 19th century, we may agree, usually judged economic opportunities in a way very different from that of a 20th century American businessman farmer. But he did so because he grew up in Chinese imperial society, whose class structure, system of rewards, privileges, and sanctions, penalized certain forms of economic gain that would have destroyed the hegemony and authority of the dominant groups. Finally, to take values as the starting point of sociological explanation makes it very difficult to understand the obvious fact that values change in response to circumstances. The perversion of democratic notions in the American South is an all too familiar example, incomprehensible without cotton and slavery. We cannot do without some conception of how people perceive the world and what they do or do not want to do about what they see. To detach this conception from the way people reach it, to take it out of its historical context and raise it to the status of an independent causal factor in its own right, means that the supposedly impartial investigator succumbs to the justifications that ruling groups generally offer for their most brutal conduct. That, I fear, is exactly what a great deal of academic social science does today. Let us now return to more concrete problems. It is out of the question here to discuss fully the intellectual contributions to the conception of a free society that are traceable to the historical experience of the landed upper classes. It is sufficient to remind the reader that English parliamentary democracy was very largely the creation of this class, which remained in charge of its workings down to the eve of the First World War and has been very influential since then. Much of the modern conception of legitimate authority and of an open society derives from the struggles between this class, which was of course very far from united, and the royal authority. Instead, I shall comment upon one theme, the ideal of the amateur, because the fate of this ideal illustrates how the ideals and rationalizations of what was once a dominant class can under certain circumstances become what Marxists call critical and progressive theories. This issue is worth raising because it has implications beyond the landed aristocracy. As will appear again from the discussion of the peasants, it may be dying classes that make decisive contributions to the vision of a free society. Though the landed aristocracy has in many countries furnished a congenial social climate in which the ideal of the amateur has grown and flourished, this ideal has of course roots that ramify much further. In one form or another it is probably characteristic of most pre-industrial civilizations. The main features in this cluster of ideas might be expressed in the following way. Because aristocratic status was supposed to indicate a qualitatively superior form of being, whose qualities were hereditary rather than the fruit of individually acquired merits, the aristocrat was not expected to put forth too prolonged or too earnest an effort in any single direction. He might excel, but not just in one activity as a consequence of prolonged training, that would be plebeian. The hereditary aspect, it is worth noticing, is not completely decisive. Thus the conception of the amateur and the gentleman were important in both classical Greece and imperial China, societies that in theory minimized hereditary status above a certain level such as slaves. Nevertheless, in such societies too only a limited number of persons were believed capable of achieving full aristocratic status. For them the real ruler gentleman was a qualitatively distinct form of humanity. In these societies as well as others with a more explicit class or caste structure, the aristocrat was expected to do all things very well, but none of them, not even making love, too well. In Western society this conception largely disappeared with the triumph of industrial society. For example, in the United States the distinction between amateur and professional, with overtones of approval for the former, survives only in areas of life that the man in the street does not regard as completely serious. One can speak of an amateur athlete or an amateur actor, and in some circles even an amateur historian, but scarcely of an amateur businessman or an amateur lawyer except as a derogatory epithet. As might be anticipated, the traditional conception of the amateur has survived most clearly in England, where the aristocracy, using the term broadly to include a large portion of the gentry, has maintained itself with least damage. Namier has observed, more intellectual work is done by aristocrats in England than anywhere else, and in turn, scientists, doctors, historians, and poets have been made peers. But no German Gelehrter was ever made a baron or a count. The critical stance of the aristocracy toward any notion that wealth is a desirable end in itself has helped the aristocracy to preserve the aesthetic dimension of life. Even today a few people still believe that art, literature, philosophy, and pure science are not merely decorative adjuncts to the serious business of making a living but the supreme end of human life. That such ideas can be taken seriously and have been taken seriously is in substantial measure due to the persistence of an independent aristocracy as a group that can lend the aura of its prestige and patronage to such notions, even if no aristocracy itself has adopted them as its real working code of behavior. Similarly, the critical stance toward the technician as the desiccated brain at the service of any master derives from the aristocratic conception of the amateur. Again, Namier has noticed the importance of these ideas in 20th century England. We prefer to make it appear as if our ideas came to us casually like the empire in a fit of absence of mind. Specialization necessarily entails distortion of mind and loss of balance, and the characteristically English attempt to appear unscientific springs from a desire to remain human. What is not valued in England is abstract knowledge as a profession, because the tradition of English culture is that professions should be practical and culture should be the work of the leisured classes. Point 3. At its best, this ideal asserts that the educated man should attain a sufficiently accurate and informed understanding of broad issues and fundamental conceptions in the sciences and the arts to assess their social and political implications. Even today this is no utopian ideal. The standard objection, that there is simply too much to know, dodges the main issue, what is worth knowing. The objection provides ideological cover for the technician and conceptual nihilist who fears that his own limited area of knowledge may not be able to compete with others in an open discussion of their relative significance. Thus the ancient struggle between aristocratic and plebeian, transposed into new forms, continues within academic walls. All these themes have strong negative aspects. The ideal of the amateur can and has served as an excuse for superficiality and incompetence. If the aristocracy has helped to preserve the independence of the aesthetic dimension, it has also exerted very strong pressures toward mere decoration and flattery. Sheer snobbishness, i.e., the drawing of social distinctions and the awarding of prestige without any rational basis, has played a tremendous part. Veblen's snide caricature in the theory of the leisure class seizes essential aspects of the truth. Finally, it is necessary to recognize the very strong anti-intellectual streak in the Western European aristocracy, even in England. In many circles among the gentry and upward, any attempt at conversation beyond sports and gardens is likely to evoke pained surprise and the suspicion that the speaker has Bolshe sympathies. For every distinguished patron of the intellect, for every eccentric defender of unpopular causes, and certainly for every aristocrat who has used his independence as a stepping stone to real intellectual achievements, there are many empty and frivolous lives. For every Bertrand Russell, there are probably a score of Colonel Blimps. If the continued existence of an aristocracy has helped to preserve the life of the mind, it has in very great measure simultaneously contributed to the suffocation of the intellect. Though I know of no serious attempt to appraise the balance, it seems that only a tiny proportion of the economic and human resources appropriated by the aristocracy has found its way again into intellectual and artistic life. Hence this aristocratic contribution to the conception and realization of a free society has been purchased at terrific social cost. If there is some justification for regarding the conception of the amateur as a positive contribution, there are clear grounds for a negative assessment of several other ideas. Those about to be discussed, however, arise in quite a different social context. Reactionary social theories are liable to flourish in a landed upper class that manages to hang on to political power successfully although it is losing out economically or perhaps is threatened by a new and strange source of economic power. At several points in this book there has been occasion to notice that, where commercial relationships have begun to undermine a peasant economy, the conservative elements in society are likely to generate a rhetoric of extolling the peasant as the backbone of society. This phenomenon is not confined to modern times nor to Western civilization. The key elements in the rhetoric advocacy of the sterner virtues, militarism, contempt for decadent foreigners, and anti-intellectualism appear in the West at least as early as Cato the Elder, who operated his own latifundium with slave labor. It is fitting, therefore, to label this complex of ideas with his name. A similar rhetoric, according to some authorities also in response to a threat to traditional peasant economy, had emerged in China with the legalists, around the 4th century BC. The function of Catonism is too obvious to require more than brief comment. It justifies a repressive social order that buttresses the position of those in power. It denies the existence of actual changes that have hurt the peasants. It denies the need for further social changes, especially revolutionary ones. Perhaps Catonism may also relieve the conscience of those most responsible for the damage. After all, military expansion destroyed the Roman peasantry. Modern versions of Catonism arise too out of the adoption by the landed upper classes of repressive and exploitative methods in response to the increasing intrusion of market relationships into an agrarian economy. The main notions are prominent in 19th and 20th century Junker circles, the Nihonshuji movement in Japan, the Russian Black Hundreds after the turn of the century, the extreme conservatism in France that came to the surface as window dressing for Vichy. 4 Key elements occur among Southern apologists prior to the American Civil War. Catonism was an important component too in 20th century fascism in Europe and Asia, as well in Chiang Kai-shek's programmatic pronouncements for China. Naturally, all these movements differ among themselves. Nevertheless, it is not difficult to perceive a certain ground plan of related ideas and predispositions that all of them share. A key element in this complex of symptoms is the appearance of a great deal of talk about the need for a thoroughgoing moral regeneration, talk that covers the absence of a realistic analysis of prevailing social conditions which would threaten the vested interests behind Catonism. Probably it is a good working rule to be suspicious about political and intellectual leaders who talk mainly about moral virtues, many poor devils are liable to be badly hurt. It is not quite correct to assert that the morality lacks content. Catonism seeks a specific kind of regeneration, though it is easier to specify what Catonism is against than what it is for. An aura of moral earnestness suffuses Catonist arguments. This morality is not instrumental, that is, policies are not advocated in order to make humanity happier and certainly not in order to make people richer. They are important because they are supposed to contribute to a way of life that has somehow proved its validity in the past. That Catonist views of the past are romantic distortions goes without saying. This way of life is supposed to be an organic whole and, of course, being connected with the soil is essential to making it organic. Indeed, organic and whole are favorite cloudy terms in Catonism. The organic life of the countryside is supposedly superior to the atomized and disintegrating world of modern science and modern urban civilization. 5 The peasant's alleged attachment to the soil becomes the subject of much praise and little action. Traditional religious piety with art-chasing overtones becomes fashionable. Actually, as in the case of Japanese Shinto, the tradition is to a substantial degree cooked to order, though not entirely. Obedience, hierarchy, often with overtones of race or at least biological metaphors about society, become the watchword. But the hierarchy is not supposed to take on the character of modern impersonal bureaucracy. Indeed, there is much talk of comradeship, human warmth. Gemeenschap, Genootschap, Heimat, words that carry emotional overtones far stronger than their English counterparts, community, association, home, are likely to steam the atmosphere and not merely in the German tongue. Indeed, the emphasis on human warmth seems to be as decisive an element as the notion of moral regeneration. The combination leads, in the context of the whole ideology, to contradictory attitudes toward sex. As part of the generally anti-intellectual and anti-industrial outlook of Catonism, modern urban civilization is seen as somehow devaluing sex, as making human relationships cold and impersonal. Hence the preoccupation with frigidity and impotence, the glorification of sex, as for example in Lady Chatterley's Lover. On the other hand, there is an air of guilty prurience about all this because sex has to be the basis of the home, the family, the state. The contradiction appears again between the orgies of the SS in Nazi Germany, the minor efforts to encourage illegitimate children by SS heroes, and the more general policy of trying to revive a healthy domestic environment of Kirche, cookie for women. The political manifestations are of course think with the blood, the rejection of rational analysis as something cold or mechanical that inhibits action. Action, on the other hand, is hot, usually in the sense of combat. The effort to surround death and destruction with erotic overtones is also quite noticeable, especially in the Japanese version. Ultimately life is sacrificed for death, Mars absorbs Venus. Dulce et decorum est. Point 6 For all the rhetoric of warmth, Catonism expresses a deep fear of human affection as a form of softness. There are other curious contradictions and ambivalences here as well. Catonism includes a horror of unhealthy preoccupation with death and decomposition, in the manner of a Baudelaire. This preoccupation Catonism identifies with the foreigner, with decadent cosmopolitanism. Art must be healthy, traditional, and above all easily comprehensible. Catonist artistic notions center around folk and provincial art, an effort on the part of educated urban classes to revive peasant costumes, dances, and celebrations. Once sharing power, it seems that the Catonist outlook on art merges with a general tendency noticeable in all regimes concerned with maintaining social cohesion, to promote traditional and academic art forms. There is, as has often been noted, a striking similarity between Nazi and Stalinist art. Both were equally strong in condemning Kunstbolschewismus and rootless cosmopolitanism. Similar trends may be observed in Augustan Rome. 7. In sketching what finds approval under Catonist notions, it has already been necessary to mention what Catonist theories oppose. Concretely, they are hostile to traders, usurers, big money, cosmopolitanism, intellectuals. In America, Cottonism has taken the form of resentment against the city slicker and more generally any form of reasoning that goes beyond the most primitive folk wisdom. In Japan it manifested itself as violent anti-plutocratic sentiment. The city appears as a cancerous sore full of invisible conspirators out to cheat and demoralize honest peasants. There is of course a realistic basis for these sentiments in the actual day-to-day experiences of peasants and small farmers who are at a serious disadvantage in a market economy. As far as feelings and the causes of hatred go, there is not a great deal to choose between the radical right and the radical left in the countryside. The main distinction depends on the amount of realistic analysis of the causes of suffering and on the images of a potential future. Cottonism conceals the social causes and projects an image of continued submission. The radical tradition emphasizes the causes and projects an image of eventual liberation. The fact that the emotions and causes are similar does not mean that the emergence of one or the other as a politically significant force depends on skills in manipulating these discontents, as repeated failures to win over radicalized peasants to conservative causes through the methods of psychological warfare clearly demonstrate. These psychological and organizational skills are important, but they work only when they are in line with the everyday experiences of the peasants whom such leaders attempt to set in motion. Thus Cottonism is not purely an upper-class mythology about the peasants, attributed to the peasants, but finds a response among the latter because it provides an explanation of sorts for their situation under the intrusion of the market. It is also quite clearly a body of notions that arises out of the life conditions of a landed aristocracy threatened by the same forces. If one glances at the major themes in the form of the aristocratic response that culminated in liberal democracy, one will notice that they also occur in Cottonism transposed to a different key. The criticism of mass democracy, the notions of legitimate authority and the importance of custom, opposition to the power of wealth and to mere technical expertise all constitute major themes in the Catonist cacophony. Again, it is in the way they are combined, and even more important the ultimate purpose, that makes all the difference. In Cottonism these notions serve the ends of strengthening repressive authority. In aristocratic liberalism they are brought together as intellectual weapons against irrational authority. Cottonism, on the other hand, lacks any conception of pluralism or the desirability of checks on hierarchy and obedience. As noted above, modern Cottonism is mainly associated with the attempt to go over to labor-repressive forms of capitalist agriculture. It is also anti-industrial and anti-modern through and through. Here may lie the basic limitations to the spread and success of Cottonism. There is, I would suggest, this very significant residue of truth in Veblen's cautiously yet repeatedly expressed hope that the advance of the machine might somehow flush human irrationalities down the drain of history. The more extreme forms of labor-repressive or exploitative agriculture can be decisive adjuncts to capitalist development, as was the case in the connection between American slavery and both English and American industrial capitalism. But industrial capitalism has great difficulty establishing itself in the same area with a labor-repressive system. 8 As part of the effort to hold down a subject population, the upper classes have to generate an anti-rationalist, anti-urban, anti-materialist, and, more loosely, anti-bourgeois view of the world, one that excludes any conception of progress. And it is very difficult to see how industrialism can take firm hold without a push from people who hold a very materialist conception of progress that includes sooner or later concrete improvement in the situation of the lower classes. In contrast with advancing industrialism, Cottonism, it seems, finally compromises itself out of existence to fuse with more definitely urban and capitalist forms of romantic nostalgia. These more intellectually respectable forms of the far right have become increasingly influential in the West during the past 20 years, especially in the United States. Conceivably Cottonism will someday appear to future historians, if any there are, as having contributed merely the most explosive ingredients to this dangerous mixture. In turning from ideas derived from the experience of the landed upper classes to those of the peasants, the historian at once runs into trouble because the materials are so sparse and their authenticity often doubtful. To determine just what ideas have been current among peasants is extraordinarily difficult because they have left so few records of their own and have had a great many ideas attributed to them by townsmen who had a political axe to grind. Here there will be no attempt to undertake this task as a whole, not even in the sketchiest fashion. Instead, I shall explore possible connections between familiar themes in the revolutionary critique of modern society and the peasants' experience of their own world as it came under attack in the modern era. Far more than is generally realized, I suspect, the world of the village may have been an important source of those half-conscious standards by which men have judged and condemned modern industrial civilization, the background from which they have formed their conceptions of justice and injustice. In an effort to distinguish genuine peasant conceptions from those ascribed to peasants by urban conservative and radical thinkers for their own political purposes, it will be useful to take one last fleeting glance at the conditions of peasant life prior to the modern impact. Certain recurring features stand out. As a form of insurance against natural hazards, and in some cases also in response to methods in the collection of taxes or dues to the overlord, peasants in many parts of the world have developed systems of tenure with a built-in tendency toward the equal distribution of resources. The system of holdings in strips, scattered over different parts of the territory belonging to the village, occurs widely in both Europe and Asia. In addition, there is the custom of equal access for all to a segment of land held undivided, the commons. Though commons are more important in Europe where cattle took some of the burden off human shoulders, they have existed also in Asia, for example, in Japan as a source of supplementary resources such as fertilizer. Despite considerable variation, the main idea connected with these arrangements stands out very clearly: every member of the community should have access to enough resources to be able to perform obligations to the community carrying on a collective struggle for survival. 9 Everyone, including the lord and the priest, has a contribution to make. Romanticized by a variety of intellectuals, these notions have nevertheless a firm basis in the facts of peasant experience. This experience, then, provides the soil out of which grow peasant mores and the moral standards by which they judge their own behavior and that of others. The essence of these standards is a crude notion of equality, stressing the justice and necessity of a minimum of land for the performance of essential social tasks. The standards usually have some sort of religious sanction, and it is likely to be in their stress on these points that the religion of the peasants differs from that of other social classes. In the course of modernization, the peasants apply these standards, evaluating and to some extent explaining their own fate. Hence comes the frequent emphasis on the restoration of ancient rights. As Tawney well observes, the peasant radical would be astonished to hear that he is undermining the foundations of society; he is merely trying to get back what has long been rightfully his. 10. As the world of commerce and industry began to undermine the structure of the village community, the European peasants reacted with a form of radicalism that stressed the themes of liberty, equality, and fraternity, but in a way distinct from the way that the townsmen, more specifically the more prosperous bourgeoisie, understood these themes. Throughout Europe and Asia, the current of rural response to modernization went its own course, sometimes joining that in the towns, sometimes flowing in the opposite direction. For the peasant, the first of the three was not liberty but equality. And peasant experience provided the background for a shattering critique of the bourgeois notion of equality, as I shall try to indicate more concretely in a moment. Briefly, the peasants asked, "What is the meaning of your fine political arrangements when the rich can still oppress the poor?" Liberty too meant getting rid of the overlord who no longer gave them protection but now used his ancient privileges to take away their land or make them work on his for nothing. Fraternity meant the village as a cooperative economic and territorial unit, little more. From the peasant, it seems, the idea may have passed to intellectuals who developed their theories about the depersonalization of modern life and the curse of bureaucratic bigness, looking backward through a romantic haze to what they thought they saw in the village community. All this would have seemed, I suspect, quite odd and incomprehensible to the peasant who had daily experience of the vicious quarrels over property and women common in his own village. For the peasant, fraternity was more a negative notion, a form of localism. The peasant had no abstract interest in feeding the towns. His organic conception of society stopped quite short of altruism. For him, outsiders were and are mainly a source of taxes and debt. Fellow villagers, on the other hand, even if they too were often creatures to be treated warily, were people with whom it was necessary to work at crucial stages in the agricultural cycle. Thus cooperation was the dominant theme within the group, hostility and distrust the dominant one toward outsiders, with many variations and shadings in concrete daily circumstances. Peasant localism, thus, is no innate trait but the product of concrete experiences and circumstances. In the forms just sketched, these ideas also appealed to the smaller artisans and journeymen in the towns, oppressed by debt and the rise of larger traders. Since some of the smaller townsmen might be able to write, it was often they or astray from the priesthood who put the grievances down in writing and so preserved them for historians to discuss. These circumstances make it doubly difficult to disentangle the purely peasant component. Yet if one looks at the extreme leftist manifestations of the English Civil War and the French Revolution, the Diggers and Gracchus Babeuk, the names in each case are revealing, as well as certain strands in pre-1917 Russian radicalism, it is not difficult to perceive their connection with peasant life and problems. Some concrete details once more will help to give substance to these general observations. In the course of the English Civil War, on April 16, 1649, the Council of State received the disturbing news that a small but increasing band had set to work to dig up the land on St. George's Hill in Surrey and to sow it with parsnips, carrots, and beans, and that they had some political design in hand. Before the council could decide what to do about the situation, Digger leaders, including Gerard Winstanley, appeared before them to justify their conduct and outline a program of agrarian communism. The most significant feature of the program, as it emerged from this and subsequent conflict with the authorities, was its criticism of the inadequacy of political democracy without social reform. "We know," said Winstanley, "that England cannot be a free commonwealth unless all the poor commoners have a free use and benefit of the land, for if this freedom be not granted, we that are the poor commoners are in a worse case than we were in the king's days, for then we had some estate about us, though we were under oppression, but now our estates are spent to purchase freedom, and we are under oppression still of lords of manure's tyranny." Though a radical fringe, the Diggers were not an isolated movement. There were other similar ones, notably in areas where enclosures had proceeded rapidly. But they made little headway and the premature attack on property was soon crushed. 11. The caillas of the peasants in a section of northern France, studied by Georges Lefebvre, throw considerable light on their attitude in an area heavily exposed to the impact of modernization, though 3/4 of its population was still rural. While some historians regard the caillas as a very dubious source of information about peasant problems, Lefebvre gives convincing reasons for accepting them with only occasional reservations. They are mainly concerned with quite concrete local abuses that we may neglect at this point. The general points of interest are negative ones. The peasants had little interest, as might be expected, in the question of the organization of power then agitating Paris. For the rest, Lefebvre's own words are incisive: "Pour presque tous les paysans, être libre c'est être débarrassé du seigneur, liberté, égalité, du mot pour une seule chose qui était l'essence même de la Révolution." 12. Lefebvre is also the author of two brief but instructive studies of a famous leader of the Revolution's extreme radical fringe, François-Émile Babeuk. 13. Babeuk's ideas are a fusion of theories taken from books and also of his experiences in Picardy, where he was born and grew up in peasant surroundings. Among these experiences, the one that made the most powerful impact was his work as a petty feudal lawyer, commissaire feudiste, in the service of the aristocracy, examining the legal basis for seigneurial rights over the peasants in this area where commercial influences were expanding rapidly. 14. From this combination of reading and experience emerged his firm conviction that the inequalities of wealth and property were the result of theft, violence, and cunning, covered with a cloak of hypocritical decency by the law. His remedy was to smash the prevailing system of property relationships and to introduce equality in distribution and the communal organization of production. As early as 1786, according to a recently discovered letter which he prudently refrained from sending to a certain liberal nobleman, Babeuf had thought of turning the large farms of the neighborhood into something very close to Soviet collective farms, though retaining the system of paying rent to a landlord. 15 To ensure that equality would remain in effect, as well as that production would remain guided by the requirements of use and a standard of decent comfort for all, he came to realize the need for strong centralized control. 16 Like Winstanley before him, Babeuf regarded political equality as sheer deception if unsupported by economic rights. His criticism of the triumph of bourgeois democracy and the defeat of social democracy marked by the fall of Robespierre became vitriolic after initial hesitations. Just what there was to the conspiracy of the equals, for which Babeuf paid with his life in 1797, is a question for specialists. The main point for us is clear. The Babeauvists looked forward to the day of real equality. Never, they asserted, has more vast a design been conceived and executed. At long intervals some men of genius, some sages have spoken of it in a low and trembling voice. None of them have had the courage to tell the whole truth. The French Revolution is but the precursor of another revolution, far greater, far more solemn, which will be the last. 17. Thus in the case of Babeuf, too, peasant experience contributed to a criticism of bourgeois society that became part of the current coin of later radical thought. The tradition of the armed insurrection, as well as the dictatorship of the proletariat, Lefebvre suggests, may all be part of the body of ideas that appear on the surface of the historical record with Babeuf, to return underground until later in the 19th century. In the Russian village community of the 18th and 19th centuries, peasant notions of equality, as manifested in the periodic redistribution of the land, were at least as much of a response to the system of taxation as to physical conditions. Its central feature was the assumption that every family ought to have enough land to enable it to pay its share of dues and taxes that were assessed on the community as a unit. As is well known, the Russian populists took their goals and many of their criticisms of modern industrial society from an idealized version of the village community. Despite the numerous differences within this group of 19th-century pre-Marxist radicals, there was general agreement on equality as their first principle and on the thesis that political forms of democracy were meaningless and useless to men who were starving. 18 Thus peasant practices are clearly the origin of this famous criticism in England, France, and Russia, though the role of the thinker in the towns becomes increasingly important in France and Russia. To discern the other explicit political assumptions circulating among the Russian peasants is for obvious reasons more difficult than in Western Europe. Despite the obstacles, serious investigation, of which there has been practically none on this particular topic, might conceivably turn up most illuminating material. 19 To judge from what Russian peasants actually did in the 19th century, especially at the time of emancipation, their first desire was to stop working the overlord's property for nothing. Since they felt that the tie between their own society and the overlord exploited them, they wanted to break the connection and run the village community themselves. This was their main conception of true liberty. 20 The Tsar they were quite willing to keep, thinking of him as an ally against the nobility, a mistaken notion that found many pathetic and dramatic expressions in the course of the 19th century but that, nevertheless, was not without some foundation in earlier historical experience. This notion of village autonomy remained an important peasant tradition, whose undercurrents have not yet, in all probability, died out. Perhaps its last open expression occurred in the slogan "Soviets without Communists" of the Kronstadt Rebellion in 1921, whose suppression by the Bolsheviks revealed the secret of the Russian Revolution much as the repression of the Diggers had revealed the secret of the English Revolution. In Asia, peasant discontent has taken different forms up until the point where it has been captured by the communists. About intellectual content, there is very little information. We may close with a remark or two about similarities to and differences from European peasant movements. In India, peasant discontent has not yet taken on any significant revolutionary color and has therefore been mainly confined to Gandhi's version of the theme of fraternity, again a return to an idealized village community. China has witnessed an endless chain of religious rebellions, each against the backdrop of an extensive agricultural crisis. Very likely there is a good deal more to be discovered about Chinese peasant discontent than that it expressed itself in religious forms, as did that in Europe during the Middle Ages and in early modern times. Western sources, however, give little hint of any social criticism in China comparable to that in the West just discussed, except for the Taoist notion of a return to a primitive order of simplicity as a cure for the illnesses of a complex civilization. 21 Two reasons may be tentatively suggested. Confucian orthodoxy was in itself backward-looking to a past golden age and may therefore have absorbed peasant tendencies to look to past models for criticizing present realities. Similarly, the secular features in the Confucianism of the upper class may have encouraged peasant discontent to take mystical and religious forms, tendencies that are in any case very strong. More important than these considerations is another: Chinese peasants could scarcely be expected to develop an equalitarian critique of political democracy because in China there grew up no indigenous tradition of political democracy to criticize. Unrest and disorder among the Japanese peasants under the Tokugawa never seem to have found coherent political expression, or at least have left none in the historical record. In more modern times, peasant discontent has taken a conservative form. In the course of this discussion there have been several occasions to mention the backward-looking and reactionary aspects of peasant radicalism. Though these have been picked up and glorified by articulate reactionaries, they are by no means purely the creation of reactionaries. With this caveat as a reminder, we can forego fuller discussion. Because peasant discontent has frequently expressed itself in reactionary forms, Marxist thinkers often regard peasant radicalism with a mixture of contempt and suspicion or, at best, with patronizing condescension. To smile at this blindness, to point out that Marxist successes have come out of peasant revolutions, have almost become favorite anti-Marxist pastimes, so much so as to conceal more significant issues. As one reviews the spread of modern revolution, from its starting points in the German Bauernkrieg and the Puritan Revolution in England, through its successful and abortive phases as it travels westward to the United States and eastward through France, Germany, Russia, and China, 2 points stand out. First, the utopian radical conceptions of one phase become the accepted institutions and philosophical platitudes of the next. Secondly, the chief social basis of radicalism has been the peasants and the smaller artisans in the towns. From these facts one may conclude that the wellsprings of human freedom lie not only where Marx saw them, in the aspirations of classes about to take power, but perhaps even more in the dying wail of a class over whom the wave of progress is about to roll. Industrialism, as it continues to spread, may in some distant future still these voices forever and make revolutionary radicalism as anachronistic as cuneiform writing. For a Western scholar to say a good word on behalf of revolutionary radicalism is not easy because it runs counter to deeply grooved mental reflexes. The assumption that gradual and piecemeal reform has demonstrated its superiority over violent revolution as a way to advance human freedom is so pervasive that even to question such an assumption seems strange. In closing this book I should like to draw attention for the last time to what the evidence from the comparative history of modernization may tell us about this issue. As I have reluctantly come to read this evidence, the costs of moderation have been at least as atrocious as those of revolution, perhaps a great deal more. Fairness demands recognition of the fact that the way nearly all history has been written imposes an overwhelming bias against revolutionary violence. Indeed, the bias becomes horrifying as one comes to realize its depth. To equate the violence of those who resist oppression with the violence of the oppressors would be misleading enough. But there is a great deal more. From the days of Spartacus through Robespierre down to the present day, the use of force by the oppressed against their former masters has been the object of nearly universal condemnation. Meanwhile, the day-to-day repression of normal society hovers dimly in the background of most history books. Even those radical historians who emphasize the injustices of pre-revolutionary epochs generally concentrate on a short time span preceding the immediate outbreak. In that way, too, they may unwittingly distort the record. That is one argument against the comforting myth of gradualism. There is an even more important one: the costs of going without a revolution. There have been the tragedies of the victims of fascism and its wars of aggression, the consequence of modernization without a real revolution. In the backward countries today, there continues the suffering of those who have not revolted. In India we have seen that this suffering has been in good measure the price of democratic slowness in the Asian context. To call the situation democratic stagnation may not stretch the truth unduly. There are also positive arguments on behalf of revolution. In the Western democratic countries, revolutionary violence were part of the whole historical process that made possible subsequent peaceful change. In the communist countries too, revolutionary violence has been part of the break with the repressive past and of the effort to construct a less repressive future. The gradualist argument seems shattered. But precisely at this point the revolutionary argument also collapses. It is clear beyond all shadow of doubt that the claims of existing socialist states to represent a higher form of freedom than Western democratic capitalism rest on promise, not on performance. There is no denying the patent fact that the Bolshevik Revolution did not bring liberation to the people of Russia. At most it may have brought the possibility of liberation. Stalinist Russia was one of the bloodiest tyrannies the world has yet seen. Though much less is known about China, and the communist victory there probably meant some increase in personal security for the mass of the population after almost a century of widespread brigandage, foreign oppression, and revolution, it is safe enough to assert that in China too the claims of socialism rest on promise, not performance. Indeed, communists cannot claim that the mass of the population has shouldered a lesser share of the burden of suffering under their form of industrialization than they did under the preceding forms of capitalism. On this score it is well to recollect that there is no evidence that the mass of the population anywhere has wanted an industrial society, and plenty of evidence that they did not. At bottom all forms of industrialization so far have been revolutions from above, the work of a ruthless minority. To this indictment communists can reply that the repressive features of their regimes have been in large measure a response to the imperative of creating their own industrial base in a tremendous hurry while surrounded by ravenous capitalist enemies. I do not think it is possible to make anything like that much of a case for what actually happened. The range and depth of Stalinist repression and terror were far too great to find explanation, let alone justification, through some conception of revolutionary necessity. In many ways the Stalinist terror probably did more to hinder than to aid revolutionary objectives, as in the decimation of the officer corps prior to the outbreak of the Second World War, very likely also in the way Stalinist rule produced a mixture of chaos and petrified rigidity all through the Soviet administrative structure, including the industrial sectors. Nor will it do to put all the blame on Stalin personally. The ugly side of the Stalinist era had institutional roots. Communism as a set of ideas and institutions cannot escape responsibility for Stalinism. In general, one of the most revolting features of revolutionary dictatorships has been their use of terror against little people who were as much victims of the old order as were the revolutionaries themselves, often more so. There is also the argument that we are too close to communist revolutions to judge them properly. The liberating effects of past revolutions took a long time to appear. Neither this argument nor the preceding one to the effect that the horrors of communism spring out of its defense against those of capitalism are arguments to be dismissed lightly. There are nevertheless grounds for holding that they display considerable naivete toward the past and the future. They are naive about the past because every government blames its repressive features on its enemies. If the enemy would only go away, all subjects could live happily forever after. There is a sense in which all dominant elites, even when they fight one another, have a vested interest in their opponent's existence. They are naive about the future because they neglect the extent to which the deformations of a revolution create vested interests in domination. Altogether, the communist defense requires an act of faith about the future that involves too great a surrender of critical rationality. In the place of such a surrender, I would urge the view that both Western liberalism and communism have begun to display many symptoms of historical obsolescence. As successful doctrines, they have started to turn into ideologies that justify and conceal numerous forms of repression. That there are huge differences between the two goes without saying. Communist repression has been and remains so far mainly directed against its own population. The repression by liberal society, both under earlier imperialism and again now in the armed struggle against revolutionary movements in the backward areas, has been directed very heavily outward, against others. Nevertheless, this common feature of repressive practice covered by talk of freedom may be the most significant one. To the extent that such is the case, the task of honest thinking is to detach itself from both sets of preconceptions, to uncover the causes of oppressive tendencies in both systems in the hope of overcoming them. Whether they can actually be overcome is dubious in the extreme. As long as powerful vested interests oppose changes that lead toward a less oppressive world, no commitment to a free society can dispense with some conception of revolutionary coercion. That, however, is an ultimate necessity, a last resort in political action, whose rational justification in time and place varies too much for any attempt at consideration here. Whether the ancient Western dream of a free and rational society will always remain a chimera, no one can know for sure. But if the men of the future are ever to break the chains of the present, they will have to understand the forces that forged them. Appendix. A note on statistics and conservative historiography. A. Nyon who goes to the writings of other scholars in search of general instruction as well as information about specific problems is likely to notice sooner or later a conflict between generations at least as acute as that in Turgenev's famous novel. Conservative and radical interpretations of the same set of events succeed each other in fairly regular succession. Out of the conflict there does come an increase in historical understanding, as anyone can see for himself by looking first at, say, a Taine or a Michelet and then at almost any standard modern account of the French Revolution. Human nature being what it is, perhaps knowledge of human affairs can grow in no other way. But there are a good many costs and losses in this procedure that get in the way of cumulative comprehension of the past. One loss comes from the tendency to accept uncritically the notion that the present generation has really settled certain questions more or less permanently. Whether this tendency in the long run prevails as much on the political left as on the right is not absolutely clear. I am somewhat more aware of it on the right than on the left for two reasons. One is partly accidental. This book happened to be written during a time when the political climate was conservative and the scholarly atmosphere contained strong revisionist currents against older works that might raise apprehension about our own society. By the time the book was finished there was already a noticeable reaction against this current. The other reason is simpler, the bias of the doctrinaire left is often so crude as to be comic. Nobody has any trouble recognizing that. For these reasons, the following remarks are addressed mainly to a certain form of conservative bias. Their purpose is to caution the curious layman and the fledgling scholar against extreme versions of conservative revisionism, views which hold in effect that hard-headed modern scientific and quantitative research has now demolished older interpretations and that adherence to any important aspect of them represents no more than an affirmation of religious myth, a remark to be encountered more frequently in oral exchanges than in the cold print that compels most authors to veer back toward safe moderation. A close look at the statistical evidence upon which such criticism rests indicates, in some important instances to be discussed in a moment, that the statistics actually support the older views. After the technical discussion itself, I shall offer some reflections on the general tenor of these arguments. At the start, however, I would like to make explicit the spirit in which my observations are put forth. Without special competence in statistics, I still have no patience with the machine-breaking mentality that rejects figures out of hand. To name this deformation of the humanist mentality after the Luddites is actually unfair to them, they were rather more intelligent. Nor is this appendix to be read as a hidden diatribe against all conservative revisionism. Anyone who knows a specific portion of the literature on which this book is based will recognize the similarity between some of my arguments and those of distinguished revisionist works. Finally, those scholars whose work is about to be discussed do not display that complacency found among those who make tentative conclusions part of the consensus of professional opinion in the study of man, the most treacherous of all opinions. First, I would like to take up an important study of the Long Parliament by Barrington and Pennington. It is a major work within the influential tradition of historical writing that is reluctant to recognize any broad social cleavage behind the English Civil War. 1 At first glance, their research seems to bear out such a thesis and, more specifically, to refute Tawney's views. At one point this statistical study claims that the only significant difference between royalists and parliamentarians in the Long Parliament concerned age. Royalists were generally younger. Greater and lesser gentry, conservative and improving landlords, metropolitan and provincial traders were found on both sides in proportions that were not widely distinctive. 2 Tawney generously observed, in his introduction to the study. As far as the membership of the House of Commons, with which alone the present work deals, is concerned, the inference from the figures contained in it is plain. It is that the division between royalists and parliamentarians had little connection with diversities of economic interest and social class. Till equally comprehensive evidence to the contrary is adduced, that conclusion must stand. 3. However, quite strong evidence about the importance of class and economic interest is available in the study itself, evidence that somehow escaped Tawney's notice. Good scholars that they were, the authors provided detailed figures that reveal the significance of these factors. They appear as soon as one looks at the geographical distribution of parliamentary and royalist strength among the members of the Long Parliament. Let us distinguish the areas where parliamentarians were in a majority from those where they were in a minority. The relevant figures are in Table 4. They refer to the 552 original members who sat at some time between November 1640 and August 1642, that is, prior to the actual outbreak of hostilities. Even if he knew nothing about the Civil War, any social historian who looked at these figures would be likely to guess that the different geographical sections of England had, for historical reasons, developed quite distinct types of social structure that had somehow or other come into conflict with one another. These distinctions are of course well known to historians. Trevelyan discusses their meaning with great insight and in a fashion that makes very vivid the mixture of class interests, traditional ties of loyalty to superiors, religious principles, and sheer desire to remain neutral that were present among various strata in different parts of the country. The result is about what one would expect in a society where capitalist and more generally modern ways of thinking and acting were forcing their way up through an older social structure. This new world had its center in London, from which its influence radiated out most strongly to the south and east. The king's strength, on the other hand, lay in the more backward areas, especially in the north and west, with the exception of Puritan clothing districts and seaports. 4. To explain these regional differences with any thoroughness is beyond the scope of this note and my own limited knowledge. The almost even division in the southwest is, in all candor, puzzling to me. Nevertheless, it is worthwhile mentioning several indications of a connection between the enclosing landlord and the parliamentary cause that appear as a result of breaking down the figures in Barrington and Pennington by geographical regions. The Midlands and the East are the areas where, according to Tawney, the 16th century enclosures had their most socially disruptive effects. 5 They are also areas of substantial parliamentary majorities. About the south and east, major areas of parliamentary strength, there is somewhat more information that enables us to grasp more clearly what was taking place. In Kent and Essex, to the south, there was little disruption during the 16th century since much of the area had been enclosed beforehand. Kent has been the subject of special inquiry and appears to be a classic area of neutralism, where the gentry rather reluctantly joined the parliamentary cause and, after a period of turmoil, happily welcomed the Restoration, all out of a mixture of Anglicanism and due regard for established property rights. 6 Suffolk in the east, Cromwell's home territory, has also been the subject of special investigation and was a parliamentary stronghold. The leadership of the parliamentary forces is described in a recent monograph as a kind of exclusive county club comprising most of the brains and much of the wealth of the shire. Like other eastern counties, its economy both rural and urban was exceptionally advanced. It was also one where the interpenetration of mercantile and agricultural enterprise had developed to an unusually high degree. Among landed families few without close commercial connections, and in the agricultural exploitation of their estates Suffolk landowners were as ardent as any 7. This description of a major parliamentary stronghold matches almost perfectly what one would expect to find on the basis of Tawney's thesis. When one looks at the statistics in Brunton and Pennington more closely and at the social variations behind these statistics, they turn out, I would suggest, to provide a rather strong argument for Tawney's views rather than demolishing them. It is possible to reach the same judgment of statistical evidence that purports to contradict older writings which stress the severity of the impact of the enclosure movement in the late 18th and early 19th centuries. In The Size of Farms in the 18th Century, Mingai discusses the question of the decline of small farming as a result of enclosures and other factors. With the essay as a whole, which concludes that there was a decline, I have no quarrel. Indeed, it sheds valuable light on a number of questions, such as the legal and political rather than purely economic role of the spirited landlord. The dubious part of his interpretation is a series of statistical observations with which the article opens. As I read Mingai's point here, 19th century census statistics reveal a picture of English rural society inconsistent with any thesis to the effect that there had been a very serious deterioration in the position of the small farmer during the preceding century. Anyone who is willing to believe that the small farms disappeared in the 18th century must be prepared to explain how it was that they reappeared in such strength in the 19th century. The evidence from the census Mingai summarizes in a sentence: in 1831 nearly half the farmers employed no labor other than that of their families, and in 1851 62% of the occupiers of 5 acres and over had less than 100 acres. The returns of 1885 show much the same picture. 8. From these observations by Mingai it is easy to derive the impression that small farmers continued to flourish well into the 19th century and constituted a large proportion of the rural population, somewhere from nearly half to 62%. Part of the difficulty is a matter of terminology. Writing in an English scholarly periodical, Mingai was certainly under no obligation to point out that in English usage the word farmer generally refers to a tenant, who cultivates his holdings with or without the help of hired labor. More rarely does the term refer to someone who owns and cultivates land. Hence the term farmer itself already excludes from consideration groups of people who played a decisive part in the life in the countryside, namely, landed proprietors at the top of the social scale and agricultural laborers at the bottom. Nevertheless, it is insufficient to put Mingai's observations in perspective by recalling English usage. As best we can, we want to see what the situation was, and that means bringing into our picture of English society people other than small farmers. As soon as one does this, the impression given by Mingai's figures changes drastically. Small farmers and small farms may well have survived. But by the 19th century their social surroundings had become such that to speak of survival tout court is meaningless if not outright misleading. English rural society had become one largely made up of a small number of large landed proprietors and a huge number of near landless laborers, i.e., a land where small farming had become marginal. Before going into the actual figures, an analogy may make plainer the character of my objection. Consider the number of dwellings of different kinds that might be found at different points in time on a tract of land the size of Manhattan Island, which begins the century as a cluster of farmhouses and ends it as a metropolis of glass and concrete. It is quite possible that the total number of small houses might increase as greedy speculators here and there demolished whole settlements of wooden shacks to erect skyscrapers. To stress the survival of the small houses in this instance would be quite misleading because it overlooks vastly more significant changes. Now the figures. By 1831, the time of the first moderately dependable census, there were roughly 961,000 families engaged in agriculture in Great Britain. Of these 144,600 were farming families of occupiers who hired labor. 130,500 were those of occupiers who hired no labor and might reasonably be considered small farmers. 686,000 were laboring families. Minguis remarks that in 1831 nearly half the farmers employed no labor other than that of their families, apparently refers to the fact that Group 2 is almost as large as Group I and that both together make up the body of farmers. His observation is true. But Group 2 represents only about 1/7 of the total number of households engaged in agriculture. This fact, it seems to me, gives a much clearer idea of what the survival, if survival it was, of the small farmer actually amounted to. The same critical observations apply to his comments on the information from the census of 1851. By that time, in England, Scotland, and Wales there were somewhat fewer than 2.4 million persons who retained an economic and social connection with the land. They were divided in roughly the following fashion. A. About 35,000 were landed proprietors. Presumably this category included titled aristocrats and members of the still influential gentry. B. About 306,000 were farmers. It appears that the farmers occupied the lion's share of the cultivated area, renting it from big landed proprietors and working it in the vast majority of cases with hired help or with their own families. C. About 1,461,000 were men and women who did manual work on the land, mainly outdoor laborers. The rest were in miscellaneous categories, including the wives, children, and other relatives of the farmers. 10. Drawing his figures from Clapham, Minguis in discussing the census of 1851 remarked, as we have noted above, that 62% of the occupiers of 5 acres and over had less than 100 acres. But Clapham's figures refer only to Group B in my table. He is not discussing the other two groups, A and C. Clapham states this point quite plainly. 11. However, one might not realize what this limitation means without going back to the census figures themselves. Whether failure to go back to the original figures might be the source of the misleading impression given by Minguis' brief observations, I of course do not know. In closing, it is necessary to repeat that these statistics amount to no more than rough estimates. The actual percentages are not to be taken literally. But the statistics themselves are perfectly consistent with the older thesis that the social changes of the 18th century eliminated the small farmer as a significant figure on the English social landscape. The third and last study to be discussed is an older one, Greer's statistical interpretation of the impact of the Terror in the French Revolution. In its overt denial of the significance of class conflict, its thesis resembles closely the analysis of the Long Parliament by Barrington and Pennington. In his study of the social composition of the victims of the Terror, Greer found that 84% of those executed belonged to the Third Estate. On this ground he concluded that the split in French society was perpendicular, not horizontal. The Terror was an intra-class, not an inter-class war. 12. This conclusion has attracted considerable attention and, taken at face value, stands of course in glaring contradiction to any sociological interpretation. This is the kind of evidence that leads some scholars to regard Matthees and the like as antiquated. In the best tradition of scholarship, Greer gives enough data to dissolve the paradox and dismiss the conclusion. Confining our attention to the lowest strata in the Third Estate, working class and peasants, together more than 79% of the victims, we may ask when and where they met their grisly fate. The answer is straightforward. The overwhelming majority died as victims of revolutionary repression exercised against the Vendée counter-revolution and that of Lyon. Though the statistical evidence points strongly toward this conclusion, there is not much sense in reproducing the figures because they are inherently, and through no fault of Greer, very incomplete. For instance, they do not include the victims of one of the most dramatic episodes of the Vendée counter-revolution, the drowning of some 2,000 persons in the wintry waters of the Loire, nor the massive fusillade at Toulon that may have taken 800 lives. 13. Thus the split in French society was between revolutionaries and counter-revolutionaries. Was it a perpendicular split? The counter-revolutionaries had, as Greer makes very clear, limited geographical bases whose social structure differed from that in other parts of France. It was not a war of peasant against peasant, bourgeois against bourgeois throughout France. To be sure, there were members of roughly the same social strata fighting on opposite sides. but they were fighting for opposed social objectives, the restoration of the old order or its abolition. Victory for one side or the other meant the victory or defeat of class privileges. On these grounds alone, it seems impossible to deny that the terror was an instrument of class warfare, at least in its essential outlines. There are also some general reasons for holding that in any violent conflict the social composition of the victims will not by itself reveal much about the social and political character of the struggle. Let us suppose that a revolution breaks out in some Latin American country where the government is under the control of wealthy landlords and a few rich businessmen. Let us suppose further that the army is made up mostly of peasant conscripts and that one section of the army breaks off and joins the rebels who are seeking to overthrow the government and establish a communist regime. After a few pitched battles, the statistician would no doubt find that the casualties on both sides were mainly peasants. To conclude that the main split in this case was a vertical one, to deny that class conflict was the key to the political struggles, would be patently absurd. If, on the other hand, the rebels put forth no social demands and merely sought to replace one set of landlords and business leaders with another, there would be grounds for the assertion that some sort of a perpendicular split existed. In a word, it is not only who fights but what the fight is about that matters. This aspect raises more general issues to which we may now turn. So far the discussion has proceeded within the framework of the statistical evidence alone. However, there are certain common themes in the statistical critique that raise questions transcending statistics. In order to bring out these points, I will take the liberty of reformulating the general drift of the line of argument just discussed. Implicitly, the burden of this argument seems to be the following: in what were supposedly the great revolutions against oppressors, it is possible to show, by counting, that there was in reality little or no rising against oppression. No important differences distinguished the two sides in the Puritan and French revolutions. Similarly, in what was supposed to be a revolutionary social transformation carried out by an oppressive upper class, the enclosure movement in England, it is possible to show by counting that in reality there was not much oppression. The victims grew and flourished. Hence the whole radical tradition is suffused with sentimental nonsense. Quite possibly this formulation exceeds the intentions of the authors under discussion, though the implications do seem reasonably clear. Be that as it may, this type of argument does exist and requires discussion. In part this thesis demands an answer in its own terms. I have already tried to show that the statistics do not yield such a result. Now I should like to raise a new issue by suggesting that, although statistics can shed considerable light on this thesis and similar ones, there may also be a point at which quantitative evidence becomes inapplicable, where counting becomes the wrong procedure to use. In the analysis of qualitative changes from one type of social organization to another, let us say from feudalism to industrial capitalism, there may be an upper limit to the profitable use of statistical procedures. The remark is attributed to Lord Kelvin that everything that exists in quantity. But this aphorism does not mean that everything that exists can be measured on the same scale or that all differences can be reduced to quantitative differences. To my limited knowledge, statisticians do not make such a claim. Certainly it is not the general claim of mathematics. Up to a point, changes in social structure do indeed find their reflection in changes in statistical measurements. For example, changes over time in the number of people in different occupations tell us a great deal about changes in social structure. But where the time period is long or the changes in the structure of society very marked, difficulties arise with the yardstick. Point 14. The same proportion between rural and urban population may have very different meanings in two different societies if one is like the antebellum South and the other a pre-commercial society. Again, up to a point statistical investigation can take care of these difficulties by carefully defining its categories. Nevertheless, there may be an upper limit to such readjustments that involves a matter of principle. Counting necessarily involves ignoring all differences except the one being measured. It requires reducing evidence to similar units. Human beings have to be sorted into statistical piles by age, sex, marital status, and a host of other criteria. The necessities of counting, I suggest, make it necessary to ignore structural distinctions sooner or later. The more definitions the investigator makes in order to catch up with structural changes, the smaller and less useful and trustworthy become the statistical piles with which he works. At bottom, the sizes of the different piles are consequences of structural changes. They are not the changes themselves. These changes are qualitative alterations in the relations men have with one another. They concern such differences as those between owning property and producing goods with a few simple tools and one's own hands, and owning no property, working for someone else, and producing goods with complicated machines. To speak in very neutral and abstract terms for a moment, they are changes in the form of social patterns. The distinctions in these forms and patterns do not seem to me reducible to any quantitative differences. They are incommensurable. 15 Yet it is precisely such differences that matter most to human beings. They are the ones where change has produced the most violent conflict, the source of the great historical issues. Even if statistical methods may have inherent limitations, could it still be possible to describe and explain these qualitative changes in an objective fashion? In principle, I think, it is possible, although shortcomings in the evidence and human failures in the historian mean that objectivity remains no more than an ever-receding ideal. Objectivity implies belief in truth with a small t, the conception that social events happen the way they do for ascertainable reasons. Since this conception can lead to assessments very different from prevailing conservative views and also different from some versions of the radical tradition, I will try to spell out its implications very briefly. There is a respectable intellectual tradition which denies that objectivity is possible at all, even in principle. This denial seems to rest on a confusion between the causes of historical events and their consequences or meaning. The causes of the American Civil War had run their course by the time the first shot was fired at Fort Sumter. No historian's opinion about these causes can have the remotest effect on what they actually were. The consequences are another matter. They are with us today and may be with us as long as human history continues. This second aspect of the thesis about the permanent ambiguity of history seems to me perfectly valid. Statements by historians about the causes of the Civil War have polemical results now, no matter what their authors intend. It is in this sense that impartiality is an impossibility and an illusion. Whether he knows it or not, to continue the argument, the historian has to adopt some principle in selecting and ordering his facts. The same is true for the sociologist studying contemporary affairs. By virtue of what they include and exclude, highlight, or deem phasized, these principles have political and moral consequences. Hence they are unavoidably moral principles. It is impossible to opt out of the struggle. The very act of trying to opt out, of trying to take a nonpartisan position, means taking up a form of a political pseudo-objectivity that in effect supports the status quo. The thesis that neutrality is impossible is a powerful one, convincing at any rate to me. But I do not think that it leads to a denial that objective social and historical analysis is possible. Different perspectives on the same set of events should lead to complementary and congruent interpretations, not to contradictory ones. Furthermore, the denial that objective truth is possible in principle flings open the door to the worst forms of intellectual dishonesty. A crude version goes something like this: since neutrality is impossible, I will take my stand with the underdog and write history to serve the underdog, helping in this way to reach a higher truth. In plain language, that is just cheating. No matter what his unavoidable moral premises and predilections, any student of human affairs is bound sooner or later to come across evidence that is profoundly disturbing. Then he has the task of coming to terms with it honestly. Gradations of truth with a capital T, rightly in my estimation, arouse angry suspicion. But this does not mean that objectivity and truth with a small t lead to comfortable complacency. Objectivity is not the same thing as conventional judiciousness. A celebration of the virtues of our own society which leaves out its ugly and cruel features, which fails to face the question of a connection between its attractive and its cruel ones, remains an apologia even if it is spoken in the most measured academic tones. there is a strong tendency to assume that mild-mannered statements in favor of the status quo are objective and that anything else is a form of rhetoric. This type of bias, this misinterpretation of objectivity, is the one most common in the West today. It confuses objectivity with triviality and meaninglessness. For reasons already mentioned, any simple straightforward truth about political institutions or events is bound to have polemical consequences. It will damage some group interests. In any society, the dominant groups are the ones with the most to hide about the way society works. Very often, therefore, truthful analyses are bound to have a critical ring, to seem like exposures rather than objective statements, as the term is conventionally used. For all students of human society, sympathy with the victims of historical processes and skepticism about the victors' claims provide essential safeguards against being taken in by the dominant mythology. A scholar who tries to be objective needs these feelings as part of his ordinary working equipment.